This boy, day in and day out, frantically swings his sword, even risking his own life, absorbing the most evil curses just to become stronger, to the point that even an S-rank danger monster was defeated by him in a single strike. However, that much is not enough, because he must seek revenge. In his past life, Caste awakened a dominant type of skill that could plunder the skills of others, even curses. He used it to take all the evil curses into his body to assist the hero, hoping his sacrifice could bring peace to the world, but good people just don't live long. Those so-called heroes only viewed him as trash, and even betrayed and abandoned him in that battle. Up in the sky, the Blue Death Knight rides on a black horse, full of power, descending with a terrifying pressure. Witnessing that scene, one person in the group couldn't help but tremble, wondering, are we really going to defeat the Blue Death Knight with only this many people? The treasured sword plunged into the ground in shock. No way. The urgent calls for the names Sigrun, Abella, and Mary rang out, and these girls frantically ran over to surround and support their hero amid choked-up tears and gasps. "Everyone, come here, quickly, Crush!" At this moment, with a body full of bizarre tattoos and covered in wounds, he could only utter bitterly, "Arthur, you bastard! What the hell are you doing?" Arthur's gaze was cold, with wounds still lingering on the corners of his mouth. He declared, "I will end this matter right here." Right at this moment, the last hope of the world seemed to have been severed. Now only a pile of desolate ruins remained amidst the white snow. Crush gnashed his teeth in resentment and roared, "What do you mean you're giving up? After everything we've done to bring you here. Do you know how many people have died because of this?" His rage erupted, and he continued to shout in the hero's face, "All because you kept fooling around with those girls. Have you finally lost your mind? Mendy." Immediately an angry scream rang out, cutting him off. "Shut up, Crush! Arthur has already done his best." Sigrun Epania, the third princess of the Empire and a genius of the Azure generation, shouted in fury. She spared no words to insult Crush. "You're just a piece of trash who knows nothing but stealing. Don't you dare talk back to Arthur." They no longer showed any respect and hurled unimaginable words straight at his face. Crush stood in stunned silence and gasped, "Whoa, what?" He couldn't believe his ears. His blood-covered face distorted in rage. "Trash? Who are you talking about? How dare you say that to the person who saved your lives?" "Huh?" He pointed his hand directly at the group standing there and roared, "Listen here! You wouldn't have even made it this far if it weren't for my skills." A coughing fit came on, but Crush still forced down the pain to remind them of the bitter truth. "If you've forgotten, let me remind you, starting with you, Abella." Abella, the Red Witch of the Magic Tower, was currently standing anxiously beside Arthur. But Crush exposed her true face. "You were the one who said you wouldn't be able to use magic if you lost your voice. Didn't you beg me to take that curse away? When they needed him, they begged like this. When they didn't need him, they treated him like trash. Now it was Crush who had to bear those brutal curses in her place. Yet, in response to that sacrifice, Abella heartlessly attacked him right when he was going to get painkillers." Crush gnashed his teeth. "Both then and now, your habit of looking down on others hasn't changed a bit." Crush's gaze shifted to Mary Diana, the one dubbed the strongest spear of the Empire. He smirked in disdain. "An idiot with no brains, rushing in without thinking, getting hit with all kinds of curses, and then whining for me to take the pain away." Mary stood there in silence before the damning accusations. Finally, he looked directly at Sigrun, the benefactor she had just called trash. Crush choked up. "The person who sacrificed his own eyes for you is trash?" Memories of the days at the academy rushed back, when Sigrun always pointed her sword at him just because he belonged to the Stalin Kingdom faction. Despite being bullied, beaten to the point of being unable to resist, and mocked by everyone around as a failed idiot, Crush silently endured it all. He endured all the physical and mental pain, and now these treacherous hypocrites turned around to bite him. He accepted all that humiliation just to find a way to heal Sigrun's eyes. Crush mocked himself for his own naivety. Why? Because you guys belong to the Azure generation, the ones who can save this country. Meanwhile, he was hated and shunned by the entire kingdom just because he lacked combat ability. I've been cleaning up your messes all this time. What did it all mean in the end? Blood kept trickling from the corner of his mouth. He stared intently at Arthur, the man he once placed all his trust in, and shouted loudly, "But you guys are supposed to be the ones who save the world. Arthur, you're supposed to lead those idiots." Memories of the early days emerged when Crush used to kneel at Arthur's feet. Witnessing him standing at the forefront of the Azure generation, he had resolved to stand by his side until the very end, only for it to end in total despair now. So why are you giving up so easily now? The more hope he had, the more Arthur disappointed him now. Arthur quietly looked down. His cold face didn't change expression at all, even though his body was also covered in wounds. He casually declared, "Now I can tell you the truth. Like I said, this world is finished, so I'm going to redo everything from scratch." Crush widened his eyes in surprise, cold sweat trickling down his face, which was distorted from shock. "Redo? What are you talking about?" In response to that shock, Arthur still maintained a terrifying composure. "That's right. This isn't the first time I've witnessed the apocalypse, because my skill is regression." Arthur's confession was like a knife stabbing through all of Crush's efforts up to this point. He continued to explain his ruthless plan. "Now, I will cast memory storage, and we can return to the past with our memories intact." Nah. Arthur's gaze swept across Sigrun, Abella, and Mary, the ones he deemed necessary. He believed that if they started over with their existing experience, the chances of stopping the apocalypse in the new timeline would skyrocket. "I will start over from the beginning with these three people." Every word from Arthur felt like it was suffocating Crush's heart. 58. Trembling, he clutched his bleeding chest and stuttered in utter shock. "Ar, omeri lenanjindinganti, dogang mau LLP, brong sa tong." "The four of you? What about me?" He only counted the four of them, while Crush did not even exist in his eyes. A meaningful smile appeared on Arthur's lips, but his eyes were piercingly cold. He uttered harsh words, officially casting aside the only comrade who had sacrificed everything for him. "There's no need. For you." Crush stood frozen in place, dumbfounded by the bitter betrayal as the chains of fate began to surround them. Arthur smirked with a wicked smile. "Your black hat skill really is useful, though. You truly are someone who can steal even the most inviolable curses." He looked at Crush, who was collapsing with blood pouring from his mouth, and continued to mock him. "But what use is regressing with a crippled wreck like you? Frankly, what else could you possibly be used for?" He casually made a horrifying proposal. "So, wouldn't it be better to completely wipe your memory so you can become a totally different person in the new world?" Crush's eyes shook violently. He realized the brutal truth in dismay. "So I was just a disposable tool to you? This bastard viewed me as a throwaway tool from the very beginning." Arthur kept that fake smile. Turning his back along with the girls, he left his final message. "Don't worry, I'll make good use of you in the next world and the world after that. See you later, Crush." Crush could only scream in despair. "Wait! Hold on!" As his feet gave out amidst the cold, snow, looking at the backs of those who used to be his comrades fading into the distance, Crush bitterly realized that deep down in his heart he had always known this. When the Azure generation ignored him, Arthur just stood by and watched without intervening. He knew very well that Arthur had never truly considered him a comrade. In utter resentment, Crush screamed, "Take me with you, you bastard!" He collapsed, his breathing rapid, his consciousness fading due to the accumulated curses that had been eating away at his body for so long. A trembling hand tried to cling to the snow-covered ground. My life will end before this world collapses. That thought flashed by his Crush. Felt death drawing near. But then a manic glint flared up. He gnashed his teeth. No, I won't let it end like this. He revealed a shocking secret. Black Hat is a skill that not only steals curses, but also steals. Crush made up his mind to become the strongest and most important character, throwing away all pride to solo dragons and defeat the 4 heavenly kings. Although he had never tried it on Arthur because his skill wasn't just a simple curse, this time he decided to take a gamble. A surge of pitch-black energy erupted. Crush officially activated the Black Hat skill. He refused to give up in such humiliation. A brilliant light surrounded Arthur as he prepared to activate. The time looped to regress, but right at that moment, a massive hand of darkness with horrifying purple eyes suddenly reached out from the void, grabbing the hero from behind. Crush, despite his face being covered in blood and wounds, smiled a maniacal, meaningful smile. Wait, that pitch-black shadow was the embodiment of the skill. Black Hat was gradually swallowing the space around Arthur. Witnessing the mad stubbornness of his former comrade, Arthur gasped and looked at Crush with an exhausted gaze. "Crush, you still won't let go?" In his heart, Crush bitterly replied, "Arthur, you have lived through countless apocalypses, and every time I run out of value, you throw me away like trash. You left me behind in a dying world time and time again." Memories of mountains of corpses returned as a testament to the cruelty Arthur had caused in previous timelines. Crush wondered how many times he had to taste that despair. Now the tables had completely turned. He coldly declared, "But this time, Arthur, you are the one being left behind." He had to pay the well-deserved price for his countless betrayals. Looking up at the blue death knight descending from the sky, Crush pointed at the traitor and smiled contentedly. Maybe that's how it is? Facing the imminent scythe of death, Crush repeated Arthur's own harsh words. "Didn't you say so yourself? This world is about to perish?" He looked straight into Arthur's face, which was distorting in fear, and harshly commanded, "If you don't want to die, try struggling on your own for once." Immediately, the Blue Death Knight swung his giant greatsword, unleashing a slash carrying a deadly blue energy that swallowed Arthur in an earth-shattering explosion. "I will be the one to save the new world." A blinding light suddenly pierced through the fog. Crush gradually woke up in astonishment. His eyes widened as he felt life returning to him. He sat up and let out a horrified scream. Looking up at the ceiling with a splendid chandelier, Crush lifted his small, trembling hands, unable to believe reality. "Where is this?" He bewilderedly observed the luxurious room with familiar furniture. Isn't this his childhood home? Had he reincarnated back to his childhood? The confirmation text appeared. Chris Vanham, 13 years old. The regression process is complete. Chris stared at himself in a daze, stammering in unteachable shock. I'm young again?" The world erosion. A terrifying phenomenon where the world is encroached upon by another dimension. When this erosion occurs, the surrounding environment completely transforms in a negative direction. But the worst part was that invasive creatures from that world began to pour into the continent. Among them, those with human forms were called world invaders. The appearance of these powerful entities sowed terror everywhere, leaving the citizens with no choice but to flee in despair, screaming, "An invader! Run and report to the Night Order immediately!" Amidst that ruin and chaos, there were still people who stood up to resist the world's erosion. They formed an organization to connect powerful individuals to fight. The war began to erupt violently. These elite warriors standing at the front lines were called the Azure Generation. Crush bitterly recalled that period of time. And I, with a body that could only seal curses, joined the Azure generation. Although we were comrades in name, in reality he always had to suffer contempt, his body constantly ravaged by curses to the point of vomiting blood. Crush startled awake. The 13-year-old boy's eyes widened in utter amazement as he realized he had truly returned to the past. Crush sat up, his breathing rapid in extreme shock. He looked around the luxurious room in confusion. Is this my room? Just a moment ago. He was still standing in the middle of a freezing winter battlefield. Yet now the summer heat caused sweat to pour down like a waterfall. Crush realized he was at Green Pie Manor, where he used to live during his childhood. A thought flashed through his mind, so that means the last card I played, which was using Black Hat on Arthur, successfully stole his regression skill. Manhwa. Therefore, returning to the past, he still retained the memories of an adult. Sitting dazed on the bed, Crush put his hand to his head, still unable to shake off the shock. But how was I able to steal it? People often mistakenly believe that the Black Hat skill can be used freely without limits, but in reality it has a fatal weakness. Black Hat can only steal the target's item when the user unlocks it. That magical lock is created based on the value the owner assigns to that item. Even a roadside stone, if the owner considers it a treasure, the condition to unlock it will skyrocket, such as having to transfer up to 99% of all world assets to the owner. For something like a unique skill that the opponent extremely treasures, the difficulty to steal it should have been sky high. The greater the value, the more conditions there are, and the harder they are to fulfill. Crush fell into deep thought. Arthur, what on earth were you thinking? He recalled that moment. Clearly, Black Hat had been activated, but he did not see any lock appear at all. The complete absence of a lock led to an unbelievable truth. Does that mean he actually wanted to discard this skill? The one revered as the Hero King, Arthur, turned out to want to give up his own regression skill. Is that why I had the chance to steal it? Thinking back, sometimes Arthur would show a face of utter exhaustion. He acted as if he was reluctantly fulfilling a mission. In a world that continuously moves toward destruction, if he had to repeat that all by himself time and time again, had he gone mad within his own tragedy? Playing the savior of the world all alone, he must have lost his sanity. Perhaps to Arthur, regression was no different from a curse. That's why he wanted those three to inherit memories and regress with them while heartlessly casting me aside. But the fact that I stole the skill using Black Hat means the Arthur I knew has lost the ability to turn back time. He was left behind in that dying world and died under the night's meteor shower. The Blue Death Knight means he has truly vanished. Standing in the quiet room of the past, I muttered to myself, I've taken away the thing you wanted to discard most. You should thank me instead. It was as if he had freed them from the curse. Ha-ha. A bitter smile appeared on his lips. He always ostracized me alone, taking it for granted that I should bear those brutal curses, as if it were something anyone could do. He never cared in the slightest about his comrade who was writhing in pain in the dark. Looking back at the memories of being heavily injured and collapsing miserably while they casually turned their backs, my heart boiled with resentment. Serves you right, you piece of trash, I muttered, a sharp and cold gaze clearly appearing in the form of a child walking out into the hallway of Green Pie Manor. I realize my body right now is so small. Before leaving the room, I stood in front of the mirror to observe myself closely. I look only about 10 years old right now. Although my stature is short and small, my muscles are extremely lean and firm. This must be the result of days and months of grueling sword training to survive in the Venom family, the most powerful martial lineage in the Stalin Kingdom. He also had to train hard from childhood to have a body like today. If I'm at Green Pie Manor, it means the 10th birthday proof ritual has just ended, Crush thought deeply. That was a mandatory ritual of the Venom family, where each member had to prove their ability by revealing the god they contracted with and the skill they were granted. The more outstanding the contractor and the higher the rank of the god, the more secure one's status in the family would be. The main line of the Venom family always received absolute respect, but Crush was the sole exception. He completely lacked martial arts ability since birth, because no god bothered to choose him. After that, he was ruthlessly expelled from the main mansion. He was sent to Green Pie Villa, which was essentially a prison, confining the failures of the family. Standing by the window, Crush looked out into the distance with a complex mood. Now only I, the most incompetent person in the Venom family, know about the apocalypse in advance. That was a terrible catastrophe that even the illustrious Azure generation could not possibly stop. He wondered whether he could prevent the doom of the world or not. "Don't complain any more," Crush reassured himself, his small hands clenching into fists. This was no longer a question of whether he could do it or not, but what he was forced to do. Since he had the chance to be reincarnated, there would be a way to save the world. Because if the world perished, he would also die along with it. There was no other choice. The 10-year-old boy's eyes suddenly became sharp and filled with determination. Just then, the sound of dry footsteps echoed on the hallway floor. "Young master." A voice spoke up, causing Crush to startle and turn around. "Ariel?" He looked at the man in front of him, thinking secretly, "What are you doing here?" At this time, he was still alive, wasn't he? Ariel was the only butler of the Villatot. "Green Pie." Crush stepped closer, grabbed the old butler's collar, and called out, "Ariel!" He still maintained his composure, bowed his head, and asked, "Is there something wrong, young master?" In Crush's memory, Ariel was the only one who took care of a failure like him, but the truth behind that was extremely brutal. He looked straight into Ariel's eyes, flashing a haunting smile, and asked directly, "The poison my brother gave you to kill me, when do you plan to use it?" "At the family arena." Even the most elite knights were no match for that girl. With just a few neat moves, she sent the whole group flying, leaving them tumbled over and unable to resist. This superior strength belonged to a young girl with long black hair and sharp eyes, who was completely dominating the arena. Charlotte Venom stood proudly among the defeated around her. She radiated a powerful blue-purple aura. Was she really only 15 years old? The onlookers couldn't help but be shocked by this innate talent. The knights couldn't even touch her body in the slightest. The title of Holy Sword was not just for show, and it was rumored that she was a once-in-a-millennium genius of the family. Venom.oli. While everyone was sparing no praise to acclaim her, Charlotte only looked down coldly and uttered in utter disappointment, "How boring." The expectations of the entire family were weighing on her shoulders. They believed that thanks to a genius born from a new bloodline like Charlotte, the Venom family would never perish. The whole family was proud of this talented girl. However, behind those praises was the murderous gaze of Belokan Venom, Crush's half-brother. Clenching his fists and gnashing his teeth, he plotted a ruthless plan. "I will wipe out that entire bloodline." Although he considered Charlotte a danger to be wary of, the easiest target for him to strike at this moment was that useless failure, Crush. Belokan's eyes flashed with madness as he thought about eliminating his blood brother. In a dark room, Belokan sat opposite Alios and casually declared, "I plan to kill him first." He did not hesitate. To delve deep into the old butler's pain to draw him into the crime. "You must be in dire straits right now, aren't you? Just because of Crush, your career is stalling, isn't it?" Bringing out a poison vial gleaming with a mystical light, Belokan offered a tempting yet extremely cruel deal. "If you give Crush just a single drop of this, the treatment for your daughter along with all your debts will be settled. You understand, right?" Faced with the opponent's hesitation, he continued to press. "Then why hesitate any more?" Elliot trembled and replied in pain, "Young Master Crush is someone I raised like my own child. How can I do that to him?" Despite that plea, Belokan still coldly called his name as a final command. "Elliot, are you going to choose someone else's child over your own biological daughter?" He used the weakness in his heart to threaten. The old butler stood frozen, his face distorted in shock and fear. In the brutal memory of the previous timeline, Elliot had once coldly denied that affection, but reality played out in the most painful way when severe wounds suddenly stained the entire food dish red. Crush had once wailed in despair, Elliot, upon witnessing his closest person fall into a critical state. "I am truly sorry, young Master Crush." The faint last words echoed in Elliot's broken breaths. Before Crush regressed, this butler had actually received orders to assassinate him, but at the last minute, affection triumphed over reason. He choked up in tears. "Young Master Crush is as precious to me as my own child, and yet, what have I done?" Elliot's hand dropped limply to the cold floor, as life completely vanished. It turned out that, unable to bear the torment of guilt, he had eaten that poisoned soup himself to end his life, instead of harming the one he loved, and then quietly passed away right before Chris's eyes. Returning to reality, Crush looked straight at Elliot with a piercing gaze that seemed to see through his soul. "The poison that my brother gave you to kill me, when do you plan to use it?" The direct exposure made Elliot tremble. Cold sweat poured down. He stammered in absolute terror. What poison?" Crush didn't give him time to make excuses and spoke in a harsh tone. "Are you trying to play dumb? You intended to kill me for your daughter's sake, since I'm just a failure anyway, right?" "Did you think I didn't know?" Crush's question left Elliot with no choice but to bow his head in silence, not daring to face the brutal truth that had been exposed. Looking at the broken state of the butler, Crush thought to himself, "If I keep going, I will drive him into a corner again, just like in my past life." His eyes suppressed a sigh, and he coldly declared, "Anyway, if you want to keep pretending, suit yourself." Before turning around to walk away, he left behind a bitter remark. "If I hadn't been a failure from the start, you wouldn't have received that order." Elliot stood frozen in place, dumbfounded by the terrifying change in the young master, whom he thought would be frightened or cry out in resentment upon learning he was betrayed. But he didn't expect him to be as calm as an adult. Crush walked away coldly, leaving Elliot behind with chaotic thoughts. The old butler was stunned and wondered, "Has young Master Crush changed?" He led him to the front of the mansion's vast study room. Elliot was confused, not understanding why he suddenly came here, and then Crush called his name. Standing in front of an ordinary wall, Crush coldly ordered, "Break this wall down for me." Elliot was startled in surprise. "What?" But Crush only smirked mockingly. "If you're a butler of the Vanham family, this should be easy, shouldn't it?" Unable to refuse, Elliot bowed his head. "Of course, young master." He drew his sword, took a stance, and unleashed a powerful slash, carrying a brilliant blue-purple energy. The precise slash collapsed the wall, revealing a dark hidden passage inside. Crush nodded slightly in appreciation. "Oh, a very clean slash." Elliot was dumbfounded because he himself didn't even know about the existence of this passage. "There's a hidden passage here?" Ignoring the butler's astonishment, Crush casually stepped into the darkness. Before walking, he even praised the butler. "Well done." Elliot watched. The young master's small back. Elliot broke into a cold sweat. He realized Crush was completely different from yesterday. He casually took out a night-luminescent pearl to light the way, exuding a majestic aura that suddenly reminded him of the powerful family head. They went deeper inside, until they encountered a door tightly locked with chains. Crush stood frozen as old memories rushed back. He recalled that in the previous timeline, by the time he managed to find this place, everything had been burned to ashes. But this time I made it in time before that happened, standing in front of the door locked tightly. By dense magical chains, Crush thought to himself with determination. Seeing this, Alios stepped forward and suggested, "Young master, let me cut these chains." However, Crush coldly stopped him. "No, you can't cut these chains." He wanted to take this opportunity to test his own strength, thinking, "Why don't I try my strength this time?" Immediately, a surge of dark energy erupted violently as he shouted, "Black Hat skill!" A bizarre, demonic hand with horrifying purple eyes and sharp teeth reached out from the void, rushing straight ahead to attack the chains. With the force and power from the shadow hand, within moments, the dry sound of shattering iron chains rang out. Crush casually caught the giant padlock that had just fallen and silently assessed. The skill's power hasn't faded, huh? Meanwhile, Elliot panicked and ran over to catch the heavy object from his hands. "It's so heavy!" The old butler asked in shock, "Young master, could it be that you have formed a contract with a god?" Crush suddenly realized that at this point in the past he hadn't formed a contract yet, so he casually lied to cover it up. "Yeah, I just signed with a nameless god." He calmly gave the next order. "As for the library, feel free to report it to father." Elliot stood frozen, his eyes unable to hide his shock at the young master's change. In his heart, he told himself, just yesterday, Crush's gaze still looked like someone who had completely lost his reason to exist. Yet, after only one night, he has completely transformed, thanks to signing a contract with a god. Elliot believed that Crush must have received an extremely powerful skill, because after all, he carried the blood of the mighty Vanham family, sharing a bloodline with the great genius Charlotte. He thought to himself, even if he might not be equal to Charlotte, the current Crush is no longer the incompetent person he was before. Elliot swallowed his saliva. He placed his hand on his left chest and bowed to swear an oath with an attitude full of respect. "Young master, at least until you finish doing what you plan to do, I will not reveal this to anyone." None. Seeing the butler's different attitude from before, Crush quietly observed the butler's transformation and realized an important truth. "I see. This is the drawback of regression. Because my actions are different from the past, Elliot is also changing accordingly." However, his eyes still showed clear vigilance when thinking about the man in front of him. "But Elliot, a man who betrayed—" The image of the collapsed Elliot in the past would forever live in Crush's memory. Looking at the butler in front of him, he wondered if Arthur had also suffered from this paradox, which was why he forced him to learn the regression skill. Crush's gaze darkened as he plotted. "Elliot, if I cure his daughter's illness, he will surely be loyal to me, right? I should increase the number of chess pieces I can use while living here." Crush turned away coldly, leaving behind a phrase, "Do whatever you want." He decided that treating Elliot's daughter would be dealt with later, because right now, the hidden library was his top priority. The heavy wooden door slowly opened, radiating the pressurized crimson energy. Crush was stunned as a massive pillar of light along with magical fire erupted violently from within, as if wanting to incinerate anyone who dared to trespass. His eyes widened in shock at the magnificence and power of this place. He didn't expect a place like this to be burned down to ruins later, even after experiencing so many world erosions. Crush still felt a shiver down his spine as he stepped inside. "There's no mistake. That person's secret technique is definitely here," he muttered, while observing the giant bookshelves towering out of sight. Finally, he uttered in full satisfaction, "Found it." This place was none other than the secret library of Lam-Tung Cat, where the ancestors who were considered failures of the Vanham family recorded all of their techniques and memories. These were not simple skills, but the great achievements of humanity, where the secret techniques that reached the ultimate realm were kept. Originally, anyone could enter this place. But just because of one person, it became a secret library. That person was Damaris Vanham. He was once considered the worst failure in the history of Vanham. But after being swallowed by the world erosion, he returned and became the strongest. Crush flashed an ambitious smile as he stepped closer to the glowing secret technique left behind by that terrible failure. Crush reached out his hand to grasp the blazing secret text, whispering, "Sorry for being late, ancestors. Now it belongs to me. All this treasure trove of knowledge now has an owner." Damaris Vanham, a name that was once the terror of the entire continent. The man considered the worst failure in the history of the Vanham family, but at the same time the strongest warrior to ever appear in this place when he stood at the peak of power. His presence was like a god of destruction stepping out from myth. The strongest warriors in the world at that time formed an alliance to challenge him, but before that absolute power, not a single person could stop Damaris's footsteps. He swept through every line of defense, turning the sturdiest magic formations into level ground. In just the blink of an eye. The secret behind that terrifying power was none other than the ultimate blood poison, a deadly poison that seeped deep into his every blood vessel. Demaris did a crazy thing by fusing the world erosion itself into his body and mastering the secret technique to control that evil source of energy. He had learned how to use poison to cure poison to build his strength. Crush lifted the secret text in his hands and thoughtfully recalled that in his past life, half of this book had been burned to ashes, preventing him from understanding the end of this ancestor. Could it be that Demaris had truly gone mad because he couldn't control the riot of erosion energy inside him? Recalling the time he was attacked by curses, Crush realized he had once used Black Hat to weaken and balance different curses in order to survive. If the same principle is applied, he could use a stolen curse to restrain and control the riot of the ultimate blood poison. The image of a spirit snake and a bird of prey fighting each other erupted in a brilliant light, testifying to the intersection of opposing power sources that were gradually being subdued. Crush focused his entire mind. A surge of dark energy and lightning began to converge between his two hands, forming a sphere of extreme pressure. He smirked with confidence, believing that with this method, he could also become strong far beyond all ordinary rules. Strong like Demaris, that desire burned brightly inside Crush's heart. As he called the name of the butler, Ariel, he coldly issued a supreme command: from today on, make sure no one enters Thantongkat. That is an order. Ariel bowed his head in obedience. Yes, I understand. From the moment he swore his oath, the old butler was wholeheartedly loyal to him. Walking down the splendid hallway, the old butler silently resolved to repay the kindness. Because Crush had overlooked his mistake, he decided he would officially reject young Master Belokin's cruel offer. This news was like a splash of cold water straight into Belokin's face, making him roar in fury. What did you just say? He frantically tore up the pile of papers on his desk, unable to believe Aliot dared to reject his invitation just because of that fool Crush. In his extreme rage, Belokin cursed Crush as a piece of trash that shouldn't exist in the Vanham family. He bitterly looked at the newspapers praising the genius Charlotte, feeling driven mad by being stuck between a genius and a failure. He bitterly thought that if it weren't for Crush's bloodline, both he and Lilith would have obtained their rightful positions in the main family. Belokin gnashed his teeth and called his subordinates, ordering them to immediately go to Thantongkat to investigate why that butler had changed his mind. However, the subordinate tremblingly reported a shocking fact. "We cannot go inside, sir." Belokin asked back in surprise and received a completely staggering reply. "Young Master Crush's butler, Ariel, has blockaded the entrance and has forbidden everyone, including the family head, from stepping into Thantongkat, sir." Sorry. Outside the gate, Ariel stood tall with his sword in hand, his gaze sharp and ready to stop anyone who dared to trespass upon his master's domain. Forbidden even the family head from entering. Belokin was shocked, mixed with resentment at the arrogance of the person he always considered a failure. He also couldn't understand why a failure like Crush was so highly regarded by him. Meanwhile, inside the secret library, Crush was meditating. A purple-black energy burned around his small, sweating body. He let out a long, satisfied breath. Finally, I have reached the first stage of a chi expert. Why? According to the hierarchy system, there are many levels of chi, such as Chi Emperor, Chi Master, Chi Expert, and Crush has officially entered the primary chi stage, the beginning state of a beginner learning to use this energy. The second stage is Chi Expert, the most common level, but also the harsh boundary dividing the mediocre from the genius. Currently, Crush considered himself to have just touched the threshold of an ordinary person. Meanwhile, Charlotte, his older sister, who was only 2 years older than him, had already reached the Chi Master realm long ago. Her talent was likened to an abnormal monster. But even a genius like Charlotte had to kneel down helplessly before the brutal destruction of the world in the previous timeline. But compared to Charlotte, Crush found himself still just an amateur. He wondered whether at this speed he would make it in time to save the world, but then he cast aside the doubt. You won't know unless you try. Complaining is also useless. He recalled that in his past life, because he carried countless curses, he couldn't use Chi, but now everything was different. Even if he couldn't compare in natural talent with Charlotte, Crush still believed that he would make a breakthrough. If he mastered the secret technique left behind by the failure Demaris, he would gradually learn in every single point in this book. I can become stronger. Crush's eyes flashed with confidence as he envisioned a powerful future. He retracted the dark energy surrounding his body, telling himself, for now, this is enough. Right after that, the training room door slowly opened. Elliot stepped in with a towel in hand, respectfully bowing his head. Young Master, congratulations on reaching the first stage of the realm of expert. Crush casually took the towel to wipe his sweat and replied, It's nothing worth mentioning. More importantly, why were you waiting in a place like this? The old butler informed him of a piece of news that stunned him. Your fiancée, young Lady Bianca Hadenhart, has arrived at Thon-Tong-Kat, Crush froze, his eyes widening in astonishment. The white demon Bianca? In his memory, although she was a leader, she became a pawn for those who took over the world and wanted to destroy this world. She was also the person who defeated one of the 10 great heavenly generals to claim the proud title of White Demon. Even though she is currently just the youngest daughter of the Hadenhart family, this is in truth just a political marriage. Ah! The Vanham family has a chance to get rid of a useless failure, while the Hadenhart family will become the Lords of the North and form an alliance with the strongest martial clan, young master. Crush bitterly realized, both of us are being used by our families. They are just pawns in the calculations of the two clans. However, he flashed a calculating smile. Actually, I also have business to see Bianca about. I didn't expect her to seek this place out on her own. Bianca Hadenhart, the youngest daughter of the Lord of the North's clan, carried a cruel fate. Because her mother was affected by the world erosion curse before she was born, she has lacked all feeling since the moment of her birth. The curse has eaten deep into her soul, and cannot be broken by exorcism. With a contaminated body, she cannot even form a contract with a god. She is even considered a cursed child. Born at the cost of her mother's life, Bianca was always treated coldly by the Hadenhart family. Crush thought thoughtfully to himself, I wonder if Bianca hates me? But then he cast aside that thought. As long as it doesn't hinder stealing Bianca's curse, then it doesn't matter, because the snow doll is the necessary curse to restrain the mania when the extreme poison seeps into the blood. Seeing that Crush was still bare-chested, Elliot said hesitantly, Going out dressed like this is probably not a good idea. I will prepare a set of clothes for you to change into right away. Yeah, thanks, Crush replied, then flashed a mysterious smile. He forgot that he is still just a growing boy right now. He ordered the butler, Invite her inside and tell her to wait a moment. Outside, his fiancée Bianca was standing quietly with her silver hair and a snowflake hairpin, her face expressionless as she waited for the meeting. 5 months ago, in a fit of rage, Crush had not hesitated to shout right in Bianca's face, Get lost! He looked at her with eyes full of hatred and insult. You only care about the power of the Vanham family anyway, so don't bother pretending to be my fiancé. In response to that rejection was the cold sound of a slammed door. Bianca had quietly walked away with the thought, I didn't want to come here either. She recalled the heavy pressure from the Hadenhart family, where her relatives forced her to trade herself for the common interest. The only way for the Hadenhart family to survive was to rely on the Vanham house. They told her to utilize her pretty face to win the young master's affection. Although Bianca had no emotions, she was still clearly aware of this harsh truth. In her heart, she asserted that if it weren't for the political marriage, She would never entangle herself with a verbally abusive, pessimistic failure like him. Meeting him now, he would probably just curse at her like before. Returning to reality, Crush felt a chill down his spine as soon as he stepped into the room, remembering how poorly he used to treat her in the previous timeline. He thought to himself remorsefully, oh, crap. To break the suffocating atmosphere, Crush scratched his head in embarrassment. I didn't expect them to serve hot tea like this to someone with sensitive taste buds like you. I will remind the servants later. Let's leave it here for now. He proactively changed his attitude, gently inviting her, the weather is nice today, let's go for a walk in the garden. There should be many types of flowers there that don't grow in the north. Bianca only replied briefly, agreed. Crush immediately ordered the butler Ariel, bring some macadamia cookies to the garden, Elliot. Elliot bowed in obedience. Yes, sir. Bianca. It must have been hard for you to get here. Crush opened the conversation as they both walked along the splendid hallway. He continued with a social smile. Since we are engaged, meetings like this are quite necessary, aren't they? Bianca only quietly followed behind, her mind secretly suspicious. Is that so? Crush suddenly turned back to tease her. Yet I feel like you're talking to a superior rather than a lover. Faced with Bianca's silence, he realized her tone was too formal. Was it because he used to curse at her that she acted this way, or was it because she lacked emotions? Meanwhile, Bianca clearly felt that something was wrong. She recalled that during their last meeting, Crush's gaze was as sharp as a knife, but today it was completely different. What shocked her most was that he knew she liked macadamia cookies, a preference she was certain she had never revealed to him. Stepping out into the garden, Crush stretched his arms and let out a sigh of relief. Phew, so peaceful. His relaxed demeanor caused Bianca to question herself. Are you really Crush? He noticed her suspicion and wondered if he was too different from before. Suddenly, a faint but sharp pressure unintentionally radiated from Crush, causing Bianca to startle in terror. Murderous intent! Frightened by that pressure, Bianca immediately bowed her head to admit fault. I apologize, Lord Crush. It was my fault for crossing the line. Crush panicked and cursed to himself because he hadn't intended to scare her at all. His memory of this period was too vague. He couldn't remember how badly he had treated Bianca, but there was one thing he remembered very clearly, and that was this expression of hers. Bianca's current face looked exactly like the day she collapsed, covered in blood, in front of the North Sea Ice villa in the old timeline. To ease the situation, Crush scratched his head and laughed it off, deciding to use a lie to cover it up. Well, let's just make an excuse for now. I can't blame you for doubting me, Bianca. Recently, I just signed a contract with a god, so my personality changed, probably because of that. He made an excuse to get by. Bianca could only reply mechanically, Congratulations, young Master Crush. Seeing that the time had come, Crush looked straight into his fiancée's eyes and said, So, I have something to propose to you. Bianca was stunned and repeated, A proposal? She couldn't believe that someone who had just obtained divine power would want to propose something to her. A negative thought flashed through her mind, making Bianca turn pale. Could it be a broken engagement? Seeing her frantic expression, Crush could only cry out, Why would you think that? Crush hesitated, bowing his head and lowering himself. What I mean is, if you want to marry someone like me, if you want to break off the engagement, then please. Bianca looked at him, her heart heavy with thoughts. He is lowering himself again. Even though he carries the Vanum blood, why is Lord Crush so insecure? She looked straight into his eyes and asserted firmly, I will be your fiancé. Lord Crush. That will not change. Crush stood frozen, completely stunned by the little girl's determined declaration. How long has it been since I heard such genuine words? Crush thought to himself. An unusually warm feeling crept into his heart. He cleared his throat to regain his composure. I see. Well then, let's get down to the main business. So it turned out she was afraid he would break off the engagement all this time. Crush's gaze suddenly became sharp and cold. A purple-black energy erupted on his scar-covered hand. With my newly awakened ability, do you want to hand over that curse to me? The one that even dispel experts gave up on? Bianca was dumbfounded, unable to believe her ears. He said, hand over that unresolvable curse? Do you mean you want to take that curse upon yourself? Crush nodded in confirmation. Yeah, I need to use it. If you hand it over, I will grant any wish you have. Even destruction is fine. Bianca pondered. She realized that this was a situation where her emotionless curse actually brought her an advantage. She knew Crush was always considered a failure and was definitely having a fierce conflict with the main line. Looking at Crush's appearance right now, Bianca silently speculated, perhaps because he is too exhausted, he became like this. Exhausted to the point that he wants to completely erase his emotions too? She suddenly recalled the words of a psychological mage who had spoken to her when she was a child. When humans reach their mental limit, they will collapse before the sickness of the heart. The advice of the mage from years ago returned vividly to her mind. Once they fall ill, they might end their own lives, or suddenly become gentle as if they were a completely different person. He had warned, that is an extremely dangerous moment. A signal foretelling a heartbreaking end. Bianca, if someone close to you is falling into that situation, stay by their side. Thinking of this, Bianca was certain he was falling into that state. Suddenly reaching out, she firmly gripped Crush's calloused and wounded hand. She looked at him with eyes full of determination and comfort. It will be all right. I know you can get through this, Lord Crush. You just need to control your emotions without relying on the curse, you know. Bianca's words left Crush completely blank. He stammered, huh? Bianca, there seems to be some misunderstanding here. Despite Crush's confusion, the little girl still continued. From now on, I will visit you regularly, if I ask my father for permission. I can even move to live near here to be close to you. Crush was astounded. Why are you suddenly saying that? Wait, you don't hate me? You didn't actually want this engagement, right? Bianca held his hand tightly, her gaze resolute. Even if that's the case, I cannot abandon someone standing on the brink of hardship. Crush realized. She didn't deny not wanting the engagement, but she was the type of person who, once decided, would plunge ahead and carry it out to the end. He thought to himself, I feel like she is seriously misunderstanding this matter. Realizing he couldn't obtain the curse immediately through persuasion, Crush decided to try activating his skill in secret. A purple-black energy enveloped Bianca as he shouted inside, Black Hat's skill! Instantly, a magic circle appeared, starting to fulfill the unlocking conditions to steal the curse from her, but her curse was locked. Condition 1. Become Bianca's friend. Crush grimaced at the trouble. A double lock? How troublesome. He realized that because this was a curse Bianca carried from birth, it was considered a part of her body and assigned an extremely high value. This task was even harder than becoming her fiancé. Bianca inherently had no emotions, so she rarely showed interest in anything. Fearing that if she were sent back to Hadenhart, she would soon turn into the ruthless white demon, Crush decided to keep Bianca by his side, to wait for an opportunity to unlock it, both to prevent her from becoming the white demon and to seize the snow doll, killing two birds with one stone. That makes me very happy. I'm very grateful to be able to see my fiancé so often. Crush suppressed his calculations and replied with a smile to Bianca's plan. The little girl nodded slightly. I will confirm with father and return. See you later. Crush stood watching Bianca's back fade into the sunset, thinking to himself, I will have 1 month to make time to read as many secret occult books as possible. He let out a sigh of relief. Phew, things are about to get busy. However, the very next day at Green Pie Villa, the noise of moving things shattered the silence. Crush watched in bewilderment as men carried large crates into the house. Greetings, Lord Crush. A familiar voice rang out, making him jump. Bianca stood there amidst the wind and flying leaves, casually declaring, "From today on, I will be living at Green Pie Villa. I look forward to your guidance." Crush stood frozen, his eyes wide open in shock. "She intends to live here with me. Was what she said yesterday true? Why did she come back so fast?" "Bianca, is she sleeping in this place again?" Crush sighed upon seeing his fiancée sleeping soundly right in his room. He anxiously told himself, if other people see us like this, they will misunderstand. Just finishing a long yawn. Bianca sleepily opened her eyes to look at him, then casually greeted, "Good morning, Lord Crush. But why are you present here?" At which Crush lost his temper and snapped. "I should be the one asking that question, Bianca." Time flew by. Snow had completely blanketed the manor. Amidst the bone-chilling cold, Crush still diligently trained to the point of drenching in sweat, a blazing blue aura surrounding his body. He thoughtfully reflected, "Come to think of it, several months have passed since I started living with Bianca. The memory of the first day she moved in was still intact in his mind. Bianca had stood there with her elegant appearance, coldly declaring, "Starting from today, I will move to live at the Tan Cat Hole." Crush widened his eyes in surprise and stammered, "You've moved in for good already." She casually replied that her family had agreed immediately without encountering any obstacles. Looking at the little girl, Crush secretly worried. Are you okay being so far from home like this? You're only 12 years old, aren't you? Or did she also not want to stay in a home that always wanted to discard her? He realized that because Bianca had no emotions, her bond with her family was extremely loose. She couldn't even understand those feelings of sadness or loneliness. But Crush comforted himself, "Perhaps that's for the best, since I want to become friends with her." The relationship between the two of them passed like that in a strange way, just like a mother hen and a chick. Wherever he went, she followed. Looking at this pair, they were truly cute. Returning to the present, Crush was exerting himself in training, a powerful energy bursting forth. He realized her moving in was since summer, and now it had turned to winter, and this year was also about to end. This meant the opening day of the Lahenner Academy was drawing near. This was a place established from the cooperation between four great kingdoms and the Empire to train talents to fight against the world erosion, accepting only students aged 15 to 20. Before Crush returned to the past, this place had trained, creating countless members of the Azure generation with high-level skills. Crush gnashed his teeth in resentment. He promised himself he would plunder every single skill from those bastards as soon as he enrolled, because he understood their weaknesses better than anyone. In his past life, they had tormented him like an enemy, and now they were about to pay the price. Next year, Crush would turn 14, which meant he only had about 1 year left to prepare, and had to become even stronger. However, he realized his talent had begun to hit a limit, as these magic books could only bring him to the primary level of a chi expert. To overcome this barrier, Crush knew he had to seize the curse. The snow doll from Bianca as soon as possible and learn how to use the ultimate blood poison. Just stepping out of the training room, Crush saw Bianca sitting and waiting again. He asked Bianca, "Are you waiting out here again today?" The little girl casually replied, "Yes, I can't leave you alone, Crush." Since summer, she had always been following him like a shadow, to the point that when Crush explicitly asked if she intended to follow him all the way into the bathroom, Bianca still innocently asked back if that was. Forbidden or not, Crush could only sigh, wondering when Bianca would truly consider him a friend so he could accomplish his goal. He tried changing the subject. "Do you want to go out for a walk?" Right at that moment, a butler approached to report, "Young master, there is an invitation sent from the Astral Sanctuary." Crush repeated in surprise, "The Astral Sanctuary?" It was a formal annual banquet for the young nobility of the Starren Kingdom, where almost everyone attended to socialize and build relationships. Here, the nobility only came to show off their wealth and flaunt their prestige. Holding the invitation letter in his hand, Crush softly muttered, "Ah, now I remember. Thanks for the reminder, Ariel." In the previous timeline, because he confined himself within the Thantong Cat Hall, his memory of this event was rather vague. However, he knew for certain that bastard Billiken would be there. Crush's gaze hardened, and he decided he had to go to keep his promise to Ariel, telling himself that, by doing so, he wouldn't give him an excuse to do what he did last time, referring to preventing the tragedy that had befallen the old butler's daughter. After that, Crush handed the letter back to Ariel and decisively told them, "I will attend." Right away, Bianca, standing beside him, also spoke up. "I am going too." As they walked through the splendid hallway, Bianca looked at Crush anxiously and said, "Crush, the people attending the Astral Sanctuary will definitely criticize you." He looked over at his fiancée and replied with concern, "Yeah, but who knows what they'll say about you either. Maybe it's better if you don't go." In response to that worry, Bianca looked straight into his eyes and asserted, "No, I will go with you." Crush smiled faintly, reached out to pat Bianca's head, and said, "After all, protecting the fiancé is the fiancé's responsibility." Feeling like he might have joked a bit too much with the little girl, he quickly corrected himself. "I didn't ask as your fiancé. I just wanted to hear your honest opinion, Bianca." Bianca stood frozen at that action. She encountered that familiar look of pity once again. Over the past few months, Crush had treated her well in an incomprehensible way, from asking her what she wanted to eat for breakfast, inviting her along to choose books in the study room, all the way to staying up all night watching over her while she slept and reassuring her, "Don't worry, I'm not going anywhere. Sleep some more." This warm feeling was something Bianca had never received in the cold Hadenhart family, watching Crush diligently practicing his swordplay under the moonlight. She realized his kindness had made her almost forget the terrible first meeting between the two of them. In her heart, Bianca told herself, "That's why I don't hate Crush anymore." She looked deep into his eyes and repeated her assertion, "I will go with you, not as your fiancé, but as myself. That is my honest feeling." Crush was stunned by that sudden sincerity. He could only utter, "I understand." The carriage rolled out, taking them away from the manor under a brilliant sunset. As the magnificent castle appeared before them, Crush looked out the window and muttered, "So this is Garuru?" It really is the most famous place in the region. They rented the entire venue? Just how rich are they, good grief? Crush couldn't help but be amazed seeing the grand scale of the banquet host venue. These nobles, they live luxuriously, spending money like water. He thoughtfully pondered that the reason nobles in this world were revered was because they fought against the world erosion on behalf of the commoners. Yet, looking at the crowd of fools in front of him who only knew how to party day and night without bothering to train, Crush bitterly wondered if this was truly the future of Starren. The moment they stepped into the banquet hall, the announcement rang out loudly. "Lord Crush Vanham and young Lady Bianca Hadenhart have arrived." Immediately, malicious whispers surrounded the two of them. "Is that Crush Vanham, the failure son of the Vanham family? There's also that cursed girl from the northern clan, too. What a match made in heaven." The hypocritical nobles looked at them with contempt, even reminding one another not to stare. "Lest you catch the curse from Bianca." Amidst the chaotic crowd, Crush recognized the presence of interesting characters, the true nobles who would later join the Azure generation. There was Balak Hopma, dubbed the Tiger Youth, with a sharp gaze, Astral Emilia, with mysterious glowing red eyes, and Annex Freezer, a highly skilled wooden bow user. These three were none other than the illustrious Starren trio, who were currently focusing all their attention on him. They looked at him with disdain. Crush realized they were noticing him, and he guessed the reason was definitely because of his older sister, Charlotte. He recalled Charlotte telling him about how she wore a splendid red dress that made people flock to talk to her incessantly. But in the end, no one could best her in duels. Charlotte had once disgustedly called this place a trash sanctuary, and swore never to return. Looking at the current atmosphere, Crush knew for certain his sister had caused quite a commotion back then. Suddenly, Bianca gently tugged at his sleeve and comforted him. Lord Crush. Don't care about what others say. Crush was caught blank. He didn't expect the girl who had just been severely insulted to be worrying about him instead. He reached out to pat Bianca's head and smiled. I don't mind it at all. I was just thinking about Charlotte, while he wondered when he would finally show up. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. The announcement rang out again. Lord Darling Danfolian has arrived. A man with the most eccentric style among the nobles appeared with a radiant smile and an excited wave. 453! Greetings, everyone! That was none other than the famous chief of alchemy, Darling Danfolian. He didn't care about appearances, which was why he dressed very differently from others. He recalled his past life. Chaukat 15 ne dogochin, la en hagi kim koa trant el nandaling, darling Danfolian, ashin kong koi, trong vede en goagi, cho, nen, an msccn, rret, cut. Oh my God, your entire body is covered in curses. What on earth made you turn out this terrible? Darling had exclaimed in absolute shock upon looking at Crush's body, which was riddled with cruel scars in the old timeline. He had put his hand to his chin, muttering calculations in extreme excitement. With a corrosive type of curse, combining this and this together. Yes, it seems feasible. Right after that, Darling excitedly proposed a crazy idea. Hey, are you interested in becoming my test subject? I will cure you. A blinding light flashed as Darling forcefully cast a healing spell, leaving Crush to only shout out, "Stop! Stop it! Are you crazy? Get away from me!" He intentionally teased Crush for his own amusement. That was Darling Danfolian, the lord of the renowned Alchemy Castle. That was also the first time Crush met the man who would later be dubbed the world's greatest king of alchemy. Darling strode into the banquet hall with an extremely confident demeanor. He waved his hand excitedly. "Hello, everyone!" His appearance immediately created a wave of mixed public opinions. While the young ladies screamed in admiration, "Look, Lord Darling is wonderful today as well." The other nobles looked down on him, mocking him as a freak who intentionally arrived late to draw attention. Crush stood observing from afar. He thought to himself, a show-off like him would naturally choose a place where people of his age gathered to make his appearance. He turned to instruct Bianca, who was engrossed with a plate of food. "Bianca, wait for me here." While chewing, the little girl obediently replied, Okay. As Crush silently walked away, heading straight toward Darling, he caught the attention of the Lord of Alchemy. "Who is that kid? I feel like I've met him somewhere before." Crush Vanham's sharp gaze directed straight at him. Seeing Crush approaching closer, Darling stared intently at him and exclaimed in surprise. As expected, he looks a lot like Charlotte. He curiously asked if Crush had something to say, or if he was attracted by his appearance. Then his tone suddenly became serious. "Lately, it seems you've been rummaging for information about the world erosion, haven't you?" "Correct." Crush did not flinch in the slightest. He smirked defectively. "I wonder if saying that makes you more interested in me." Darling flashed a sinister smile. "You really are a provocative brat. Since you've piqued my curiosity, get yourself ready." He led Crush into a private room. While admiring the precious swords, he asked about his age. Upon hearing Crush reply that he was only 13 years old, Darling remarked, "Though you look young, the aura you radiate is completely different." Crush suppressed a sigh and stated bluntly, "Well, I don't have much time, so I want to get straight to the main point." Darling drew his sword from its scabbard and replied coldly, "Go ahead and speak." Suddenly, he threw a sword toward Crush, along with a mischievous invitation. "Here, catch!" The moment Crush managed to catch the weapon, Darling had already lunged to attack with incredible speed. The two greeted each other more closely with sword strikes aimed at one another. Crush struggled to fend off the continuous slashes. He roared in anger. "What the hell are you doing, Darling Danfarian?" Darling remained nonchalant, explaining while pressing the attack. "I just wanted to test Charlotte's younger brother's skills, that's all." Crush gnashed his teeth in resentment. What a troublesome guy. Despite the fierce battle taking place, Darling still urged, by the way, "Didn't you say you have something to discuss? I'm listening. Go ahead and speak." While taking a defensive stance, Crush replied, "Ah, that matter." The sword in Crush's hand clashed sharply against Darling's weapon. Seeing his opponent holding his ground, Darling mocked. "Aren't you supposed to be a failure with no skills?" Crush gnashed his teeth and calmly replied, Despite appearances, I practice every single day." In his mind, he quickly calculated whether he should use the secret technique to deal with this alchemist, or if he should shock him a little. Suddenly, Crush threw out an enticing bait. "The research on neutralizing curses, I can help you with that." The statement left Darling stunned, gasping, "What?" While pressing forward with sharp sword strikes, he questioned what Crush knew about alchemy to dare demand a cooperation. While evading vicious kicks, Crush confidently explained the research method to neutralize curses. That is something dispel mages still haven't been able to break, but it can be achieved by using another curse as a counterweight. He didn't expect a failure like Crush to be so knowledgeable about alchemy. Darling realized that to become a first-rate alchemist, he absolutely had to prove that research project. He withdrew his stance, his gaze becoming more serious. "I will help you with the research." Right at that moment, a pitch-black aura violently erupted, enveloping Crush's small body. He declared proudly, "With my curse-stealing skill." Witnessing this scene, Darling was completely shocked, his eyes wide in astonishment. "That aura... Isn't he a powerless failure?" He thought to himself that if what Crush said was true, this was indeed a perfect opportunity to finalize his research. In his extreme excitement, Darling flashed a mischievous smile and suggested, "What should I do to repay you?" "How about becoming my boyfriend?" Goosebumps broke out on Crush as he immediately dismissed it. "What the hell are you saying?" This guy was truly eccentric in dress, and his personality was just as freaky, wasn't it? He went straight to his main purpose, requesting Darling to use his expertise in brewing potions to create a medicine that mitigates the curses he would harvest in the future. Crush told himself that if he only relied on the skill-stealing technique, it would certainly not be enough for him to survive in this harsh world. Even the Azure generation, people who possessed extraordinary skills, could not prevent the destruction of the world. As Crush understood that better than anyone, he told himself a failure like him had to use every possible means, whether it was medicine or anything else. Standing before Crush, Darling carefully observed his cold expression and silently assessed. "I heard he had lost motivation because of being constantly compared to Charlotte, but that doesn't seem to be the case." He realized he was facing an overwhelming genius and a true outlier. Both of the Venom siblings managed to astonish Darling. Crush broke the silence with a question. "Can I ask you something?" Darling was curious about what it was, upon hearing Crush ask about his intention to attend the soon-to-be-established Rahan Academy. Darling couldn't help but look intently at the majestic academy building. Crush smirked with calculation. "Of course I am." In his heart, a new plan was brewing. There were plenty of skills for him to steal at the academy, and more importantly, he needed a legitimate reason to move around freely there. Darling was so excited he couldn't hide his enthusiasm. "Then that's fine. I will do anything. Potions or whatever." He asserted that as long as it involved curses, he was always welcoming, while not forgetting to demand a position by Crush's side. Witnessing that excessive enthusiasm, Crush thought to himself that this guy hadn't changed at all, same as before and after. He suddenly switched to a more serious matter. "You know about the color-changing disease, right? It was an incurable disease that turned the skin blue-black and led to death." Crush looked straight at Darling and ordered, "Formulate a cure for that disease." Darling froze, uttering in absolute bewilderment, eh? He reacted violently. Don't you know what incurable means? Even for me, that is impossible. But Crush kept a calm face, because he knew very well that in the distant future, Darling himself would be the one to complete this remedy. He clenched his fist and looked at the alchemist with eyes full of trust. You can do it. This sentence immediately sparked the pride inside Darling. He smirked. Hearing you say that wounds my pride, you know. He had successfully provoked a show-off. All right, then. Crush and Darling bumped fists, officially confirming the deal between the two of them. Crush instructed, when the potion is done, remember to contact Than Tung Cat. Darling replied with excitement. Okay, I will personally deliver it to you. However, Crush suddenly paused because of a long-standing question. He asked bluntly, You like my older sister, don't you? Darling didn't hide it at all, shouting out in excitement, I love Charlotte so much. But Crush was still not convinced. He questioned Darling about him, saying earlier that the spot next to him was still empty, and also mentioning a boyfriend. Darling put on a bashful look. He explained that because Crush was still small, he didn't fully understand yet, then suddenly confessed, I like boys too, you know. I can love both men and women. Completely terrified by this confession, Crush shouted loudly, Well, I don't! Then he immediately ran away for dear life, leaving Darling to call after him regretfully, Oh, wait, my future lover. Running while panting, Crush thought to himself that it turned out this alchemist was that kind of person. When he returned to the banquet hall, he suddenly froze before an eyesore of a scene. A man was roughly grabbing Bianca's hand, despite the little girl being in pain and trembling. Bianca looked at the man with eyes full of resentment, but also helplessness, silently calling Crush's name in her mind. While he wasn't present, she had been bullied to this extent just now. Without a second of hesitation, Crush rushed over and delivered a powerful kick straight to that noble's head, sending him flying and crashing down to the ground. The man clutched his head, groaning in intense pain. A surge of pitch-black, murderous aura violently erupted, enveloping Crush's body, causing his face to darken with rage. He growled threateningly, daring to force my fiancée. What do you think you're doing? Facing that wrath. The man trembled and stammered. Force. Crush looked at him with his utmost contemptuous gaze. Fine, I'll go. The cowardly noble could only utter in fear and hastily backed away before Crush's terrifying pressure. Before he could regain his composure, Crush coldly declared, instead of going to meet the two princesses as requested, I will go find Annex. The other guy asked back in bewilderment why, but Crush had long seen through the truth of the matter. He warned that no matter who he was serving, he had completely caught all of his master's bad habits. Crush decisively called Bianca to walk away, leaving the dazed man sitting flat on the floor. A mere nobody daring to copy his master by teasing a decent girl. Striding along the luxurious red-carpeted hallway, Crush thoughtfully wondered why Bianca dared to refuse to go see the princesses. Based on what he had experienced in his past life, he could completely guess the identity of the culprit behind the instructions. However, what made him wonder was that at age 12, Bianca shouldn't have been sharp enough to grasp the complex political situation like the current one. Crush stopped, softly calling Bianca's name. He looked straight at his fiancée and asked clearly why she didn't follow the princess's order. Bianca bowed her head, her silver hair slightly obscuring her face, softly replying with absolute sincerity, Because Lord Crush told me to wait. This innocent, yet completely trusting answer left Crush stunned. He smiled faintly. He reached out to pat her head affectionately as they both continued walking down the hallway. Well done. He walked up to a large door. Luckily, having received help from Annex, Crush and Bianca stepped into the room behind together. However, as soon as the door closed, Annex clearly showed his excitement. He blocked the way and proposed, so, like this, I'm curious about you too, Crush. Have a match with me. He didn't expect to meet yet another person who was equally crazy. Crush let out a thoroughly fed-up sigh. So it ends up like this after all? Fighting is forbidden at the astral sanctuary, you know. Anix still refused to let it go. He reasoned provocatively, but I already fought Charlotte. So it should be fine with you too, right? Since you're weaker than Charlotte. Crush suddenly recalled the rumors about this guy. When fighting Charlotte, he had held out longer than Abarax, an expert who was slightly higher level than him. What made Anix terrifying was his unpredictable combat senses, to the extent that opponents could by no means guess his next sword path. Crush told himself he had originally wanted to challenge this guy, but looking at his eyes burning with desire, he understood that he wouldn't be able to back down easily. Crush coldly accepted, fine. Immediately, he unleashed precise magical energy, preparing to clash at superfast speed to launch an attack on him. But it had no effect. He had agilely dodged the clenched fist. A single punch carrying cursed dark energy sent him flying. He could only clutch his stomach, groaning in agonizing pain. Chris stood firmly, quietly looking down at the defeated opponent. Alex clutched his chest and groaned, "Chris, you are ruthless." Chris coldly adjusted his collar and replied decisively, "You were the one who challenged me first." Despite being in a pathetic state, Anix still tried to plead. "Yeah, but wait, can I go get my weapon first?" Crush only smirked and asked back sarcastically, "Your weapon? More importantly, can you even stand up?" Anix tried to force himself up, but his body was completely exhausted, and collapsed onto the floor on its own, without a single shred of strength left him. Witnessing that scene, Bianca curiously asked Crush, "What on earth did you do to him?" Crush calmly explained as they both walked, "I used the heirloom technique of the Venom family, the 1-inch punch. This is a supreme skill created by someone who was once considered the worst failure of the Venom family in the past. It is a strike that maximizes damage over the shortest distance. If the conditions are met, it can even cause severe internal organ damage." It was precisely thanks to this 1-inch punch that Crush had survived countless life-and-death situations and saved himself when Thon Tongue Cat was burning in the pass. Crush looked at his hand and asserted firmly, "I used my strongest move, so he probably won't be able to sit up for a while." He signaled to Bianca to head inside, leaving behind Anix, who was lying flat on the ground, muttering in despair. Just stepping out onto the balcony under the brilliant full moon, Crush suddenly froze upon realizing the presence of two strangers waiting for him. He gasped in surprise. B.L. stood there with a mysterious smile, smirking sarcastically. "It's quite funny that you actually defeated Black Hood." Crush did not flinch in the slightest. He immediately exposed the opponent's plot anyway. "You only used the second princess to lure me here, didn't you? Aren't you standing here waiting for exactly that reason, now that I've arrived?" Without hesitating or wasting time, he directly stated his intention. L appeared surprised upon being seen through, muttering, "How did you realize that? Strange. You are different from what I heard. Perhaps the rumors are false." Crush growled, pointing straight at the face of the person opposite him. "You were the one who spread the rumors saying, 'I am a failure,' weren't you?" He thrust his hand, which was radiating a pitch-black aura, forward and declared threateningly, however, "If you lose to me today, the rumors will change a bit from now on, because I am going to steal your skill." Crush stood proudly on the balcony. That person was none other than Anix Gleiser. In his heart, Crush bitterly recalled the time they once stood side by side, from the days back at the academy until they joined the Azure generation. "Now, you are an old friend of mine. Because we were together for so long, I understand you very well." But behind that facade of friendship lay a harsh truth that Crush had seen right through. The reality is, you only became friends with me because I was useful to you. A selfish person who deceived his teachers and betrayed his friends, hanging out with him just to exploit him, and that very so-called usefulness was the worst reason that drove him to betray him. The memory of that fateful day rushed back like a nightmare. In the midst of the ruined battlefield, when all his comrades had fallen, Crush struggled to hold onto the cliff, his breathing rapid in despair. Damn it. Has everyone been defeated? Anix, are you there? Help me. In response to that desperate cry for help, Anix only stood quietly above, looking down with a gaze cold enough to cause goosebumps. He casually calculated, Crush, if they find out that falling into the trap was my fault, I will definitely lose my position in the Azure generation, right? But if I survive alone, no one will know about this anymore. Anix's cold-blooded declaration left Crush completely stunned. Even on the brink of death, he still tried to yell out, Hey, do you think it's that easy? Internal conflicts are fierce enough as it is. You will definitely be kicked out for this. Yet Anix only smirked deviously. He had already laid out a cruel plan. It's fine, I will pin all the blame on you. Since you are hated by everyone around you, they will believe my words. And just like that, the truth of this matter will be buried. He leaned down, uttering a thoroughly fake farewell. Thank you, Crush, for being my friend until the very last minute. Having finished his words, he walked away without looking back. At the boundary between life and death, Crush felt his strength draining away. His bloody hands gradually let go of the cold rock ledge. Am I really going to end up like this? Just as the desperate thought flashed in his blurred eyes, a hand suddenly reached out and firmly grabbed him. Arthur appeared like a savior at the last minute, along with a question, Are you all right? And hastily pulled him up from the deep abyss of the chasm. Present Crush thoughtfully recalled that at that time, Arthur saved him simply because they were on the same team, but he also understood clearly that it was the beginning of a long new chain of tragedies. For a long time after that incident, Anix was expelled from the Azure generation thanks to Arthur's testimony. Crush used to be furious seeing him desperately trying to marry the princess, but now facing Anix in this timeline, he realized this guy hadn't changed at all. Anix smirked slyly. Crush. Your face and the way you talk look a lot like Charlotte. Those words touched a sore spot, enraging Crush. He growled, Hey, don't call her name so casually like that. You say she and I are alike? The dark energy from the Black Hat's skill erupted powerfully, surrounding Crush's body as he prepared to enter the battle. He coldly asserted, That's right. Just like her, I am the type of person who never backs down from a battle. Before Anix's calm look, Crush rushed forward like a pitch-black phantom, delivering a powerful attack. A giant tree root suddenly erupted from the ground, forming a sturdy shield, but Crush quickly reacted. He stepped hard on the wooden trunk, spinning around and gripping the tree branch tightly to build momentum to launch himself forward. Relying on having far more strength than Crush, Anix looked down arrogantly as the giant tree roots frantically attacked Crush. Despite trying his best to dodge, Crush was still tightly wrapped by the wooden tentacles and flung around in mid-air. Before falling right next to Bianca, suppressing a highly frustrated sigh, he muttered, As expected, how troublesome. Anix smirked triumphantly, the tree roots winding around like venomous snakes. He complacently showed off the world-shattering wood technique, the ultimate sex skill of the Geyser family that allows the user to use aura to reinforce and manipulate plants at will. By using recovery skills to breed plants, he could easily compensate for the limitations of this technique. Anix provoked, Is that all? You better use a weapon. Crush casually picked up a dry branch from the ground and shot back. You want me to use a weapon? Then I will use your own wood to go against you. Ow! Seeing Crush challenge him with just a dry branch, Anix thought, Seriously? Then try blocking this with that branch. Anix roared, controlling a barrage of tree roots to rush forward like a storm. However, Crush made his eyes widen in astonishment as he continuously slipped away, perfectly dodging every single attack. Anix was stunned, wondering how a person considered a failure like Crush could possess such extraordinary reflexes. He began to doubt whether Crush had awakened the mind's eye, a supreme sensory ability reserved only for geniuses like Charlotte. Crush's eyes flashed with a mysterious purple light. He coldly declared, To you, I am no different from a natural enemy. In his heart, Crush knew very well he was sick and tired of seeing through Anix's abilities since the previous timeline. Seeing his opponent still engrossed in thinking about Charlotte, Crush delivered a powerful strike with the branch in his hand, pushing Anix back. Furious at being looked down upon, Anix roared, "Crush, you better watch your mouth!" He immediately cast the fifth move, World-Shattering Wood Giant, summoning a giant wooden entity with a demonic face to crush Crush. Every strike he threw aimed for Crush's life. Anix flashed a sinister smile, looking at Crush, with the gaze of a superior being, and uttered a threat. "From now on, you better be careful." Right at that moment, a girl rushed over in a panic, her face filled with horror as she shouted loudly, "Lord Anix, you must not do that!" She knew very well that if that attack carrying destructive power hit Crush directly, the consequences would be irreversible. The giant wooden fist of the Titan came crashing down with terrifying pressure, ready to crush everything beneath it. Facing imminent death, Crush calmly closed his eyes, letting the leaves fly wildly around him. In his mind, the image appeared. The thinnest secret book lying quietly in the secret library of the Thon Tongkat Manor. Its author was an ancestor who had absolutely no natural talent. A person who spent his entire life just repeating ordinary practice strikes until the age of 80. That secret book was extremely concise, only recording his simplest strikes in his final years. However, precisely because he had been pushed into a similar dead end by curses countless times, Crush came to understand the true heirloom technique of his ancestor, which wasn't as simple as what was written. "The sword is me, I turn into the sword." Crush brandished the dry branch in his hand. As long as he considered the object in his hand a sword, that incredibly simple truth would create boundless power. A single vertical slash sliced the giant wooden monster in half. To the absolute shock of his opponent, the giant shattered into pieces. Witnessing that scene, Bianca and the people around could only freeze, their eyes wide open in amazement. Anix trembled, his face turning pale and sweat pouring down, out of fear upon seeing his strongest skill neutralized so easily, as Crush coldly walked over, looking straight at the person prostrating on the ground and growling, "Hey, don't you ever act arrogant again." Crush coldly discarded the dry branch, looking down at Anix, who was completely collapsed by the balcony. After losing miserably in an unexpected way, he could only let out a groan and slump down, to the shock of the onlookers. As Crush stood there, his breathing heavy and sweat pouring down his face, thoroughly exhausted after the intense battle, he cursed to himself. "Damn it, I intended to save just enough strength to easily steal his skill, but since I poured it all into one strike, I can't even move now. Confound it, I can't even catch my breath to speak." Crush's legs trembled unsteadily, his consciousness gradually blurring from exhaustion. Right at that moment, Bianca and Darling rushed over to assist. Bianca said anxiously, "Crush, let me help you." Darling suddenly grabbed Crush, making him cry out in pain. Seeing his depleted condition, Darling said in a hurry, At this rate Crush is going to die. Just let me handle it." Bianca nodded in agreement. "I'm counting on you." Then she let Darling carry Crush on his back. Whispers of the nobles began to spread throughout the noisy banquet hall. "What was that? That failure actually beat Anix? No way, that useless youngest son of the Vanham family did?" Darling carried Crush away, thinking to himself that rumors indeed spread at a dizzying speed. Those who previously looked down on him would now have to look at him through a different lens. He believed that, when he woke up, Crush would definitely become the center of attention of the entire kingdom. However, a sense of unease suddenly arose in the alchemist's heart as he recalled the gaze of the defeated opponent. "By the way, Anix's expression earlier makes me feel so uneasy. I have a gut feeling that something bad is about to happen under the full moon." While carrying Crush on his back, Darling instructed, Hey, Brad, you are not allowed to die until you collaborate on that research with me, you hear? The scene shifts to Crush's grueling training days at the manor, where his small body has to face giant logs rushing at him from all directions. As Crush braces himself through the painful impacts, his eyes still burn with determination to break his own limits to prepare for the upcoming events. A week has passed since returning from the astral sanctuary. In the courtyard of the manor, sweat completely drenches his small back. He lets out a soft sigh of relief. Finally, I've recovered from that match. Thinking about the confrontation with Annex, Crush silently assesses that if he had intentionally pushed him to the absolute brink back then, he might have ended up in a worse state than him. Luckily, he knew how to restrain himself and stop at the right time. Crush lets out a sigh of regret. If only I hadn't passed out back then, at least I would have been prepared to steal his skill. In fact, he possesses two methods to steal an opponent's skill. One is the ordinary method by unlocking the Black Hat skill, and the second is a more subtle way that makes the opponent underestimate the very skill they possess. With Annex, Crush had already intended to use the second method. This method is extremely easy to execute if you completely overwhelm the opponent. Because the world-shattering wood giant, Annex's strongest move, was taken down with a single blow by a failure he always looked down on, doubts about the value of that skill will surely spread in his mind once he begins to question himself. The psychological defense barrier will weaken, and he won't value the move that led to his failure anymore. Although it takes a bit of time, Crush is certain that Annex's recovery skill will eventually belong to him within the remaining year. Before officially setting foot into the academy, Crush intends to spend every single day training in order to surpass that crowd of geniuses. However, the sound of the room door bursting open cuts off his train of thought. Butler Alliot enters with a respectful yet grave expression. "Young Master Crush, Lord Belokin has arrived at Tantung Kek." Crush sneers. He knows that Belokin must have completely lost his patience after being rejected by him 22 times. It can no longer be delayed. Crush casually orders, "Invite him in." Alliot bows in obedience and withdraws. At this moment, Bianca approaches and thoughtfully hands him a cup of water. "Lord Crush, please have some water." "Shia yoin ndi chen nbi, shi votei, el n n n n mg, la n tsc. Bianca bngen, jondi ko shuyagan. Jivadai dite a chape, Ngadi, Jiga. Muy emo, ui mi, si. Crush startles in surprise. Huh? Really? He wonders if this is waste being expelled from the body when using aura. He doesn't even notice what state his body is in anymore. Looking at her fiancé's awkward look, Bianca tactfully asks, "Aren't you going to bathe before meeting Lord Belokin?" But Crush just clicks his tongue and lets it go. He decides to keep working out instead of being overly concerned about appearances in front of an enemy. "Then don't come near me." Bianca turns away in a huff, leaving Crush with an amused expression. He thinks to himself. Unable to resist the urge to tease her, he quickly chases after her as Bianca runs away. "Where do you think you're escaping to?" "To Crush right now." However, amidst these rare peaceful moments, memories of his past life suddenly rush back like a haunting phantom. Crush contemplates, his eyes showing a hint of sadness. The people I knew before returning to the past must be looking at me with cold eyes. Even though he lives in the present, the painful past always haunts his mind. In his mind, have you gone soft because of this peaceful life? Do you really think you can prevent the destruction of the world like that? Crush can only utter involuntarily. Arthur then silently admits a bitter truth. Except for the final moment of betrayal, he was always a pioneering hero. By the way, where is Arthur now, and what is he doing? Right then, a sarcastic voice rings out from behind. "Flirting with your fiancée, are you?" Looks like you're having a lot of fun. The person who just appeared with an arrogant demeanor is none other than Belokin Vanum, the third son of the Vanum family. Everyone needs to relax. The guy who used to be so afraid of him that he didn't dare to look straight now dares to stare at him like this, while Belokin is still doubtful about the rumor of Crush defeating Enix. Crush proactively launches a verbal attack. By the way, you're so busy, yet you still have free time to come to Thantong Cat? Belokin is caught off guard, stammering in repetition. Crush continues to deliver another psychological blow. I heard that the Rarun Academy admits students through exams regardless of status. So you should prepare too, brother. The highly provocative words distort Belokin's face in shock and anger. Is this guy provoking me? He feels his self-esteem deeply wounded because to him, the Vanum family stands at a completely different, superior level that even the most powerful empire must revere. As a member of the direct lineage, he gnashes his teeth and tells himself, Crush, don't get cocky just because you took down someone like Enix. However, to save face, Belokin forces a fake smile and replies, You're quite a joker. Belokin continues using a sarcastic tone to demean Crush. Well, it's understandable. For failures like you, intentionally provoking his younger brother to put Crush on the spot, but contrary to expectations, Crush only casually replies, Yeah, I guess so. This causes Belokin to flush with anger at that nonchalant attitude. Suppressing his rage, he goes straight to his main purpose. Actually, I came here today to announce an order. Crush raises an eyebrow inquisitively. This news leaves Crush utterly shocked. What? Clan missions don't require those under 15 to participate. To push his younger brother into a corner, Belokin reassures him in a highly scheming manner. Don't worry, I will go along as your guardian. Seeing right through the opponent's core, he takes the cup with a gentle thank you, but Bianca suddenly grimaces in aversion. What's the matter? Your whole body stinks of sweat. Without a second of hesitation, he accepted the challenge. If they were going, then they were going. To Crush, facing the world erosion was even more familiar than his current peaceful life. He clenched his fist, confident that even if this was Belokin's trap, he already had a plan to deal with it. Just at that moment, Bianca appeared and asked Crush anxiously, Where are you going, Lord Crush? He instructed her not to follow because he would be away from home for a while to handle the erosion matter. Bianca asked back sadly, Can't I come along? Witnessing that scene, Belokin found it utterly repulsive. He secretly sneered that a 13-year-old child going to stop the world erosion was completely absurd. Belokin muttered insults about this cursed princess. Immediately, Crush shielded Bianca and snapped, She is my fiancée. He didn't forget to counter-sarcastically remark about his older brother. Surely an honorable older brother like you wouldn't take a 12-year-old child's words seriously, right? Crush's words were no different from a direct slap to his older brother's face, without showing the slightest respect. The gazes of the two met with intense tension. Belokin gnashes his teeth in anger and then stomped away in a huff. Crush gently patted Bianca's head and praised, Well done, Bianca Totto. To the little girl's bewilderment, he asserted that her very presence had helped. A great deal. Bianca looked at him with eyes full of anxiety and pleaded, Please, do not collapse again. Crush softly replied, Yeah? I'm leaving now, then decisively turned his back and walked away. A world encroached upon by another dimension. A terrifying phenomenon that caused eroded creatures to appear and the environment to transform anomalously. If the erosion progressed any further, that area would completely become an entirely different world. At Mount Gerlach, a marshland had formed and was classified as a 3-star erosion level. Crush stood among a squad of 5 knights in dark blue uniforms, coldly asking for news from the Purification Squad. Though he was young in the group, he also cared about his mission. A soldier reported that they would begin their work right after the master of this region was eliminated. With a 3-star rating, this was a challenge that a mid-tier professional knight squad could handle easily. Bilokin, a high-tier expert, would certainly be able to defeat the master of this eroded zone without much difficulty. He called Crush's name and then casually declared that the purpose of bringing him here was so that a novice expert tier individual could accumulate more experience. Crush only replied with an indifferent yeah, but in his heart he couldn't help but mock his older brother's patronizing attitude. Experience? Who do you think you're talking to? Crush thought to himself with a sharp and cold gaze. There. Only reason he followed a person who only wanted to dominate him like Bilokin was for one single thing: to test a temporary method for my madness. The real battle broke out. As the hideous eroded creatures were sliced in half under powerful slashes, clearing the path for the troop to advance deep into the marshland. A horrific scream, G-I-A-A-A, echoed amidst the surrounding horde of monsters, causing the soldiers to start losing their composure. Damn it! At this rate, we will never eliminate them all. Their numbers are too overwhelming against our few soldiers. He spoke up to give instructions regarding this headless monster covered in teeth, requesting everyone to cover their entire bodies with aura, because if bitten by it, the wound would swell up immediately. A soldier asked in surprise, Lord Crush, "Have you ever experienced the world erosion phenomenon before?" "Is that so?" Crush casually replied. Since he was only 13 years old, having approached an eroded zone before was completely absurd. However, the calm attitude of someone originally considered a failure left Bilokin highly suspicious. But why is a failure like him so calm in an eroded zone, when it's only his first time here? Instead, memories of when he was 15 years old, when his pride was crushed to pieces at this very place, rushed back like a bitter reminder. Yet how can he casually give advice to the knights like that? Bilokin stared intently at Crush with extreme suspicion. He realized his younger brother's calm attitude right now was completely different from the very first time he himself stepped into an eroded zone. Looking at Crush's back as he quietly advanced forward, an extreme hypothesis began to ignite in Bilokin's mind. He trembled and wondered, if Crush grows up like Charlotte and surpasses me, will I become the failure of the Vanham family? He was afraid this younger brother would leave him behind. The one cast aside would be him. Crush abruptly stopped. He softly called out, "Brother, we are about to arrive at the place where the master resides." Bilokin tried to regain his composure. He smirked and told Crush that he was lucky because this time seemed easier than his own first time. Observing that there were no more eroded creatures around, Bilokin assumed only the master was left here, but Crush immediately voiced a warning. That is all the more reason to be on high alert. He explained that for a 3-star master to be strong enough to maintain an eroded zone all by itself, its power could not be underestimated, causing the knights behind to begin panicking. Seeing the soldiers' morale wavering, Bilokin snapped, "Hey, don't be shaken like that. It's just a few words from a mere child." He tried to rally the soldiers' spirits, ordering the whole squad to quickly handle this 3-star target so they could return early. Crush quietly observed the rushing crowd. Thinking to himself, they will realize the truth soon enough. He focused with high concentration on what needed to be done, his sharp, cold eyes sensing the eroding energy surging beneath the ground. Thanks to the amount of poison that had seeped deep into his blood before his regression, Crush noticed his current senses were even sharper than in the previous timeline. Now I just need to swallow it. Crush held the potion cup, his heart beating rapidly as the decisive moment arrived. He decisively drank the dark liquid to the last drop. Immediately, an intense pain rushed over, turning his eyes bloodshot and making his veins bulge terrifyingly. Ah. Crush collapsed, vomiting a large puddle of blood amidst the shock of the onlookers. A knight anxiously ran over to support him. "Lord Crush, are you all right?" Suppressing the pain, he wiped away the streak of fresh blood and lied to reassure them. "Yeah, I just tripped." Standing next to him, Bilokin offered with pity, "Since it's your first time, don't push yourself too hard. I'll carry you." But Crush coldly refused. No need. Looking at the blood on his hand, he silently assessed that the eroding energy was acting like an extreme poison, ravaging his body, but he had no other choice but to grit his teeth and endure it. What was the reason that he would harm himself like that? This was precisely why Crush had trained to let the extreme poison seep into his blood beforehand, according to the secret manual. He began executing the blending of aura with the eroding energy, forcing the aura flow to circulate without rest. He imagined his aura flow like a great river, quietly absorbing and dissolving the eroding energy within, to create a new color of power that could not be overshadowed. However, the consequence of this madness was extremely devastating, leaving Crush's eyes blood-stained and his body trembling non-stop. He continued to cough up blood, looking at his stained red hands and telling himself, if it were a normal person, they definitely wouldn't have been able to endure this. It's time to use that secret technique. He thought about the history of Thonton Cat, a place that was once closed down and seemingly forgotten after Damaris Vanham vanished. However, a blind ancestor had accidentally discovered this secret archive. Unfortunately, because his eyes could not see, he was unable to read the manuals, leading to him locking this place tightly forever, so that no one would have to repeat a tragedy like his own. That ancestor decided to leave behind a single secret technique that could be transmitted without sight, and that transmission had been received by Crush from him. A surge of aura violently erupted around Crush, marking the awakening of a supreme sensory ability that could perceive the slightest vibration through aura. That was precisely the sixth sense. Although currently Crush could only expand the range of his perception to about a finger joint's length, but that much was already more than enough for him to realize the anomaly right at the spot where he was standing. Crush's eyes widened, a wild smile appearing on his blood-splattered face as he understood his true situation. It wasn't that the world was being engulfed by madness, but rather Crush's own senses were becoming sharper than ever before. He noticed the madness was thinning out, all thanks to practicing his ancestor's sixth sense secret technique. Even so, Crush understood clearly that this was only a temporary solution. If he continued to absorb eroding energy, insanity could strike at any moment. This is also known as over-training, which leads to chi deviation. And when that happens, he will still need Bianca's Snowdoll curse to stabilize his mind. Although it's just a makeshift measure, there's no denying that Crush has managed to control the power because of it. He clenched his fist, distinctly feeling that this was the first time he could advance to a whole new level. However, a sudden shiver abruptly crept over him. Crush's eyes widened in shock. He hastily spun around upon sensing a heavily oppressive presence emerging from the darkness. A hideous creature, with a form patched together from countless human body parts, gradually revealed itself. It extended its long, slender neck with a gray face, and its tightly shut eyes instantly flew wide open, burning with a deadly red glare. It was a giant, bumpy mass of flesh with faces screaming in agony. Looking at it, faint-hearted people like us would probably all faint on the spot. "It's the Area Master Monster!" A horrific scream echoed through the dark space. The monster roared, exposing its wide-open mouth full of fangs with bizarre faces surrounding its entire body. Witnessing this terrifying sight, Bilokin was completely stunned, his face distorted with fear to the point of being speechless. Crush couldn't help but be shocked either by the appearance of this powerful entity. The informational text appeared confirming its identity: Senganki, the thousand-faced demon. A world erosion master reaching a 3-star level. Standing before the giant monster that was radiating a towering, murderous intent, a resounding shout echoed out, shattering the dense atmosphere. "Everyone, prepare for battle! Prepare for battle!" The thunderous shout urged the knights to draw their swords simultaneously, ready to face the imminent danger. Amidst the dark space of the eroded zone, Bilokin began to concentrate his energy, causing the treasured sword to radiate a brilliant blue light. Immediately, a terrifying amount of heat erupted, enveloping him in bright red flames. The Ignis skill was officially unleashed. turning Belokin into a powerful fire warrior with hair burning like lava. With this formidable strength facing this demon, he is fully capable of defeating IT. Witnessing that scene, those accompanying him couldn't help but admire in awe. Lord Belokin's Ignis flame always leaves people astonished. Not only that, its destructive power is also truly horrific, isn't it? After all, it's a pinnacle skill that can incinerate everything in front of it. In contrast to the crowd's cheering, Crush stood frozen, his eyes showing a clear look of resentment as he stared into those flames. He bitterly recalled a horrific memory from the old timeline. Ignis was precisely the skill that had burned his arm before. The image of a violent Belokin stepping on the small Crush and insulting him came back vividly. Have you seen the difference between us now, huh? I don't have time to waste on trash like you. Looking at the arrogant back of Belokin as he walked away with the flaming sword, Crush muttered his name with absolute coldness. He knew very well that in his past life, Belokin had completely fallen into a state of madness before the time reversal event occurred. But now, having taken hold of power in his own hands, Crush was no longer the child for him to bully. He would return what he was given in his past life. A mysterious purple-black aura erupted, enveloping his body as the Black Hat skill was activated. On Crush's hand, bizarre eyes and a demonic mouth appeared. He smirked meaningfully, but what about now? I hope you won't change a single bit. Immediately, a violent earthquake erupted, accompanied by agonizing cries. Oof! A bizarre entity with a hideous face was choked by the purple aura, its body twisting in vain. The apprentice knights began to panic excessively upon witnessing the terrifying scene. Is that the face-stealing curse? The situation became chaotic as the monster extended 8 giant arms, frantically attacking and crushing everything around. Seeing that, even the seniors were struggling hard to hold their ground. The young soldiers trembled in despair. Apprentices like us, how can we avoid that curse? If things have come to this, the only way out is to run. A soldier's desperate scream echoed amidst the chaotic battlefield. The scene unfolding was incredibly turbulent. Some told others to fight, while some told others to run. Immediately, a resounding roar drowned out the space. Attack! That was Belokin in the blazing state of the Ignis skill. He rushed straight at the monster like a fire arrow, his slashes carrying a terrifying heat. Slicing vertically through the hideous body of the thousand-faced demon, creating dazzling trails of fire amidst the dark marshland. Observing from afar, Crush couldn't help but be taken aback. He is aiming at the thousand-faced demon instead of aiming at me. Why? He narrowed his eyes, following every frantic movement of his older brother. However, the situation suddenly turned bizarre, as the faces on the monster's body began to ooze a dark liquid. Crush gasped in shock, tears of blood. Streams of pitch-black blood poured continuously from the deep, hollow eyes of the masks, creating a spine-chilling and haunting scene. Something is wrong. If this keeps up, it will be very dangerous. With it pouring out like this, it will submerge everything in no time. Crush silently assessed as he saw the tears of blood still relentlessly pouring from the bizarre masks. Despite that terrifying omen, Belokin still frantically rushed in to attack continuously, unleashing blazing strikes upon the giant body of the opponent. However, a terrifying surge of pressure suddenly erupted from the monster, causing Belokin to turn pale with horror. What on earth is this terrifying pressure? I must focus on destroying the thousand-faced demon right now before any more anomalies occur, Belokin told himself. The flames from the Ignis skill flared up violently on his sword. He darted forward like a fire arrow and roared an order. All knights, bring down the thousand-faced demon. In front of him, the soldiers stood motionless like statues, their faces sinking into an eerie darkness. Belokin stammered in absolute panic. What on earth are you? A horrific thought flashed in his mind. Is this the thousand-faced demon's curse? He couldn't believe reality. But I haven't even touched it yet. The bizarre sensation from earlier suddenly rushed over. Bilokin, trembling, caught his hand up to touch his distorting face, and he realized the bitter truth in shock. Don't tell me that bizarre sensation from earlier. The giant monster with the deep red, fang-filled mouth had already closed in right above his head, looking down at him with the eyes of the god of death. Bilokin was struck dumb. Has it caught me already? The scene abruptly shifts to a dark forest under a pouring rain. Right now, he was collapsing on the sodden ground, his breathing rapid in absolute terror. This is bad. Oh no, this is bad. I'm about to get killed. The boy tried to crawl in vain, mud completely clinging to his small body. At this rate, I'll lose my life. Right behind him, a giant bizarre hand with a purple-black aura was reaching out, ready to crush him. Why is this happening to me? Dying. Am I? The strongest of the Venoms going to die? Amidst the white sheet of rain, a familiar figure suddenly appeared behind him, tossing a cold mockery, because you are an idiot. Surpassed by a younger sister 3 years younger than you after all your bragging, you lost the entire night squad. Now you're running away just to save your own life. What a fool. Because you failed miserably, you will have to die. Those insulting words seemed to suffocate Bilokin's mind. As he was crushed by the giant hand of the thousand-faced demon, he could only scream in despair. Ah! He collapsed both mentally and physically. Under the pouring rain, the once arrogant man was now nothing but a pathetic figure crawling through the mud, blood and rainwater mixing on his heavily wounded face. He looked up, his breathing broken, asking in despair, "Who are you?" In front of him, Crush appeared with an oddly calm demeanor. Bilokin gasped in shock. "Crush! Why are you here? You're still alive." Crush smirked, replying in a casual tone, "Brother, you're awake. I've been watching everything from afar this whole time." He explained that when he saw his older brother being swallowed by the marshland after the thousand-faced demon's attack, he had stealthily pulled him out of there immediately. Bilokin tried to suppress the pain to hold on to his last shred of pride. "Is that so? I'm fine now. I can walk by myself." Crush stared straight into his trembling eyes, secretly mocking his condition with a body that can't even use aura. Crush stepped closer, putting out a hand to assist while asking mockingly. Bilokin gnashed his teeth in resentment, brushing away the help of the younger brother he always looked down on. "I don't need help from an idiot like you." Despite failing miserably, his pride was still not entirely lost. He tried to use his treasured sword as a support, but his trembling hands and exhausted body only allowed him to stand steady with a struggle amidst the white sheet of rain. "Is the thousand-faced demon still nearby?" Bilokin asked anxiously. He wanted to know how far they were from the scene. Crush only replied indifferently, "Who knows?" They had walked for quite a long time, but still couldn't escape. The world erosion this time was probably a closed space. He thought to himself, could it be that they won't be able to leave if they don't defeat the thousand-faced demon? Bilokin collapsed to the ground, gnashing his teeth and cursing in ultimate despair. Crush looked at his broken older brother and softly called out, "Brother!" Crush suddenly revealed a shocking truth, actually. "I have a secret ultimate technique. It's something Charlotte passed down to me." He asserted that the reason he was able to confront Anix at the Astral Sanctuary was precisely thanks to this ultimate technique. Bilokin was stunned. He couldn't believe his ears. Charlotte's secret ultimate technique? In his heart, he wondered in shock. Even someone as cold as Charlotte actually holds special affection for her younger brother? He looked at Crush suspiciously and asked, "Do you think we can defeat the thousand-faced demon with that ultimate technique?" Crush looked straight into his older brother's eyes and replied with absolute confidence, "We can." Alone, he couldn't defeat this demon, but if he had his older brother fighting alongside him, would there be a chance to win? Instead of hiding from the thousand-faced demon and dying slowly in the eroded zone, I think this way is worth a try. Crush stood proudly amidst the rain, convincing his exhausted older brother. He knew very well that Bilokin didn't trust him, so he hit the key point. But, brother, surely you trust her skill, don't you? Bilokin fell silent for a moment and then admitted the truth. Yeah, after all, Charlotte is a genius. He forced himself up, pulling his sword from the ground and giving a final warning. But if we fail, both of us are done for, kid. Crush smirked. A powerful purple-black aura began to erupt around his body as he firmly asserted, "Rest assured, I will absolutely not fail." "The thousand-faced demon is approaching," Crush whispered, his sharp and cold eyes observing the enemy closing in amidst the pouring rain. He turned to ask his wounded older brother, Brother Bilokin, "Are you ready to cast Ignis?" Bilokin suppressed the pain, nodding to confirm. "Yeah, I am." Flames began to flare up on his hand. Crush said decisively, "Then let's begin." He stepped out from the bushes, his eyes tightly closed to focus his entire mind. Suddenly, a brilliant and pure blue aura erupted, enveloping Crush's small body and his sword. Witnessing this scene, Bilokin's heart pounded in shock. He gasped in awe. "What? That is truly an incredible concentration." He stared intently at the transparent aura that he had never seen before, clearly sensing its absolute purity. In his heart, Bilokin admitted in shock when he told me to combine the Ignis flame with Charlotte's secret technique. I didn't believe it, but now I've seen it clearly with my own eyes. He couldn't understand why the type of aura that he couldn't master, despite practicing hard for so many years, was being used so easily by Crush. "Brother Bilokin." Crush's call snapped him out of his train of thought. "He ordered, use Ignis!" Bilokin stammered, "All right." Shaking off his thoughts, Bilokin focused on transferring the flames onto Crush's sword. The two powerful sources of energy began to blend, turning the treasured sword into a blazing rocket amidst the dark night. Crush gripped the sword tightly, his gaze full of determination as he looked forward and softly uttered, "Do you have a problem?" Crush turned to ask when he saw Bilokin, still standing rooted to the spot in shock. He casually continued, "No, don't mind it. It seems I'll make it in time. I don't need your support anymore." Bilokin was struck dumb before the excessive confidence of the younger brother he always looked down on. "What, looking into Crush's glowing eyes, he realized in shock that the flames radiating from Crush's sword were even more intense and pure than his own. Bilokin, trembling, admitted that the sword truly possessed enough power to finish off the thousand-faced demon in the blink of an eye. Humiliating memories rushed back into his mind of the battle where he lost all his subordinates and had to flee in disgrace. Witnessing his entire night squad die in battle, it was his own excessive confidence that led to this terrible consequence. A frantic envy arose within him. Bilokin wondered if Crush really defeated this monster. Would he actually be inferior to a failure? Right at that moment, Crush darted forward like a blazing flash of lightning, swinging his sword to deliver a fatal slash into the demon's hideous body. A giant column of fire erupted, incinerating everything in its terrifying heat. Bilokin froze, sweat pouring down his face, which was distorted from shock. As he witnessed that powerful entity completely obliterated, the eroded zone dissolved, returning a clear blue sky and lush green meadows under the brilliant sunlight. Crush stood proudly amidst the peaceful scenery. He turned back to look at his older brother and casually declared, "Brother, I've finished dealing with it." Instead of being grateful, Bilokin's face darkened with resentment. That easily. He gnashed his teeth, suddenly drawing his sword and rushing forward to attack Crush. From behind with a frantic scream, "Then go die!" But Crush was faster than him, spinning around to block the slash to the absolute astonishment of the traitor. He knew that the guy would eventually turn around to bite him back anyway. Bilokin realized in shock that he could no longer use his Ignis skill at all. He had no idea that his entire power was being swallowed up by Crush's purple-black energy. Crush looked straight into his eyes and tossed a sarcastic remark. "Thank you, Belokin." As Crush looked at Belokin with a sharp, cold gaze, his body was covered in a highly eerie purple-black aura. He casually uttered a bitter truth, because you haven't changed a single bit. It turned out all the events just now were within Crush's calculations to fulfill the unlocking conditions of the Black Hat skill for Belokin. This stealing condition was originally very simple, yet extremely cruel. First, the opponent must voluntarily grant a part of their strength to the rival. Second, they believe that the rival can master that strength better than themselves. And finally, the decisive factor is the total collapse of their pride. At the moment Crush swung his sword, the entire power of Ignis officially belonged to him. Belokin screamed miserably in ultimate pain, as he was stripped of his core source of power. Looking at the person who used to torment him now prostrating beneath his feet, Crush coldly called his name, Belokin. He would take back every single grudge from both his past life and this life. Memories of his childhood days being pushed away suddenly rushed back, when the poor young Crush once yearned to get along with his older brother and everyone else in the family. And in response to that goodwill were always harsh rejections. Don't interfere in things that are none of your business or you can't achieve anything. It was precisely Belokin's persistent hostility that blocked every chance for Crush to reconcile. Even though he was treated poorly, he still used to hold a fragile hope that just for this once, Belokin would accept him as a real younger brother. Crush's gaze was heavy with sadness, yet full of determination as he looked into the endless void. He mocked his own past naivety when he still tried to cling to the thought that since they were brothers, this time they would acknowledge him. But the harsh reality slapped him right in the face. It turned out until his very last moments. Belokin never had a single decent thought for this younger brother. Even when he was on the brink of death and saved by his younger brother, he still intended to kill him. Belokin right now lay curled up on the ground, his breathing broken in ultimate wretchedness. Crush coldly leaned down and asked, "It hurts a lot, doesn't it?" He brought up the old grudge from the previous timeline, when Belokin himself had ruthlessly burned his arm and face, leaving him to writhe on the ground in pain just like he was doing now. Crush decisively turned his back, abandoning the defeated opponent who was groaning amidst the ruins. He smirked with a bitter laugh. How ironic that today is such a beautiful day. Lord Belokin's entire squad was completely wiped out. This shocking news threw the entire main Venom mansion into absolute bewilderment. The recent eroded zone had been reclassified as a 5-star level, a terrifying tier that only high-ranking experts could suppress. Amidst the suspicious whispers, a furious guy yelled out, "What do you mean? Only that failure survived." Immediately, the head butler of the Venoms coldly shut him up. "Watch your mouth. Lord Belokin died protecting his younger brother. Let us honor that noble sacrifice. There is quite a major misunderstanding here regarding who the actual hero is, isn't there?" Standing amidst the funeral, Crush casually observed everything. He thought to himself, "They believe the testimony, so I don't need to worry about being suspected." In fact, thanks to Belokin's disappearance, this mission yielded results beyond expectations. Crush had now completely adapted to the poison seeping into his blood, and confirmed that the sixth sense could somewhat control the madness. Particularly through the stolen Ignis skill, he now possessed a new power named Black Flame. A mysterious purple-black flame erupted on Crush's hand, something that could incinerate everything upon contact with the essence of the world erosion. The result was the Black Flame, a trump card, stronger than expected. Even though the color looked villainous since others couldn't see it, Crush was completely at ease. However, the only remaining issue within the family was the investigation into the anomalous phenomenon in the eroded land. Who was the one that caused it without leaving any trace? Entering the meeting room, Crush heard a voice calling, "Come in!" He knew very well the truth behind those phenomena was the handiwork of the world invaders. The true body of an immortal was resting quietly in an eternal dream, only able to observe reality through its subordinates. The fact that they started operating meant that Crush could clash with the Immortal's subordinates at any moment. Just as he stepped into the room, he met Saphira, a fourth-class investigator from the Erosion Survey Bureau. She announced, "Lord Crush has arrived. We have been waiting for you." Immediately, Crush noticed something unusual on her neck, a black star clearly visible. "I didn't expect us to meet again so soon." Before the bewildered Saphira, Crush coldly pointed his hand and declared, "Hey, you immortal! I want to negotiate with you. I will eliminate your immortality." His gaze stared deeply into the opponent, throwing out a shocking question. "Tell me, you are a regressor, aren't you?" When confronted directly by Crush like that, Saphira's face suddenly distorted, her eyes flashing red with a bizarre smile as the entity inside spoke up. "I was searching for a different destination, but it seems destiny has sent me to the wrong place." Before the time reversal, under Arthur's orders, he had once tried to steal that guy's immortality, but that effort failed miserably. Memories of his body bound in chains rushed back. Back then, the Immortal only had enough strength to maintain his recovery capability, with no power left to control his subordinates. The Sephira in his memories softly said, "So, the reason he orders so many lackeys around is because his true body has been cursed and cannot move." Sounds quite pathetic, doesn't it? Instantly, Cygran snapped. "Pathetic? You forget that he himself caused the eroded zones to upgrade and sowed hell for us." "And then what?" Cygran continued to scold. "Stop pretending to be noble, leaving Saphira with no choice but to awkwardly explain, Lord Cygran. I didn't mean it that way." She could only stand there, taking Cygran's scolding. Even though the problem with the Immortal seemed to have ended and the meaningless battles would be no more, the reality was incredibly bitter. The father of the past Crush smiled bitterly, admitting when asked about stealing power, "That's right. No matter how many times you reincarnate, that is still considered impossible." The reason was extremely simple. The condition to unlock the Black Hat skill on immortality was an insurmountable barrier, because its requirement was to be stronger than the Immortal, a goal that Crush was completely unable to achieve at that time. Returning to the present, the entity occupying Saphira's body wore a bizarre smile and asked directly, "Tell me, you are a regressor, aren't you?" As Crush calmly asked back, "A regressor? What makes you think I'm a regressor?" That entity smiled sinisterly, explaining, "The moment a mere child dares to propose a deal with someone like me, you've already exposed yourself. Only a regressor would dare to do that." It looked with contempt at the boy in front of him. Someone who was trapped in his own endless loop, yet dared to declare he would kill an entity that transcends time itself. It clutched its face and laughed out loud madly. "Don't make me laugh with such blatant lies." Letting him laugh his fill for a moment, he then spoke up. "This is not a lie," Crush firmly asserted with absolute coldness, simultaneously extending his hand, which was radiating a deep purple energy, forward. A bizarre demonic mouth with sharp teeth suddenly appeared right in the palm of his hand. Crush explained that thanks to this special Black Hat skill, he was fully capable of stealing even the opponent's immortality. Hearing that, the entity inside Saphira's body suddenly fell silent. Memories of centuries of loneliness rushed back. He admitted that he had personally upgraded each eroded zone. For the past hundreds of years, with one single purpose: to find someone strong enough to end his life. Now, when the person with the ability to steal the curse of immortality finally stood right in front of him, he trembled and asked about Crush's condition. In response, Crush straightforwardly demanded, "Help me become stronger." He explained that his skill could only be activated when he himself was stronger than the target. That entity wore a highly satisfied smile, and decided then, "I will take you as my disciple." He was willing to do anything, even selling his own soul, as long as he could escape this cursed immortality. Being unable to die was what he found most repulsive and terrifying. A surge of bright red, murderous intent violently erupted. The entity officially revealed itself. My true identity, Crimson Garden August, will turn you into the strongest. A giant, blazing dragon phantasm materialized behind him, radiating a terrifying pressure that forced Crush to brace himself to withstand it. He realized in shock that the sheer aura from the phantasm alone was already enough to completely overwhelm everything around. Crush knew very well that Crimson Garden used to be someone who possessed power on par with Arthur and commanded countless terrifying subordinates. He told himself that thanks to him he would have the chance to become even stronger to protect the world from the brink of destruction, even if he had to borrow the strength of an invader. However, a worrying truth suddenly became clear in Crush's mind. According to the laws of the timeline, the regression skill he stole from the future Arthur had now returned to the hands of the Arthur of this life. That meant Crush no longer held the initiative to turn back time. If this world perished once more in this era, everything would truly end. He only had one single chance to save the world. If this world collapses, I will disappear along with it. Crush stared intently at his trembling hand while the entity Crimson Garden. August inside Saphira's body smiled meaningfully. Glad to have a companion, Cream. As Crush bewilderingly repeated the unfamiliar name, Cream, he instantly received a thunderous hit to his head. Saphira growled, "Crush, call me master!" While rubbing his aching head and walking down the hallway, Crush breathed a sigh of relief. All right, now I can leave this place. Crimson curiously asked if he didn't live here. Crush pensively admitted that he hadn't set foot in the main mansion for so many years that he had almost forgotten his parents' faces. As he walked through the Grand Vankiri Hall, a servant suddenly blocked his path, announcing, "Lady Arya wishes to see you." Crush thought to himself that his mother was probably curious about the rumors that he had changed, which is why she wanted to meet. It didn't stop there. The servant added another shocking piece of news. The patriarch said that after returning from the restricted area, he wants to meet you in private. Crush was stunned. Father wants to see me. He knew very well that his father was an extremely terrifying existence, having already reached the demigod realm. Why did the two of them suddenly intend to meet him this time around? Were they curious to see if this son of theirs had grown up yet? Crush wondered whether his father could perceive anything unusual about him through the stars. Even though Lady Arya requested him to stay at the main mansion to wait, Crush thought about Bianca waiting at home and the mountain of important work that needed to be done. He didn't want to waste time in this place, so he asked back to be sure. "So this isn't a direct order from Father, right? Then I will head back first." Ignoring the servant's bewilderment, Crush decisively turned his back and walked away. "I will return when Father summons me. Or perhaps he will be the one to come find me." Crush thought to himself as the carriage rolled away from the mansion. Lying stretched out on the seat, he let out a long, fully refreshing yawn because he had finally escaped that restrictive place, while telling himself he wouldn't return here anytime soon. Suddenly, the entity Crimson manifested again to scold him. "Show some manners, you disrespectful disciple. Open up." "Cream, don't you think that dark red color stands out way too much, huh?" Crush furrowed his brows, looking at the bright red crow perched on his shoulder. "Cream gradually." And casually transformed its feathers into a solid black color, then smugly replied, "Rest assured, I can change colors at any moment. See? Now I look no different from a regular crow." He didn't forget to mockingly add that he was now pitch black, just like Crush's own soul. When Crush snapped in irritation, "I must steal your curse as soon as possible." The two were playfully bickering back and forth when Crush suddenly remembered something. He asked about Crimson's main true body. Crimson sighed and scolded Crush for being a narrow-minded regressor for deliberately bringing up the painful subject of his immovable body. Crush thought to himself that in reality, Arthur was the true regressor, while he himself was only borrowing a faded copy of that skill, but he decided there was no need to explain this to Crimson. When the two arrived back at the Pine Tree Pavilion at dusk, The crow suddenly reminded Crush that he needed to treat the white-haired girl inside properly. The little girl was holding onto a book tightly and softly said, "Welcome back, Lord Crush." Crush smiled triumphantly at Crimson. "See? I told you she would return." Just at that moment, Butler Aries came running in a flurry to deliver the news that there was a letter from Darling. Crush curiously opened the letter and was left utterly speechless upon seeing Darling, boasting about having completed the remedy for the color-changing illness simply by constantly thinking about him, accompanied by a bright red kiss mark on the paper. He instructed Aries to treat Darling with the utmost caution because he was their future benefactor. Aries respectfully obeyed and then softly revealed that Bianca had been so worried that she intended to drive the carriage to the main mansion to look for him herself the moment she heard news about the eroded zone. As Crush silently stared at Bianca, he didn't expect her to be worried about him with such sincere affection. He thought to himself that it had been a while since he last checked the magic seal on her. Suddenly, the purple-black energy of Black Hat erupted, manifesting a magical padlock with the requirement to become Bianca's friend. The exact moment their eyes met, a brilliant notification popped up, confirming that Condition 1 had been met. Bianca's first lock was officially released, to Crush's absolute astonishment. As Crush stood frozen, his eyes widening to their limit upon witnessing the brilliant notification from the Black Hat skill. First unlocking condition: become Bianca's friend. Everything happened so fast that he couldn't help but wonder in bewilderment. Bianca's first key, it has unlocked already? Seeing Crush staring intently at her, Bianca asked in bewilderment, "Is there something on my face?" Startled, he awkwardly covered it up. "Ah, no, I just wanted to introduce you to a new friend." Crush brought out the crow Crimson and introduced him. "His name is Cream," a name that sounded much softer and more approachable. Bianca took the crow, cradling it in her arms, and softly uttered, "Cream? He really is as soft as fresh cream." Looking at that peaceful scene, Crush smiled. "So you like animals, too?" The word "too" uttered by Bianca proved that the two had found another point in common. However, the true challenge was only just beginning. A second padlock manifested defiantly. How was he going to unlock the second one? The purple text clearly showed the new condition: become an important person to Bianca. Crush thoughtfully analyzed the situation. Normally, important people would be parents, children, friends, or lovers. As he told himself, theoretically speaking, he was her fiancé. So perhaps becoming her lover was the most achievable possibility. But immediately a wave of hesitation became clear in Crush's heart. Could he really become the lover of an emotionless Bianca, moreover? With the soul of an adult who had gone through a regression, having to go and flirt with a mere 12-year-old girl made him feel extremely uncomfortable. Right at that moment, Crimson suddenly spoke up to tease him. "Hey, Master, it seems that dull little girl likes you. Judging by how she clings to you, she must truly care about you as well." Being teased by Crimson, he could only stand rooted to the spot in embarrassment. "Anyway, Crush." Crimson's voice rang out, shattering the quiet atmosphere of the night. Crush wondered, "What is it?" The crow, with its glowing red eyes, suddenly radiated a spine-chilling, murderous intent. It coldly declared, "I want to test your strength. Playtime is over. Let's go to the training ground." Crush was stunned for a moment, then decisively accepted. "Fine, Dottie Cat." On the training ground with shattered earth, Crush lay flat on the ground, his breathing rapid in a state of complete exhaustion. Crimson couldn't help but mock him. How pathetic. A regressor like you, yet possessing such terrible talent. Crush admitted the harsh truth. "I told you already, didn't I? I am a complete failure." Crimson continued to pour cold water on him, asserting that Crush had only managed to climb this far thanks to his past experiences and his secret manuals. But all those efforts will soon be surpassed by a true genius in less than 5 years. However, that was only speaking of pure talent. Crimson hovered, radiating a powerful, bright red pressure. Enveloping the entire space, he asserted that type of talent meant absolutely nothing in front of Crush, because he possessed a special skill of his own. If you lack talent, then just go steal it from someone else, and you're good. Since Crush was still lacking quite a few things to become strong, he promised he would be the one to pull Crush up from the mud, helping you seize everything from places higher than the clouds, and ultimately stealing my immortality. Crimson lowered his voice. The phantasm of a red-haired demon with long horns manifested majestically right behind the crow. Crush sat flat on the ground, looking up at the powerful entity before him with a determined gaze, and firmly asserted, "That goes without saying." A few days later, at the Green Pie estate, Darling suddenly appeared with an elated look on his face. He jumped up and down, calling out loudly, "Hey! Hey! Did you wait long, honey?" Busy practicing his swordsmanship, Crush couldn't help but respond in irritation. "Since when did I become your honey?" Ignoring that coldness, Darling remained cheerful. Crush got straight to the point anyway. "Did you bring the thing I asked for?" When asked about the item he had just formulated, he happily handed it to Crush. "I finished it." Darling smugly held out the newly completed potion bottle and asked conceitedly, "What do you think?" "I really am a genius, aren't I?" Crush casually admitted. "Why ask the obvious? You've always been a genius." Those words left Darling frozen in emotion. He rushed forward to hug Crush tightly. Crush snapped, "Geez, stop it right now." Darling suddenly switched to another topic. That's right. I wanted to tell you this. I heard Enix has changed. He stopped training after losing to Charlotte, but rumor has it he started up again after the incident at the Astral Sanctuary. And by. Crush held his head in thought. Could that traitor have been inspired by me? But then he brushed it off. "Damn it, and I don't give a crap about Annex. If you're done with your business, then go home." Crush knew Stallon had many other targets besides Venom. At this moment, the Crow Crimson spoke up. "No, it's fine. I originally intended to use elixirs to strengthen your weak physical body. Go ask that alchemy star guy to brew elixirs for you. So this half-male, half-female guy has something to do again. Why? That was a special potion that helped increase physical and aura stats, something extremely expensive and usually only passed down through family secret manuals. An elixir reserved only for a select few. Back then, I didn't even dare to dream of it." Crush thought to himself. Seeing Darling still clinging to him and teasing, he yelled out, "Hey, what are you doing?" The Crow Crimson urged, "I know the formula, just tell him to follow it." Crush immediately changed his mind. "I have one more thing to ask of you. I need you to brew an elixir for me." Darling asked in bewilderment, "Huh? Just a moment ago you were chasing me home, weren't you? What's with the sudden change?" He anxiously asked if Crush had enough ingredients, because the Venom family would definitely not provide support. Crush looked ahead with a determined gaze. "Don't worry, I'll manage. If I use the knowledge from before my regression, it should be possible." Crush silently calculated in his head as he decided to make the legendary elixir. Only with it could he quickly obtain overwhelming strength. Under the guidance of the Crow Crimson. "Repeat after me." Crush began to list the ingredients for the elixir. Darling stood beside him, his eyes wide with astonishment as his hands constantly jotted down notes in a notebook. "So we combine this with that, and then do that like this." He couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, "Wow, where did you get this information from?" Crush just casually replied, "This is a secret manual passed down through the Venom family, duh." Darling nodded in belief, as expected of the Venom house. However, the excitement was quickly replaced by anxiety. Darling looked at the notebook and sighed. "I really want to try. But the problem is how to get the ingredients." He listed the hardest things to find. "I wouldn't even have a chance to touch this thermal ice mushroom or gold dragon grass." Darling explained that the thermal ice mushroom only grows in the land of Hedenheart, but the steep mountainous terrain, along with the erosion, made it nearly extinct. Hearing up to here, an idea struck Crush. I will ask my fiancée. Her family is in Haddonheart. He suddenly realized Bianca was the key to the first ingredient. Then what about the gold dragon grass? Crush continued to ask about the second component. Darling explained, this is a legendary herb that only grows near the nests of gold dragons on the remote borders of the Empire. Going there to search for it is highly likely impossible. He hesitantly suggested, maybe we can buy it from the black market, but immediately Darling grew concerned again. But if the Empire finds out, things will get very troublesome. Illegally trading rare national items always came with brutal punishments. Crush crossed his arms in thought, his eyes full of determination. If there's no other way, I'll just have to hunt down a black market dealer. Right at that moment, Darling raised his finger and excitedly interrupted. Let me show you a better way. Crush asked in bewilderment, another way? Darling revealed an upcoming youth martial arts tournament for those under 15 to be held in the Hispania Empire. He asserted you just need to win first place. The reward for that tournament is precisely the gold dragon grass. What do you think? Isn't this idea brilliant? Crush held his head in intense stress. Did you forget? I'm a member of the Vanham family. He was concerned that the Empire was using this tournament against the Academy, and the appearance of a Vanham member would mess everything up. However, Darling gave a highly mischievous wink, holding out a pink potion bottle. Of course, I already have a plan, honey. Leave it to this genius. Drink it. After saying that, Darling shoved the potion bottle into Crush's hand. As Crush looked at the transparent pink potion bottle in his hand with a suspicious look. What is this? Since it's transparent like this, do I have to drink it? Without giving it much thought, he drained the bottle into his mouth. Immediately, a violent pain rushed over, making Crush scream in ultimate agony. When the light faded, he realized in shock that his body had completely transformed into a young girl with long hair and a slender figure. Crush screamed in terror. What the hell is this? Only now did Darling chuckle. Explaining his crazy plan, anyone can participate in the tournament as long as they don't reveal their identity, right? You just need to participate as a girl, and it'll be fine. Crush was absolutely furious at this cruel prank. Crush grabbed Darling and roared in despair. Stop it right now! Change me back, quickly! Even the Crow Crimson, witnessing this scene, could only remain speechless, his glowing red eyes filled with concern. That serves you right for being so hasty and reckless, drinking it instantly without a single doubt. Crush's rage violently erupted, his eyes glowing with murderous intent, while the purple-black energy of Black Hat began to envelop his hand threateningly. He demanded in a low voice, interrogating the mastermind, "Are you playing games with me?" Witnessing the terrifying power waiting to explode, Darling turned pale, sweat pouring down heavily from fear, and could only stammer a plea. I'm sorry." The alchemist's pathetic cry for help echoed through the space. I'm sorry. Ugh. A few days later, Crush was practicing diligently at the estate under Crimson's strict supervision. Surges of deep blue aura violently erupted around his sword as he continuously executed powerful offensive and defensive movements. Fully focused to confront the bright red energies that Crimson unleashed, he swiftly dodged and blocked every single strike in the blink of an eye, creating powerful aftershocks in the training room. After a period of fierce sparring, Crimson spoke up. That's enough. Crush collapsed to the floor, his breathing rapid from exhaustion. The Black Crow hovered above, commentating with satisfaction. Blunt sword. What I taught you this time is a high-level technique, the reading skill. Reading every single movement of your opponent in the blink of an eye without any delay. Having trained hard, he also absorbed quite a few moves. He asserted that with just innate instinct and the sixth sense, Crush had reached a realm close to a state of mastery. Crimson encouraged. Once you enhance your physical body with high-grade herbs, your body will gradually catch up to your combat mindset, and you will become even stronger. It's time to leave this place. Crimson's reminder boosted Crush's morale. He replied with a decisive, "Yes." He then put on a brown cloak and packed his gear to set off for the tournament in the Empire. "All right, let's get going," Crush thought to himself as he strode along the mansion's hallway. He took out a sparkling blue potion bottle and felt lucky that he had brought it along. Memories of a few days ago rushed back when Crush held this bottle and asked Darling, "With this potion, I won't have to worry about my identity being exposed?" Darling excitedly confirmed, "Even magic cannot expose your identity, making it easy for you to disguise yourself as a commoner from a neighboring kingdom to participate in the tournament." Recalling the wicked prank from earlier, Crush snapped, "You should have given me this from the start. Why did you turn me into a woman, you bastard?" Darling could only smile wryly to soothe him. "I was just joking a bit. Don't be so angry." Learning that the potion's effect lasted for about a day, Crush temporarily let his anger go. "Thank goodness I'm only a girl for a day. If it were longer, I wouldn't know how to face my fiancé." Returning to the present, he officially left the Pine Tree Pavilion to begin a new journey. He really's reliable, but dealing with his playful personality is truly exhausting. Crush sighed as he held the disguise potion in his hand. At the estate gates, Butler Ares was completely ready with everything for his trip. He reported, "We've been waiting for you, Lord Crush. I have arranged a broker from the eroded zone and a merchant to support your secret infiltration. Please keep your identity strictly confidential throughout the journey." Crush noted with satisfaction the thoughtfulness of the butler. "A merchant trading with erosion creatures, huh? With an arrangement like this, crossing the border will be easy. Truly classic Lord Ares style." Thanks to Ares' arrangements, Crush could leave the Pine Tree Pavilion with peace of mind without worrying about any trouble arising. Ares bowed his head to accept the command. His eyes flashed with awe. A deep blue guardian aura full of determination, yes. "Please leave this place to me. I will not let anyone step inside, even if the patriarch himself comes." This butler was now completely single-minded toward his young master. This absolute loyalty of Bao. Ares stemmed from the event of the previous day. Right after Darling delivered the remedy for the color-changing illness, the old butler dropped to his knees at Crush's feet. Sobbing in tears, "Thank you for saving my daughter. This matter is settled. I no longer have any regrets." As Crush looked at the man breaking down from gratitude, he replied coldly but with absolute authority, "If you are truly grateful to me, then keep living. No matter what, I will ensure your daughter's safety. So spend the rest of your life serving me until I grant you freedom." And Crush thought to himself that compared to his daughter's life, the price Ares had to pay was way too cheap. Ares cried out in ultimate emotion, "Yes, I swear I will continue to live to serve you." Witnessing that absolute devotion, Crush told himself that perhaps he could completely forget about Ares' betrayal in the previous timeline. Turning to Bianca, who was now wearing a cloak that covered her head completely, he said gently, "Bianca, thank you for helping me, knowing that you're about to go on a mission yourself." Crush instructed, "It's been a long time since you visited your home. Feel free to enjoy your time there and get plenty of rest." However, Bianca immediately rejected that concern. She asserted firmly, "No, as soon as I finish preserving the slime, I will return immediately. I will wait for your return at the Pine Tree Pavilion, Lord Crush." Bianca brushed past Crush with a determined look, leaving him unable to help but feel surprised. A mere 12-year-old girl who can have such decisive and resolute thoughts, huh? "All right, I'll be back as soon as possible." Crush smiled and said goodbye while holding a wicker basket in his hand. Looking at the delicious sandwiches inside, he silently realized that the noise last night was because Bianca had been diligently preparing this breakfast for him. He nodded slightly in gratitude and promised to eat it later. Bianca pulled her cloak down, her eyes heavy with sadness as she watched him leave, and softly wished you a safe journey, Lord Crush. He didn't forget to tell her to take care, then decisively waved goodbye as the carriage began to roll. heading straight toward the Empire under the guidance of the Crow Crimson, who was spreading his wings high above. 5 peaceful days passed. Crush utilized his time in the carriage to train diligently, causing surges of black flame and erosion energy to constantly swirl around his body. Crimson hovered nearby and asked about the status of his erosion power. Crush casually replied that thanks to the sixth sense, it was quite stable. Even so, he still felt a bit regretful because this merchant was too cautious, continuously choosing safe routes, leaving him no opportunity to absorb more erosion energy along the way. Looking at the green-haired merchant girl casually sitting and eating an apple up front, Crimson silently evaluated that only proves your butler is truly talented. He selected the guide very carefully. Suddenly, the apple in the girl's hand dropped to the ground in surprise. The Crow Crimson instantly grew alert. "Hey, master, it seems the carriage has run into trouble." A gang of aggressive bandits suddenly appeared, surrounding the poor merchant girl. She only managed to utter a fearful "oh" as they cornered her. The masked leader coldly stepped forward, while his lackeys behind smirked at their boss's bottomless greed. A rough hand brutally grabbed the girl's head, making her sob in utter despair. She bitterly blamed herself for not noticing the bandits sooner, fearing that her life would end in this desolate place. However, a flash of purple-black light suddenly ripped through space, cutting down the bandits surrounding her in the blink of an eye. Crush revealed himself, his gaze as cold as the god of death, leaving the bandits completely astonished. "Who is that scrawny kid?" Infuriated by the interruption, the leader roared, ordering, "Catch him right now!" Instantly, the entire vicious gang simultaneously swung their axes and spiked maces, madly rushing toward Crush. They charged fiercely, thinking he was too small to fight back. "Hey, kid!" The bandits' scream rang out as they simultaneously lunged at Crush. Another sneered smugly, "Do you have any more tricks? You don't even have a weapon to rely on." Faced with the enemy's encirclement, Crush remained oddly calm. He smirked slightly, the purple-black energy erupting on his palm to form a highly powerful sword of darkness. "A weapon? Do you mean this?" In the blink of an eye, Crush swung his sword. The slashes carrying surges of purple energy left the entire gang with no ability to resist. Crush's sharp, cold gaze looked straight at the leader, making him shudder. The masked leader, his hand tightly gripping the giant axe, began to notice the anomaly. "So you're not an ordinary child?" he roared, swinging the heavy axe down in a fatal strike. "I'll finish you off in one blow." But against that 1,000-pound force, Crush still managed to raise his energy sword in time to block, creating a spark-flying collision that made the leader's eyes widen in shock. Crush not only stopped the attack, but also quickly countered with a brilliant slash. Leaving the leader bewildered. "He read my attack?" Yeah. He didn't expect that the attack he used to strike others down would now be used against him right after. A flash of blazing flame suddenly erupted, enveloping Crush's body. Witnessing this familiar flame and overwhelming aura, "You're the disciple of the Butcher Hound, Borman, aren't you?" Borman was a crazed murderer, the mastermind behind the White Demon Bianca, and a pawn of the world invading forces. He had once received orders to infiltrate Stalin to slaughter innocent civilians. But in the end, all those crimes came to an end beneath Charlotte's blade. Crush swung his hand. A surge of black flame incinerated the enemy in the blink of an eye. He fell into deep thought then. What does all this mean? Thanks to the achievement of defeating Borman, Charlotte became famous throughout the Empire. The royal newspaper even reported on the 16-year-old lady of the Vanham house taking down a minion of the invaders. However, according to the original timeline, he wasn't supposed to infiltrate Stalin at this time. Why did his disciple appear in this lawless land? Isn't it far too early? Crush felt the distortion of destiny playing out much faster. He thought to himself that he had a bad premonition. Crush told himself he had to obtain the Gold Dragon potion and quickly leave this place. The journey continued to bring him to Ceylon, the magnificent capital of the Hispania Empire. The atmosphere here was bustling due to the opening ceremony of the martial arts tournament. The crowd of people pouring in was jam-packed, making everyone highly excited. Look, it's absolutely packed with people. There are so many interesting characters, aren't there? Amidst the crowd, a young girl with white hair appeared quite prominently. That was Sidley Apania, the fourth princess of the empire. At only 14 years old, Sidley observed the arena with a highly scheming gaze. My rough diamonds, I will drag them all back to Rahan Academy. She intended to rely on this tournament to snatch a few talents for the imperial palace. Seeing the princess's somewhat carefree demeanor, the female official beside her anxiously reminded her, Princess, that is not proper. If His Majesty sees this, he will faint on the spot. At the mention of her father, Sidley could only let out a fed-up sigh. Don't mention father anymore. I can already hear speak of the devil's voice. Immediately, an image of the Emperor roaring in fury materialized. Sidley, is it you again? Sidley Apania. She was originally the youngest princess of the Emperor, a genius who manifested extraordinary intelligence since the age of 7 when she solved complex mathematical theorems. The High Ministers were once astonished, asserting she would rewrite the history of the Empire and that they had to report this outstanding talent to His Majesty immediately. A succession candidate, huh? Sidley stared intently at the paper in her hand. With a highly concerned look, she knew very well that if a weak person like herself got caught up in a catastrophic struggle for the throne, death would come in the blink of an eye. To preserve her life, Sidley decisively crumpled the paper and began to act out a crazy charade by throwing book pages into the air and laughing mindlessly. She told herself she had to make them abandon the idea of making her the successor. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to survive in a royal court full of schemes, where biological siblings would find any way to eliminate each other given the chance. From that day on, Sidley used her entire genius intellect to carefully build the persona of a rebellious, destructive, and completely uncontrollable princess. She caused chaos everywhere, forcing the elderly scholars in the library to frantically run after her to stop her in despair. Eventually, even those who had placed great expectations on her began to lose heart and sighed, admitting that they had made a mistaken evaluation. Whispers began to surface. They started to view her as someone unworthy of becoming the successor to the throne, lying stretched out on the table with a bored expression. Sidley heard the female official Sarah, who had followed her for many years, speak up to remind her. Sarah asserted she knew full well this was just a fake disguise, but she also warned that the princess had been overacting lately. Suddenly, Sidley bolted upright, pointing toward the crowd and calling out loudly, "Sarah, look over there!" Her gaze was drawn to a figure in a black cloak who was walking slouched with a crow perched on his shoulder. Sidley silently evaluated a dark aura, a sinister gaze. And he's even carrying a crow perched on his shoulder. In her eyes, everything about the person walking slouched over there was a striking highlight. She asserted, looking all over that stranger's body. Every single part of him oozes the scent of a true villain. Sidley wagered that he was a member of the Vanham clan, the mortal enemy of the Apania royal family. Although the appearance of a Vanham member publicly here was hard to believe, Sidley still trusted her intuition and declared she would investigate the truth of the matter herself. Ignoring Sarah's panicked calls to stop her, Princess Sidley leaped down and dashed away, with the intention of unmasking that suspicious character. Immediately, because she was in too much of a hurry running after her target, Sidley suddenly tripped over her feet and realized in a panic that she was about to fall flat on the ground. Just when she thought her face was going to hit the floor, a hand reached out just in time to catch her. Sidley looked up in shock, realizing she had bumped right into the very figure in the black cloak from earlier. Crush coldly looked at the rebellious brat in his arms and tossed a reminder, "You should watch where you're going when you walk." After helping her stand firmly, he casually continued walking through the crowded hall, leaving Sidley standing frozen, watching that mysterious back with a highly astounded look. He had left quite an impression on her. Sidley stood frozen, her mind a mess before the stranger's demeanor. That voice and that attitude. Does he know exactly who I am? Meanwhile, Crush quietly walked along, thinking to himself that luck was smiling upon him to meet the fourth princess so early. He reminded himself it was best to avoid further collisions with her. To ensure secrecy, Crush pulled out the registration form with the fake name Cloud, 14 years old, from the Ogwen region of the Empire. After completing the procedures, he began to look for a place to stay, but everywhere he went, he only found no vacancy signs coldly hanging in front of the doors. Crush uttered in exhaustion. Every place is completely full. Standing under a porch, Crush let out a highly disappointed sigh. "Looks like I'll have to sleep on the street tonight." Suddenly, an elderly voice called out, "Hey, boy!" Crush opened his eyes in surprise to see a gentle old woman standing and looking at him. She asked if he was a participant in the martial arts tournament, then kindly offered an invitation. "If you don't have a place to sleep, you can temporarily stay at my house." Even though the Crow Crimson was looking on with a highly suspicious expression and evaluated this situation as extremely sketchy, Crush still wore a bright smile and replied, "Really? Then and I gladly accept." Without a single doubt, he agreed to follow the old woman immediately. Crimson flew behind, constantly grumbling, "Hey, did no one teach you not to follow strangers?" Crush casually walked on. He thought to himself that in his past life he had slept outdoors way too much, so he was thoroughly sick of it now. This reckless attitude left the crow only able to click its tongue. Fed up with the troublesome nature of regressors, as dusk fell, they stopped in front of a cozy wooden house in the heart of the capital. The old woman directed him, "Use the back room on the second floor. I will prepare dinner. Come down to have it together later." Crush respectfully bowed his head. "I am very grateful to you, Grandma." Stepping upstairs, Crush breathed a sigh of relief because he finally had a bed to lie down on. However, just as he was about to head to his room, he suddenly froze, in sheer amazement, Right before his eyes was Princess Sidley. She was equally stunned upon recognizing the acquaintance. You're indeed the person from earlier." Crush held his face in helplessness at this wicked coincidence, while Crimson furiously scolded him. "Sheesh! What is this? A trap? See? I told you not to follow strangers." Realizing that it would be extremely troublesome if he were identified, Crush decided to ignore her and quietly slipped straight back to his room. Seeing that he didn't say hello but hurriedly left, Sidley tagged along behind Crush while continuously rambling on. "You really are an oddball, aren't you? Why are you turning a blind eye when a beautiful girl is trying to start a conversation with you? Don't tell me I'm not your type, okay?" Crush furrowed his brows with a highly annoyed expression. He walked with decisive strides and coldly replied, "You are not my type. There are plenty of people in this world who are multiple times more beautiful than you." Hearing that, Sidley only smirked slightly in curiosity. "Oh, like who, for instance?" But Crush still maintained his distant attitude. He snapped, "I am under no obligation to answer you." Yet Sidley didn't seem to care about that dismissal at all. She skipped along, following his heels while laughing. "You really are as mysterious as your appearance." Her persistence to the point of being thick-skinned made Crush even more irritated. He growled, "Stop following me," despite the opponent's grumpy attitude. Sidley still excitedly proposed, "Come on, let's have dinner together. I want to understand more about you." In response was only Crush's harsh and decisive rejection. "I refuse. Too troublesome." The space suddenly became dense and full of pressure, as Sidley stood still in the shadows of the hallway, radiating an aura completely different from her playful demeanor just a moment ago. "You know I am a princess. Are you sure you want to treat me like this? Without saying another word, she used her title as a threat. Crush froze, his eyes narrowing in high alertness. The crow crimson on his shoulder also began to sense something unusual from this girl. Sidley smirked with a highly meaningful smile, her eyes flashing bright as she watched his back. "Ah, my dear sir from Stallon." Crush was startled, cold sweat pouring down as he realized the sharp perception of this little princess. If I keep talking to her, she will find out I'm from Vanham. He coldly shot back to cut off the conversation. "I have no idea what you're talking about. Children should go to sleep after dinner." He mocked this princess, but was it because he called her a child? Being called a child. Sidley furiously yelled, "Who are you calling a child? You're just a brat yourself." Seeing this, female official Sarah stepped closer and anxiously asked, "Your Highness, does that child really come from Stallon?" Sidley firmly asserted, "That's exactly right." She explained that although the Empire and the people of Stallon shared the same language, Stallon people always had a highly distinct accent and intonation that couldn't be mistaken. While Crush was casually having his dinner downstairs, Sidley still continuously observed and analyzed. His voice sounds like someone from the Empire, but he still couldn't hide a few minor details. Sarah admired in awe. "You are truly perceptive, Your Highness. Only someone like you could recognize such a subtle difference." Sidley smugly asserted that ordinary people might overlook it, but she could memorize and analyze everything she had seen. She realized a strange thing. Even though she had no memory of his face, through his reaction, he clearly knew exactly who she was. Sarah worriedly suggested, "Should we apprehend him for interrogation, Your Highness?" But Sidley immediately brushed it off. She leaped down in high excitement. "No, it's only just getting interesting. We shouldn't interfere." She would track Crush's every move to find out why he came to this forbidden land. However, her face suddenly turned serious when she asked about the news of that older sister. Sarah bowed her head, confirming, "Yes, it is just as you predicted. Third Princess Siren." The princess has completely changed after a year. Sarah's report was like a bucket of cold water dumped onto Sidley's mind. Images of Siren with a dark face, crazed eyes, and bloodstains on her lips surfaced hauntingly. Sidley was struck with panic, realizing she was no longer the sister she used to know. The situation was becoming extremely critical. Sidley gripped the stair railing tightly, her eyes trembling with fear. My suspicions were correct. If this keeps up, the first princess and the second princess will be in danger. The imperial palace will be flooded in a sea of blood. Right at this moment in the arena, a true massacre was taking place. Heavy, bone-dry collisions sent dust billowing, and the scene became tragic with severely injured opponents lying scattered everywhere. The stranger's overwhelming power left the crowd of spectators with their mouths agape in astonishment. The loudspeaker announcement rang out loudly. "The preliminary round has ended. The 4 winners, please leave the arena." The witnesses were still completely stunned, whispering in unbelievable shock. Crush stood tall amidst the wreckage, his hood obscuring half his face, with the crow crimson perched on his shoulder in a highly eerie manner. Everyone was curious about him and the black crow that always followed him. Rumors began to surround him. Who is that hawk-eyed guy? Could he be an underground assassin? Attention was drawn not only to him, but also to the bizarre crow. Even the crow perched on his shoulder is bizarre. Its wings keep flapping continuously without ever flying away. Crush felt the pressure from Sidley's observation. He thought to himself, has that girl been tracking me since yesterday? Being eyed by someone as smart as her makes me feel completely exhausted. Just a few words and I can already sense the danger. She might actually pry information out of me. So tiring. However, he also reassured himself that at least the preliminary round had passed without any major incidents occurring. The preliminary round this time was truly a brutal filtering process. A 100-man free-for-all, but only the 4 strongest could step into the official round. The weak stand no chance of winning. That is the immutable law of this arena. While strolling down the dark hallway of the palace, Crush was suddenly blocked by a martial artist whose body was entirely wrapped in bandages and covered in scars. He looked at him with a scrutinizing gaze and spoke up. Just like the rumors. A crow on the shoulder and a sinister face. Irritated, Crush asked himself back, "What is it this time?" That guy suddenly threw out a question that left him stunned. "You are a member of the Night Raven flock, aren't you?" Why did he ask him that? The name Night Raven flock made Crush highly alert. That was the most notorious assassin organization in the Empire, famed as the most dangerous underground operating group, and also one of the reasons that caused the decline of the Empire in the old timeline. Crush silently calculated, as someone from outside the Empire, I don't know the details, but I've never heard news of a Night Raven member entering the Academy before. He coldly denied. "You're mistaken." "I am not." Seeing Crush's decisive attitude, the bandaged guy immediately backed down. He waved his hands frantically. "Hey, calm down. I know who is backing you, and I don't want to cause trouble either." He chuckled and made a blunt proposition. "Since we're both from the underworld, let's be friends, shall we? Nice to meet you, Night Raven." The bandaged guy waved goodbye and hurriedly left because he had business. Crush stood frozen, his mind constantly questioning who the backer he just mentioned was. Crimson recognized the anomaly. The crow immediately spoke up. "Looks like things are bad. Let me handle this." Instantly, it cast a type of illusion magic, causing the bandaged guy to freeze in place, his eyes turning lifeless in absolute astonishment. Seeing the crow fly in a loop around the guy from earlier, Crush curiously asked what Crimson had just done. The crow casually replied, "That was just a simple mind manipulation illusion magic." It didn't forget to mockingly add that since Crush also possessed talent, so this time it finally stepped in to help. Seizing the opportunity, Crush began to interrogate the man currently in a trance. "Hey, bandaged guy, what happened to the Night Raven flock?" He faintly replied that the organization had recently been almost completely wiped out. Crush was stunned. If they've been wiped out, why are they still monitoring this tournament? The bandaged guy revealed that it was all under the orders of a new master, the one who had led them to the brink of despair. "Who is that new master?" Crush pressed for answers. The reply left him deeply shaken. "It's the two princes of the Apania Empire." An image of the plump prince engrossed in eating and drinking appeared. He was precisely the older brother of Siren and Sidlet. Crush fell into deep thought, because according to his memories, the Night Raven flock was originally just a secret tool of the royal family used to monitor and manipulate the aristocracy by tracking their actions. It's no different from our modern-day street surveillance cameras, huh? The appearance of a new master, as he claimed, was absurd. The connection between the Night Raven flock and the royal family was supposed to be kept absolutely secret until the fall of the Empire. Yet now, even a nobody knew that the two princes led this organization, proving that someone was deliberately leaking rumors to exploit them. Crush suddenly realized the two princes were originally just pawns to strengthen the faction for the first prince. But if he kills the first prince, his own forces will collapse along with him. And the one who benefited the most from this mess was the person silently observing from the shadows. Siren Apania. The moment this name crossed Crush's mind, it brought a chilling sense of dread. He realized in shock that the memory Arthur inherited from the previous timeline had actually succeeded spectacularly, but its end was utterly catastrophic. According to the future information that Crush held, Siren's goal was none other than to seize the Imperial symbol, the White Dragon, to clear the path for Arthur, to ascend the Emperor's throne smoothly. This crazed woman had even planned to purge her own younger sister, Sidley. In the end, Siren would take her own life, leaving Arthur sitting alone on the throne. He himself was the one who caused the Empire to fall into ruin, when he no longer had her help. If Siren were allowed to ascend the throne, the Empire would definitely fall into ruin, and that collapse would be the fuse that triggered the world's erosion pandemic on the most horrifying scale. Crush gnashed his teeth, the purple-black flame violently erupting around his hand. To prevent the world's destruction, I must smash her plot and then steal Siren's skills. He understood that he could not stand by and watch that tragic scene repeat itself once again. Turning to the Black Crow perched on his shoulder, Crush pleaded, "Cream, I need your help." Crimson flapped his wings, his glowing red eyes piercing into Crush with deep warning. Don't just rely on future information. But since I am the one who decides to help you, just this once, I will support you. Crush. He smiled, extending his hand for the crow to perch on. He glanced at the bandaged guy lying motionless under the illusion's effect, and coldly decided to leave. He has already fulfilled his role. It's done. However, Crimson had another, more sinister idea. He released a pitch-black feather that stabbed straight into the bandaged guy's head and proudly declared, "Well, I will turn him into my slave." The Black Crow wouldn't let him go. It continued its game. Under Crimson's manipulation, the bandaged guy stumbled to his feet like a living corpse, and quietly walked away according to the command, "Return to your position." Watching his back gradually vanish down the dark hallway, Crimson asked about the next move. Crush adjusted his hood, his gaze sharp and cold. "It's time to use the disguise. With this new identity, we will infiltrate the main tournament and hunt down the real Night Raven flock." Meanwhile, in a dark, dust-covered library, a mysterious figure sat deeply embedded amidst towering stacks of books. He turned the old, worn pages, his raspy voice echoing with murderous intent. "That squinty-eyed bastard. His name is Crush, right?" He frantically tore the pieces of paper in his hands apart, his teeth gnashing in sheer resentment. A spine-chilling, bright red energy erupted from his withered, mummy-like body, his bloodshot eyes flashing in the dark. He roared, a hateful proclamation. "To think you dared to impersonate a member of my Night Raven flock. I will make you pay the price." This guy had mistakenly thought Crush was using his Night Raven name to show off. The official tournament began, gathering the 32 most outstanding contestants of the continent. Amidst the fiery arena, Crush, entirely covered in his disguise, easily overwhelmed a massive opponent. He locked the opponent's neck tightly, causing him to only utter a weak groan before collapsing onto the arena floor to the bewilderment of thousands of spectators. The loudspeaker announcement echoed across the stands. "The winner of the 32nd match is Ekamif." The enthusiastic crowd chanted his fake name in unison in ultimate excitement. Crimson commentated that everyone had fought with their all, but it was precisely due to Crush's presence that the match became so dramatic. As Crush quietly readjusted the mask covering his face, he thought to himself, "When everyone around is convinced I am Ekamif, that's exactly when the real character should show up." Just as he left the arena, he spotted Sidley stealthily observing him from above. He thought to himself in exhaustion, "That girl. I warned her already, yet she's still secretly tracking me, huh?" When the official preliminary round drew to a close, Sidley suddenly blocked his way in the hallway and asked in deep curiosity, "Hey, I heard you won overwhelmingly in the preliminary round?" She kept sticking around to pry, making him even more irritated. Sidley narrowed her eyes, looking at Crush with a scrutinizing gaze. She asserted, "You are definitely not just an ordinary child." Faced with that suspicion, Crush only casually asked back, "Huh?" Still refusing to let it go, she pressed him about the highly meaningful look he gave her. As Crush slightly closed his eyes, he calmly replied with a highly profound statement, "It's nothing. I just thought that you too have gone through many turbulent events, haven't you?" The words hit right where it hurt, leaving Sidley startled and astonished, her face showing clear bewilderment as if her inner soul had been seen through. Seeing her still frozen in amazement, Crush brushed past her and dropped a final warning. "I'll only say one thing. Take care of yourself." He decisively signaled the end of the conversation. "Tomorrow is the main tournament. I'm going to sleep." The sound of the door slamming shut was cold, leaving Sidley holding her head in ultimate confusion and panic. She could not comprehend it at all. Why could a stranger obtain secret information about me? Where did he come from? A far-off place, yet he knows so much about me. Is the Imperial spy you hired reliable? Sidley asked anxiously. Sierra bowed her head, her gaze serious as she replied. I will check it once more. Sidley sighed softly. I'm counting on you. Witnessing this scene, Crush silently assessed that the fact Sidley still lingered here, despite being warned, showed she might have grasped part of Siren's plan. Watching Crush's retreating back, Sidley wore a highly meaningful smile. A Cameth, huh? You're truly not simple at all, are you? Crush ignored her. He signaled to the crow. Let's go, Cream. Now we just need to wait for the real character to appear. Deep down, he couldn't help but wonder if that little princess had truly seen through his disguise or not. Just after taking a few steps, a raspy voice full of hatred suddenly echoed from the darkness. Hey, is it fun impersonating a Cameth? A figure with long, disheveled hair, tattered clothes, and crazed eyes suddenly materialized, blocking Crush's path. Another, uninvited guest had appeared before him. Sensing this familiar murderous intent made Crush freeze. He stared intently at the guy whose entire body was wrapped in bandages and silently uttered, don't tell me. I didn't expect you to show up so early. Instantly, the real Akameth swung his dual swords and charged forward at terrifying speed. He closed the distance in a frenzy, unleashing treacherous sword strikes that forced Crush to focus entirely on defense. Suddenly, he reached out his hand, grabbing Crush, and roared, If I capture you, then there won't be any problem left. A surge of bright red energy resembling a demon's bone suddenly erupted from his arm, radiating a deadly pressure. He laughed maniacally and then declared ruthlessly, It's over, brat. A strike carrying 1,000 pounds of force slammed straight into Crush. In the blink of an eye, he instantly turned his body and launched a direct kick into his aura. It's useless. You're world-invading. Ultimate technique has no effect on me, Crush coldly declared as he stood high above. The dark silhouette of the Crow Crimson enveloped the space. Crush had turned the tables, causing the opponent to suffer a sudden painful defeat. The defeated man lay on the ground in ultimate bewilderment upon hearing the name. Urban Asanapochi. Trembling, sweat pouring down heavily, he wondered how the opponent could possibly know the true identity he had taken such great pains to conceal. Crush continued to press him in a razor-sharp tone. Your heart was seized by Siren, wasn't it? Where is that person now? I have business to discuss. Looking at the despondent and terrified face of his opponent, he offered an offer that couldn't be refused. Let's make a deal. As Crush pointed straight at the assassin's chest, he made a shocking promise. I will use my skill to reclaim the heart for you and expose Siren's entire plot. The final horrifying secret was finally unveiled. The one bearing the alias Ekati, the world invader, was actually the summoner Urban Asanapochi. An image of a scrawny girl wearing glasses, with a panicked and exhausted expression appeared. She was clutching an old, tattered cloth bag in utter despair. Urban Asanapochi was a person of tragic fate, imprisoned by the Empire for 1,000 years simply because she lost her heart. Crush looked at her and thought to himself, Your fate is even more cursed than mine, isn't it? Looking at her pathetic state, memories of his past life rushed back. He recalled that in the previous timeline, it was Arthur who brought her in, asserting she would be useful to the team. However, due to her title as a world invader, she was always shunned and despised by others of the successor generation. Despite bearing the proud title of the only summoner in the world, that poor girl could only hide away in her tent, silently doing heavy manual labor to avoid discriminatory glares. Precisely because of that reclusive nature, not a single soul knew the truth that she was the legendary Ekati Dort. Crush quietly walked along as memories of the assassin clan flooded back into his mind. He knew that if it were a corpse, no matter how hard one tried to sympathize, no information could be gained. But a necromancer could easily control those corpses to serve their purpose. Thanks to that, every clue about the notorious assassin organization led straight to Urban Asanapachi. Ikati had actually been eliminated during her time at the academy, and vanished completely after being captured by Arthur, leaving her true identity an unsolved mystery to the entire world. Leaving the thoughts of his past life behind, you're quite aggressive today, Crush. Crimson commentated upon seeing him treat the girl roughly in the dilapidated, cobweb-filled room. Crush coldly replied, "With this brat, we must be tough like this." He squeezed her chin, forcing her to lift her face and look straight at him. Without giving her time to resist, Crush activated the Black Hood skill. Magical chains along with surges of purple aura began to envelop the target, which was the heart that originally belonged to her. Realizing that the complex conditions made it difficult to use direct power, Crush leaned close to her ear and offered a bargain. "If you agree to hand over your heart to me, I can reclaim it right now." Faced with this sole opportunity, the girl wailed in tears, I agree." Crush was still not satisfied. He demanded, "Don't just say empty words. Put some emotion into it. Only by intensifying your emotions will your heart have value." Even though Crimson questioned his excessive seriousness, Crush continued to use psychological tactics to strike at her fear. He painted a picture of the future. "You're thoroughly sick of your current life, aren't you? You promised a life of lounging in a room while letting corpses do all the work, eating delicious food and playing around in complete leisure. Conversely, if she didn't get her heart back, she would have to serve the royal family for the rest of her life, working like a beast of burden with no days off." Ultimate terror caused Urban Asanapochi to lose control. Eerie spirits erupted around her as she screamed, "No! No way! I don't want to work anymore." The necromancer's power began to violently burst forth. Under her rage, Urban Asanapochi sobbed heavily, having had to perform penal labor for the past 1,000 years. She clung to Crush, pleading, "Save me, Crush!" Crush coldly backed her into the final step of the bargain. "Then the only way left is to hand your heart over to me, right? So that you won't have to be a slave for life anymore." "What heart?" "I give up. Furthermore, I will give you this heart." "So please, grant me my freedom," the desperate girl shrieked. Crush still calmly replied, "Not yet." He placed his hand on her head, demanding absolute trust. "I will deliver the heart here. In exchange for your deepest desire, please believe me." Urban and Asanapochi sobbed in extreme vulnerability. "Please, I only want to live a peaceful life." The magical chains shattered before her will. Urban Asanapochi roared, "Take my heart!" Finally, under the pressure and stimulation, she voluntarily offered her heart to him. As Crush smirked, wearing a highly content smile for achieving his goal, he softly said, "Well done," and then loudly declared, "Urban Asanapochi, you are free now." Although the agreement had been reached, Urban Asanapochi was still trembling as she demanded it back. "Then give my heart back to me quickly." Crush coldly reassured her. "Hold on. Remember to keep your promise. This is a transaction. I will return your heart when everything is over." Looking at the girl just sitting flat on the ground wailing, I don't want to work at all. Crush could only snap, "Stop crying already." He immediately got straight to the main point. She had originally received a secret order. I was ordered to eliminate her to use her corpse to assassinate Princess Sidley. However, the scene was completely reversed. Sarah was currently severely injured, her face distorted in shock upon realizing the opponent possessed overwhelming power. "Impossible? You are stronger than me." A spear suddenly pierced through her chest. from behind. The one who had just struck ruthlessly was precisely Mary Diana. She had ambushed Sira, leaving her severely injured and with no strength left to resist, standing over a pool of blood. Mary Diana looked down at the defeated foe with a contemptuous gaze. You should be proud to have sacrificed yourself for the Empire. While a hideous giant loomed ominously behind. She muttered about the cruel order from Lady Siren. Everest, the order from Lady Siren was to use Sira's corpse to assassinate the fourth Princess, Sidley. Looking up at the bright moon, Mary immersed herself in longing for her master, Arthur. A year had passed since she returned to the past. Her heart still held on to the hope, Master Arthur. Can you see me? Lady Siren and I are doing all of this for you, Master Arthur. The immense longing for him continued to gnaw at Mary's mind, bringing her back to the memories right before the end of the world. On the first Saturday afternoon after the regression, Mary vividly remembered Arthur's promise. Let's meet in front of the Peace Monument. At that moment, her heart pounded rapidly. She eagerly ran to the meeting point with absolute faith. However, Arthur didn't show up. Standing at the foot of the statue along with Abella, Mary could only cry out in despair. Why did she wait in vain without meeting Arthur? Both Abella and Lord Arthur had vanished without a trace, leaving Mary to wander the city streets alone late at night. She wondered where on earth he could be during this entire year of endless waiting. Even so, Siren's instructions still echoed, reminding her to believe in Arthur's return. Mary tightly gripped her spear, making a firm resolve. Before he returns, I will restore my former power and make him proud of my strongest spear. She told herself to try even harder to complete this mission at all costs. Turning to the giant, Mary coldly asked, Hey, Everest! The crow boy in the tournament is a corpse controlled by you, isn't it? Everest, in her monstrous form, tremblingly admitted it, making Mary smirk and praise. Attaching that crow to draw attention was a clever move. However, she immediately dropped a razor-sharp threat. Oh, by the way, don't do anything foolish while Lady Siren is away. You know who is holding your heart, right? Faced with that terrifying authority, Everest clearly revealed the panicked face of a little girl wearing glasses behind the giant facade, only able to stammer in ultimate fear, of course. Then, please excuse me. She was threatened to the point of completely losing her composure. Everest quietly left, carrying a large sack on her shoulder. Watching from behind, Mary smirked with a highly sinister smile. Everest! She licked her lips, uttering with deep regret, What a shame. He's just a corpse. Meanwhile, Crush was still hiding under his cloak, his hand tightly gripping the sword hilt, preparing to enter the decisive battle. He didn't expect that in the end, he would have to face him in the finals. The opponent was Pyrie, a 14-year-old commoner contestant with an innocent look who always dreamed of a peaceful world. Though appearing ordinary on the outside, Pyrie was actually a renowned warrior belonging to Arthur's generation. The roaring cheers echoed across the arena. The Night Raven drew his sword for the first time. Is his opponent really that strong? Crush looked straight at the opponent and spoke up to persuade him. Crush! You don't actually like assassination, do you? He advised Pyrie to take the opportunity to enroll at the neutral Rahenna Academy to abandon the title of Night Raven and live an ordinary life. He hasn't changed a bit, Crush thought to himself as he looked into Pyrie's eyes. He had always been such a kind-hearted friend, always showing such thoughtful care for others. Pyrie, let me give you a piece of advice. If you harbor too great a hope, then you won't be able to endure true despair. The highly bitter words caused Pyrie's face to suddenly turn dark and sharp cold. The match exploded instantly with a highly powerful counterattack from Pyrie's side. The moment the referee declared the start, he charged forward to attack as fast as lightning, but he was gently blocked by him. He suddenly executed the 10 shadow steps technique, moving at terrifying speed and creating deep blue afterimages that surrounded the target. How disappointing, Crush! Pyre roared as he swung his sword in a frantic assault. Crush was stunned to recognize the familiarity in every sword strike. With those movements, the two clashed. Pyre was bewildered to realize that all his feints were completely seen through. He couldn't believe the opponent could know his sword style by heart, as if they had trained together for a very long time. Every single sword strike thrown out was perfectly neutralized by Crush, leaving not a single opening. Crush's gaze at this moment was so cold and profound that it made Pyre tremble. Why didn't he think that the two were destined from a past life? In reality, Crush was the one who understood Pyre best. He knew Pyre grew up in the White Snow region, training his fluid footwork like flowing water to create the ultimate technique. 10 steps, 10,000 miles. Pyre's hard training even rivaled Annex's, but every single one of his habits, feints, and even his finishing move already lay completely in the palm of Crush's hand. Thanks to the memories from the old timeline, Crush told himself he had observed Pyre for a very long time. Even understanding him better than he understood himself. Pyre roared in despair when none of his dedicated attacks could even touch the hem of the opponent's clothes. Right at that moment, Crush concentrated deep blue energy into his sword, executing the technique of drawing the sword later, but reaching the target first. Crush used his very own blade to awaken the true potential lying dormant inside Pyre. Crush desired Pyre to become even stronger, so that even if his hopes shattered, he could still continue to fight. Crush didn't want his friend to be manipulated by some bastards due to a lack of power. He said he was helping, but his punch to his friend still hurt terribly. The loudspeaker echoed across the stands, announcing the ultimate winner as Crush. Amidst the wild cheers, Crush raised his sword high along with the Crow Crimson as an assertion of power. Pyre gasped a farewell in intermittent breaths, wondering if they would ever have a chance to meet again in the future. Looking at the opponent from that year, memories of the promise to protect the world and Pyre's heartfelt thank you from back then suddenly rushed into Crush's mind. He froze, realizing that this was the first time in both of his lifetimes that he had heard someone say thank you to him. Yeah, see you at the academy. Crush dropped his farewell as Pyre lay collapsed on the arena floor. In response was the firm acceptance from his old friend, all right, we will meet at Rahenna. Meanwhile, the two princes, Saifong and Espana, were gloating over their fake victory. He laughed out loud in delight upon seeing that the Night Raven controlled by Everest did not disappoint him. He firmly believed Crush was just a living corpse under his command. In his head, he had painted a scenario of using this assassin organization to win over the nobility and seize the throne. Good attitude. Remember that your heart is currently in my hands. Just remain obedient like a loyal dog. Everest could only tremble and bow her head, yes, your highness. But that arrogance was soon to be crushed by rapid footsteps, despite the guards shouting and questioning the audacity of anyone daring to break into the residence of the two princes, the executioners of the Black Dragon. Night Order still advanced, imposing conformity with terrifying pressure amidst a dense space of murderous intent. A woman coldly declared, Saifong Espana, second prince, you are under arrest for the attempted murder of the fourth princess, Sidley Espana. Saifong panically denied murdering that idiot Sidley, but the evidence was far too definitive when an order bearing his signature was found. Right at the Night Raven hideout. He howled frantically, absurd. I never wrote that thing. In his desperation, he ordered Everest to handle the traitors who dared to slander him, but the little girl at this moment could only make muffled sounds. In the hands of the knights, she had been restrained by the knights long before he even noticed. Amidst the ultimate tension, a clear voice suddenly rang out, interrupting everything in the end, who was killed anyway. Sidley Espana, along with the female swordsman Sarah, unexpectedly appeared. Completely healthy. She casually mocked, Hey, Sarah, When on earth was I killed? We haven't even seen an assassin, let alone being attacked." Witnessing the presence of the two people who were supposed to be dead, Siren Espana was completely shaken. She couldn't believe her eyes, since the mastermind behind this plan firmly believed they had perished. In ultimate bewilderment, Siren could only question herself, what on earth is going on? The truth began to rewind back to the night Sarah was assassinated. Sidley's intuition had been absolutely correct. When she anxiously asked Sarah, "Hey, can we really trust the Imperial spy we hired?" In response, Sarah could only suppress her unease and promise, "I will go check it once more." At that time, they had no idea that all the spies planted in the palace had already betrayed them. Sidley bitterly questioned why herself, someone who had abandoned the fight for the throne years ago and feigned ignorance, was still targeted in the dark. Sarah frantically ran off with a bad premonition. She decided she had to return to the princess's side immediately, but right at that moment, a surge of pitch-black energy enveloped her. A deep, muffled voice rang out directly within Sarah's mind. "In exchange for your vitality, I will grant you immortal strength for a period of time. So, just pretend to be dead." Sarah realized in shock, it's Crush's voice. He is speaking directly inside my head. As the dark surge of power engulfed her in ultimate astonishment, a glowing red eye with a star manifested in a highly eerie manner. Sarah woke up. She was still in shock at what Crush had done and his request for her to pretend to be dead, but right at that moment, a cold, murderous intent closed in from behind. As the question, "Is someone right behind my back?" just flashed, Mary Diana appeared with her spear of death. A devastating thrust pierced through Sarah's body. Mary Diana pierced the spear tip through my abdomen. If not for the immortal power from Crush's crow at that time, both Sarah and the princess definitely wouldn't have survived. Now, Sidley Dion DOC introduced. The rightful owners are back. Prepare to get wrecked, you guys. Arrest the Vice Commander of the Black Dragon Knight Order under suspicion of espionage. The definitive declaration rang out amidst the tense atmosphere, causing the Vice Commander to tremble, sweat pouring down heavily in terror. Standing beside her, Siren froze. Her heart unable to escape the shock. What? A spy? Sidley smirked with a highly mocking smile, her eyes flashing bright as she looked straight at her despondent older sister. "Did you come to comfort us, sister? What a pity we are still completely alive." Facing Siren's silence, Sidley coldly ordered, "Sarah, finish her off." Instantly, Sarah swung her massive broadsword, launching a thunderous strike down at Siren's position. A violent explosion erupted, but Mary managed to use her spear just in time to block Sarah's attack. Siren stood frozen in place, her mind in a mess. How could things turn out this badly? She bitterly recalled her cruel plan. I ordered Everest to kill Sarah, then use her corpse to assassinate Sidley. Yet they are still here, acting as if nothing happened. Siren gnashed her teeth, clutching her hand in ultimate resentment upon realizing the spies she and Mary painstakingly planted in the Black Dragon Order were uprooted so easily. Sidley's gaze seemed to pierce through her soul, causing Siren to tremble. That cunning fourth princess must have seen through everything. She ruined my entire plan. The opponent was too strong, and her team was too unlucky. That was why Siren had sought to eliminate her. Siren told herself, her eyes flashing with a highly radical, murderous glare. She realized that if she let Sidley survive, sooner or later she would become an untold threat to her plan. Deciding she couldn't wait any longer, Siren roared. She must be killed right here and right now. She reached her hand into her pocket, pulling out a raw red object that was throbbing. It was precisely Everest's heart. Siren squeezed it tightly, activating the glowing red magical seals surrounding it. She gnashed her teeth, ordering, "Everest, slaughter the fourth princess immediately." Everest at this moment was being manipulated, her eyes wide in agony. Ugh! What should I do? Crush hasn't stolen the heart yet. The machine is infected with a virus, and the body is dancing on its own against my will." Everest shrieked in vain as her body began to lose control under the impact of the seals. Witnessing the delay, Siren howled frantically. "Everest, what the hell are you doing?" A surge of bright red energy erupted from Everest's body, terrifying those around her. She really is a monster. Quickly protect the prince and princess. In her ultimate despair, Everest silently called out the name of her soul savior, Crush. "Save me!" Instantly, a highly powerful purple-black surge of energy unexpectedly reached out from the void, tightly grabbing the arm holding Siren's heart. A highly powerful strike slammed down on Siren's wrist, forcing her to loosen her control immediately. Siren stared in shock at her empty hand. She shrieked in despair. The heart has vanished. Unable to believe reality. She realized she was completely empty-handed. Not only did she fail to take the fourth princess's life, I also failed when intending to arrest the second prince, and even lost Urban Asanapachi's heart entirely. All her calculations crumbled in an instant, leaving Siren only able to howl in ultimate resentment upon seeing all her efforts go down the drain. But madness quickly overrode her rationality. She gnashed her teeth, making a firm resolve. "Fine, then I will personally finish the princess." Taking advantage of everyone being distracted by Urban Asanapachi, Siren viewed this as the sole opportunity to turn the tables. With absolute speed and maximum acceleration, she dashed off like a flash of lightning, aiming straight at Sidley as she roared, "If I can't use skills, I'll fight you barehanded, darling." A thrust carrying 1,000 pounds of force slammed down. But right at that critical moment, hanging by a thread, Crush managed to appear just in time to stop the attack, a purple-black surge of energy erupting. The violent collision with Siren's technique created a shocking explosion right in front of Princess Sidley. Siren was stunned, huh? That's my family's heirloom ultimate technique, yet he blocked it so casually. While Mary Diana recognized Crush's presence in astonishment, he was still exerting his full strength to tightly hold the opponent's spear. The boy, Crush, looked straight into Siren's eyes and dropped a highly familiar sarcastic remark, just like always. "Your simple way of thinking hasn't changed a single bit." Those words left Siren bewildered, wondering who the person in front of her was to understand her so well. Sensing the chaotic opportunity, Prince Ifong immediately ordered the soldiers, "What are you guys doing? Quickly arrest her immediately. Give me a hand." A hand unexpectedly reached out, grabbing Siren's weapon. The suspect plotting to assassinate the royal family, Mary Diana, was finally caught red-handed to the bewilderment of everyone present. Tightly restrained by the knights, she frantically struggled and yelled loudly, "Let me go! My spear!" even though the plan was completely exposed. Mary still couldn't hide her ultimate resentment. Damn it. Observing from afar, Crush silently blamed himself for doing unnecessary things despite knowing the outcome beforehand. Meanwhile, Everest was also escorted away amidst desperate cries for help. "Save me! Siren! Arthur!" As soon as the crowd dispersed, Sidley frantically ran toward Crush, asking anxiously, "Crush, are you okay?" Suppressing the pain, Crush replied with difficulty, "Not really okay." He silently assessed that he had only barely managed to stop Siren's terrifying attack, despite exhausting the full power of the black flame. Crush bitterly realized he was still a long distance away from the master rank. That was precisely the expensive price to pay for daring to directly confront the divine spear. Sidley hurriedly reassured him that she also had the royal defensive necklace, making Crush silently admire this princess's thorough preparation. "Going to a fight when you're rich hits different, guys," he softly reminded. "As long as you're safe, that's fine. That's the most important thing." Amidst the soldiers aggressively investigating the accomplices, Crush signaled to Everest, "Let's take advantage of this chaos to get out of here." As Everest prepared to leave, a surge of pitch-black energy erupted beneath their feet, swallowing them both into the darkness. Before vanishing completely, Crush didn't forget to leave a final piece of advice. Take care, Sidley. Especially, keep an eye on your siblings. Sidley and Sira only had time to yell loudly to stop him so they could treat his wounds, but Crush decisively refused. Don't bother. I'm used to this. Take good care of yourself. Looking at the remaining traces, Sidley felt sad because she hadn't had the chance to say thank you for saving her life. She made a firm resolve to follow Crush to the academy to repay this debt at all costs. Meanwhile, the carriage carrying Crush and Everest was speeding along quickly. Crush silently marveled at the usefulness of the teleportation technique, even though it still had quite a few limitations. Everest explained that she could only teleport living people across a short distance. Right after that, she pulled out a vibrant stalk of grass and handed it to Crush. Here, take it. The gold dragon grass you requested. Because of this stalk of grass, I almost lost my life. Remember to pay me handsomely. Crush contentedly accepted it and fulfilled the bargain. Now everything is settled. The heart I promised, here, take it. Everest panically caught the throbbing heart, unable to believe she was actually allowed to keep this precious item. Clutching the heart tightly, Everest emotionally uttered, I thought you were going to force me to work for you forever. You know. She commentated that Crush seemed different from the fallen one she had met, even though he had used that very power to block Mary's attack. Crush thought to himself in deep reflection that perhaps because the black flame had incinerated the power absorbed from the toxic blood sacrifice, in her eyes, he looked like one of her kind. He realized this was the reason Everest trusted him, but he also worried about being misunderstood by the truly fallen ones in the future. Suddenly the Crow Crimson flew over, interrupting the pleasant conversation, though the conversation is pleasant. I must play the bad guy here. A major event has occurred. The crow's gaze suddenly turned razor-sharp and full of gravity. It looked straight at Crush and delivered a shocking announcement. It seems something has happened to your family member. An image of Bianca lying collapsed amidst the stark white snow region appeared. Her breath weak and her face pale. Your fiancé met with disaster and you're just sitting there chilling. The Crow Crimson's highly ominous announcement left Crush stunned. He could only utter in shock, what? Crimson continued in a serious but highly important tone, revealing it had just received news from the servants at the Hayden house. A dangerous individual named a Butcher Dog had stealthily snuck into the Hayden House mountain range. And the worst part was that Crush's fiancé, who was currently present there, had vanished without leaving a single trace. A surge of rage and anxiety erupted. Crush gnashed his teeth. Recalling his bad premonition, the bad intuition I had when meeting the Butcher Dog's disciple earlier, turns out it was because of this. Not a single second could be delayed. He roared, ordering Everest, Everest, my fiancé is in danger. Head to the Haddon house immediately. The carriage instantly changed direction, dashing off like the wind at terrifying speed. Everest was bewildered by his urgency. She stammered, huh? What? Yes. Sitting inside the carriage, Everest was still in shock. She kept wondering, what? You're an invader, yet you have a fiancé. Does that mean Crush's girlfriend lives in Hayden? She muttered about the terrifying rumors that the fiancé from the Vanham family also lived there, and she didn't expect any clan to be brave enough to marry their daughter into such a terrifying family. Everest's face turned pale with fear, but Crush only coldly replied, I'm not. He stood up, his aura changing completely as he firmly asserted, I am not an invader, and Crush is just an alias. A mystical purple surge of energy began to envelop Crush's body, gradually stripping away the disguise he had worn all this time. Amidst the vibrant magical vortex, he officially revealed his true identity. My real name is Crush Vanham, the youngest son of the Vanham family. Showing the household registry left his opponent trembling. Witnessing the transformation of the young master, Everest was completely dumbfounded. Her eyes went wide with terror, to the point of dropping the heart she was holding in her hand. She trembled and stammered in ultimate panic. "What? Venom? See Crush? So Crush is actually a member of Venom?" Her scream echoed across the entire sky. As the carriage was still frantically rushing through the deep forest, Crush snapped to cut off the panic. Now is not the time to talk about that. The scene shifted to the stark white snow region. Highly freezing at the Hadenhart territory within the Roken mountain range. Temporary tents for the search party had been set up amidst a gloomy atmosphere. A choked sob of regret rang out in the night. "It's all my fault. Locking the stable door after the horses bolted, guys. If only I had honestly told her back then that I had the white flame fungus, Bianca wouldn't have risked going up the mountain like that." Jenica Hadenhart, the second young lady of the Hadenhart family, sobbed in late regret. When asked why she followed Bianca up the mountain, Jenica choked out an explanation that because that type of fungus wasn't available on the market, that idiot Bianca went to harvest it herself with only a guidebook. She had to hurriedly gather the search party to give chase immediately. Rewinding time to a few days ago, amidst the stark white snow region of the Roken Range, Jenica led the search party with the intention of seizing what that Venom failure wanted, in order to bring Bianca home early. Seeing Bianca walking dully ahead, she called out, "Sister!" However, deep down in Bianca's heart, she always held an absolute faith. My husband is the best. No one is allowed to criticize him. She turned around to look at her older sister with deep, resolute blue eyes amidst the falling snow. Jenica grumpily asked why her younger sister kept clinging to the search party. While Bianca could only stubbornly talk back, "It's none of your business. If I want to go, I will go." The tension escalated when Jenica dropped harsh words, telling Bianca to take the fungus and return straight to Venom, as she didn't even want to see her sister's face anymore. Bianca quietly endured the pain. She knew very well that Jenica always blamed her for their mother's death, and had hated her since then. Deep in her heart, she silently apologized and promised herself she would return as soon as she found the white flame fungus. Returning to reality, Jenica clenched her fists, tormenting herself because if she hadn't said those hurtful words, this thing shouldn't have happened. Suddenly, a blood-red murderous aura erupted. A bizarre masked individual appeared from the void with terrifying pressure. He casually teased, "Can we come along with you, ladies?" Blood began to spill onto the white snow, the scene becoming tragic as he coldly uttered a greeting. "Hello, two beautiful young ladies." Jenica panically asked for the stranger's identity. While the loyal guard, despite being injured, still screamed to urge the two young ladies to quickly run away to save their lives. The brutal killer roughly grabbed the soldier's head. He clicked his tongue in deep annoyance. "What a nuisance, but today is indeed my lucky day." The masked killer slightly licked his lips, his glowing red eyes showing clear excitement upon seeing his prey. Up ahead, Bianca was suppressing her pain, both supporting and urging the severely injured Jenica. "Hurry up!" Amidst the desolate snow region, the butcher casually observed the two young girls struggling to escape. He thought to himself in triumph, to meet such perfect hostages in the middle of a desolate place like this, caught a sweet deal. Smiling broadly, he didn't rush to finish them off, but strolled behind, his raspy voice echoing threateningly, "Where are you two hiding, young ladies?" Hiding behind a large rock, Bianca and Jenica trembled in fear. Bianca gnashed her teeth, realizing the bitter truth, that guy. He is enjoying playing games with us. Despite being in a critical situation, Bianca still tightly gripped the stalk of grass in her hand, her eyes showing clear resolve. Sister promised, "Crush. I will definitely bring the white flame fungus back to him." Witnessing her older sister's stubbornness, Jenica screamed in despair, "Stop talking about your fiancé! I don't want to die here either." Suddenly, she froze upon seeing an escape route. Wait a minute. Jenica came up with a bold idea. She whispered to Bianca, "Bianca, I have an idea." She explained that thanks to being equipped with ancient treasures, they could move safely and more easily on the snow than that killer. Jenica pointed toward the perilous glacier walls and proposed if we can reach the crevasse area. Perhaps it will slow him down. However, all calculations of the two girls were seen through by the butcher. He stood right above the cliff, looking down with a bizarre smile. "Smart young ladies. Just try to escape." Approaching the edge of the crevasse, Jenica collapsed from exhaustion. She sobbed heavily. "My legs are completely giving out, sister. Leave me here to die." Standing before the deep abyss, Bianca looked at her younger sister and asked, "Ready?" Jenica was bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Bianca coldly ordered, "We will jump to the other side." Jenica panically objected because if they failed, they would definitely lose their lives, but Bianca only calmly replied. Right at that moment, the killer caught up. He swung his massive axe and spoke loosely, "Hey, young ladies, standing there is very dangerous. Come over here to me." The exact moment he reached his hand out, Bianca shouted loudly, "Now!" Bianca unexpectedly pushed Jenica hard down into the abyss to the ultimate bewilderment of the killer. He could only utter, "What? What?" Seeing the two girls free-falling into the deep darkness of the crevasse, the butcher frantically reached out his hand to salvage the situation, but it was too late. Jenica's scream echoed across the dark space. The killer stood on the edge, roaring in shock mixed with fury. "Are you guys trying to commit suicide?" The killer looked down at the crevasse, slightly smirking when he discovered the two girls were clinging on precariously. Oh, turns out there's a handhold there. Seeing that the enemy had discovered their hiding spot, Jenica panicked ultimately. "We're discovered!" What should we do? Without giving the prey time to react, the butcher plunged straight down with a maniacal smile. "Looks fun. Let me join." Being overly eager to show off makes it easy to get wrecked. But before the perilous situation, Bianca appeared extremely calm. She looked at her older sister with a resolute gaze and reassured her, "It's okay, Jenica." Just as Jenica was still dumbfounded, it turned out she had personally plunged forward to hug the killer to protect her older sister. Jenica stood on the rocky ledge, only able to wail helplessly, "Bianca!" That was the final image she saw before her younger sister vanished amidst the stark white snow. Fortunately, the search party stated that the place where Bianca fell had very thick accumulated snow, so there was a possibility she was still alive. Returning to reality, Jenica buried her head and sobbed heavily before Crush. She tormented herself in late regret that if only I hadn't suggested going to the crevasse area, Bianca wouldn't have had to jump. If you regret it, you've already jumped anyway. She blamed herself that she should have given the item available in the mansion to her sister from the start, so that both wouldn't have had to encounter that cold-blooded killer. Hearing this, Crush's gaze hardened. He thought deeply. So that's how it is. Jenica still didn't stop screaming in pain. "Don't say such irresponsible words. It has already been a full week since that day." She feared that even if she escaped from the butcher's hands, a person who only knows how to read books all day like Bianca would find it difficult to survive deep within this harsh mountain rain. Meanwhile, deep within the snowy forest, Bianca was lying curled up, her breath weak beside a dry tree trunk. In her trance, she still silently called the name of the only person she always longed for. "Crush, save your wife. It's so cold here." Opening her eyes to wake up, she softly uttered, and then realized she had fallen asleep again. Over the past few days, she could only sustain life thanks to nuts and the warmth from the sun-heat snow fungus, causing her body to reach its breaking limit. When checking the wound on her leg, Bianca told herself, "My leg seems to be fine." After falling from the ice wall and into the water with the killer, she had to trudge aimlessly. toward higher ground to find a way to call for help. And it was highly fortunate to find a place where a lot of sun-heat snow fungi were radiating a warm light. Sun-heat snow fungus, just as the name implied, naturally radiated warmth. Bianca thought to herself and decided to rely on this warmth to endure the bone-chilling cold. She used them to keep warm, found a small cave to hide in, and then pulled out the survival guide as a reference to manage her wounds and food. However, the cold, unhealed wounds and severe malnutrition had completely drained her strength. Bianca felt herself constantly drifting off. She feared that if this kept up, she wouldn't be able to endure it. The avalanche that just occurred made hope even more fragile, as she knew for sure the rescue team must have been delayed too. Even so, in her heart, she still clung tightly to an oath. Before delivering the gift to my husband, this lady refuses to log out. All of a sudden, the killer unexpectedly materialized threateningly, damn it. I finally found you. He smirked, declaring ruthlessly, "This game of tag ends here, little lady." Meanwhile, Bianca was still struggling to walk amidst the stark white snow. She muttered, "I have to eat something." Suddenly she froze upon seeing something. "Under the layer of snow," she uttered. "Are these acorns hidden by a squirrel? Sorry about this, Mr. Squirrel. Let me borrow them for a bit," Bianca muttered as she found some meager food under the thick layer of snow. All of a sudden, it dashed forward and slammed heavily right next to her position. Bianca panically looked up. Her breath caught due to the sudden appearance of the enemy. A violent snow explosion erupted, throwing Bianca far away, causing her to tumble and roll on the freezing ground. She could only utter a terrified "ha." From within the snow mist, the dark silhouette of the killer unexpectedly loomed forward. He mocked her for being a freak, because her face didn't change expression at all. He narrowed his eyes maliciously at her and said, "Getting money from the Vanham family is indeed tough." Suddenly, he brutally grabbed Bianca's neck, lifting her up into the air. He growled threateningly, "If only you had willingly acted as a hostage like a normal kid, you might have been able to return home safely." His gaze stopped at the snowflake hairpin. Gleaming, he casually calculated selling it to make a fortune. Between life and death, Bianca uttered a weak, painful In her mind, the desire to return home suddenly surged intensely. Images of the happy days at the manor returned, when she quietly sat reading a book next to Crush along with the presence of the butler Ariel. The memory of Crush's warm smile seemed to soothe the current pain. Bianca realized that every day spent by his side had left something like emotions inside her. Even a naturally emotionless person like her knew that those days were truly very happy. A tear quietly rolled down Bianca's pale face as she thought to herself, "If only I had emotions. Knowing it would be like this, I would have loved him sooner. Now that I'm about to kick the bucket, I feel regret." These final thoughts flashed through Bianca's mind as her neck was being throttled in despair. She softly called the name of the one she always longed for. "I want to see you, Crush." "Me, I know it, dear." Instantly, a mysterious dark silhouette appeared like a ghost right behind the killer's back, with a highly powerful close-range strike. Crush delivered a thunderous punch, sending the butcher flying far away. Attacked unexpectedly, he roared in pain. "Ah, what kind of dog are you?" Ignoring the enemy's screams, Crush gently caught Bianca's weak body in his arms. Looking at her pale face, he gently comforted her. "You did well, Bianca. Leave the rest to me. Highly cool. 10 out of 10, no notes." But Bianca could only utter his name in a mix of astonishment and relief. "Crush." Crush smiled slightly and then turned to order the Black Crow Crimson. "I'm counting on you, Cream. You take care of Bianca." Cream slowly repeated his previous warning that both he and Everest couldn't directly join the battle to avoid breaking the invader rules. Furthermore, his subordinates were completely useless in actual combat, while Everest was trembling because she was too terrified of the master of the Bloodhound. Crush understood that teleporting Bianca away from here was the safest option. However, Crimson still expressed concern. He looked at Crush with glowing red eyes and warned that the Bloodhound was many times stronger than him. By chance, there was an opening before. But can you really win this time? His eyes burned with determination. No matter how strong the Bloodhound is, the winner will be me. The killer howled in a frenzy. Who are you? How dare you interfere in my business? Crush coldly demanded, give it back. Before the opponent's bewilderment, he growled to assert, give the stalk of grass back to my wife right now, or I'll roast you, buddy. Oh, so you're a Venom. Bloodhound. 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 The butcher smirked upon recognizing his opponent's identity. Glowing red axe strikes slammed down continuously, forcing Crush to exert his full strength to hold them off. He realized in shock that his speed was too fast, to the point where even his sixth sense almost couldn't keep up. The pressure from this butcher was truly terrifying. It seemed he had reached the peak master realm. He frantically howled that the ransom money would increase tenfold if he caught both Crush and Bianca. While Crush gnashed his teeth, he knew very well that he had only just reached the intermediate master rank. Yet he still astounded him with the resilient defense of a small kid. The butcher laughed in delight, continuously unleashing tempestuous attacks. Wahaha! Let's see how much longer you can hold off. A fatal opening appeared. He seized the opportunity, delivering a highly powerful strike that sent Crush's sword flying and slamming into the ground. Standing before the weaponless boy, the killer triumphantly declared, "All right, that was quite fun. Now let's end this." Celebrating too early usually brings a bitter fruit. However, just as the axe blade was about to come down, Crush suddenly vanished like a ghost, leaving the butcher astonished. He disappeared? He frantically sniffed and roared, searching for his whereabouts amidst the white snow. Suddenly he emerged from the snow directly behind him, concentrating his entire strength into a close-range strike, aimed straight at the opponent's flank, sending him flying in pain. Crush thought to himself that, even though he was holding a blunt sword, he still couldn't deploy his domain to counter his brutal power. The flame skill was officially activated. He suddenly widened his eyes in terror upon seeing the opponent determined to defeat him at all costs. "Chill out, little brother. Don't be as hot-headed as ice cream." He unleashed the Shadow Lock skill, instantly forcing him to freeze up, unable to move. An oppressive feeling. Invisible, as if falling into another space. The killer was slowly approaching, kid. You won't be able to endure it. The rescue team is definitely coming soon, too, but let me send you to the Yellow Springs first. His axe just kept powerfully charging toward him. He shuddered, realizing his senses were being ruthlessly distorted. This was precisely a type of secret technique that used sound to shatter the aura and paralyze the opponent's nervous system. If it were the Crush of the past, he definitely would have lost his life before even understanding what was happening. But now, he was no longer that weakling because he had survived things even worse than this. Crush gnashed his teeth, deciding to push his aura to the absolute limit to activate super perception. His sixth sense, faced with the small kid's resistance. The butcher smirked mockingly. "What's the matter? How much longer can you hold out?" Crush reminded himself not to allow any carelessness, because the butcher was on a completely different level compared to him. He decided not to reveal all his cards yet, silently letting him become complacent and believe that he had secured the victory, right up until the exact moment of the decisive strike. Realizing that the search party was definitely about to arrive. The place where the search party is about to arrive, you should go ahead and disappear. However, all those intimidating words were actually just psychological tactics to frighten the opponent. He attempted to unleash his full strength with the Phantom Illusion Axe, hurling countless glowing red axe blades forward, while Crush was still being affected by the Shadow Lock, finding it difficult to move. He used his super sense to block that attack, but his body was still exerting massive strain. Witnessing that horrifying sight, Urban Azanapochi trembled, fearing, heavens, at this rate he's going to die. Could this really be the end for him? Watching from the outside, she broke out into a cold sweat. The girl fought an intense psychological struggle, wondering whether she should jump in to help or not. But the fear of the mad dog, the master of the butcher, enveloped her mind once more. Urban Azanapochi knew very well that if she took action to kill the butcher, that monster would hunt both her and Crush to the ends of the earth. No! Urban Azanapochi gnashed her teeth and made a firm resolve. She told herself that she might be a loner, but she was not the cowardly type who forgets a favor. She couldn't stand by and watch her benefactor die such a tragic death. Just as she was about to rush out to the rescue, the crow... Crimson managed to fly over just in time to stop her and ordered coldly, "Hold on, don't interfere." It was almost a scene of a beautiful woman saving a hero. Crimson explained that Crush had chosen to fight this battle on his own and requested Urban Azanapochi to place her faith in the person who had reclaimed her heart for her. He asserted that Crush had enough capability to go all the way, while dropping a highly pragmatic comment, "Besides, if he really dies, I just need to find a way to make that corpse come back to life." At this moment, Crush was completely exhausted. He collapsed to his knees, propping his sword against the ground to keep his balance, while blood continuously seeped from the corner of his mouth. He gasped in intermittent breaths, "I've reached my limit." I used my sixth sense to track the butcher's movements, but Crush gnashed his teeth upon realizing his own limit. He had burned too much aura, to the point where he could barely open his eyes. From this point forward, he was forced to gamble his life on his own intuition. All of a sudden, the shadow of an axe swept across, causing Crush to startle in horror. Before he could even gather his wits from the staggering blow, the butcher howled frantically, "Take this axe strike and go take a rest in the Yellow Springs, son!" An axe strike carrying destructive power slammed straight down at Crush's head. In that critical situation, during that moment of life and death, a bitter stream of memories rushed back. Long ago, I realized that I had no natural talent. I was always weak. Crush told himself that he was nothing like those geniuses out there, the ones who could fair and squarely overwhelm their opponents with a just and honorable strike. Therefore, I have hidden my fangs until this very moment. Crush's eyes suddenly glowed with a deadly, sharp red. He officially activated the limit-breaking state, Fire Eclipse Gate. By using the igneous flame, Crush recklessly converted all the world energy stored in his body into raw power, forcefully compelling himself to surpass every physical limit. However, the price to pay was immense, as he could only maintain this bizarre state for exactly 3 short seconds. Crush roared in ultimate agony. "I'm ending this right now." The exploding power caused the butcher to utter in horror, "What?" He was completely unable to keep up with Crush's speed, with the naked eye anymore. He thought to himself that if he didn't dodge, he would definitely lose his life. As Crush unleashed the ultimate technique, Gaze of the Phantom Image, a flaming slash tore through space and embedded itself straight into the butcher's body. However, Crush clicked his tongue in deep regret upon realizing the outcome after the strike, missed by a few millimeters. What a waste of a premium slash. That sound distorted my vision at the final second. Crush realized the danger from the sound made by the butcher right before a highly powerful collision sent him flying, blood welling out from the corner of his mouth. His sixth sense screamed an alarm as the eroding effect was fading away, signaling there was exactly 1 second left before the butcher's claws would tear his head apart. Crush roared in ultimate rage, "The ticket to hell! I bought it for you, buddy. I didn't buy it for myself." He then unleashed a powerful surge of dark energy to counterattack immediately. In this moment of life and death, Crush's concentration reached its most absolute state. A blue eye glowed with intense power, his entire body enveloped in a deep blue, vibrant aura dot. The single strike was launched, finishing off the enemy. A shocking thud echoed. The match was over, but the price he had to pay was still terribly painful. He had lost an arm, and his body was covered in crisscrossing wounds. A strong person can defeat an enemy without even breaking a sweat. But for someone considered an underdog to secure a victory, they are forced to trade it with their own blood, sweat, and sacrifice. Crimson flew close and asked, "Are you satisfied yet?" Crush could only laugh faintly in intermittent breaths. "I still haven't settled the score with that family yet. But whatever, let me sleep for a bit." And then he was completely drained of strength, collapsing face down on the freezing ground. Crimson ordered, "Let's go." "Now." A teleportation circle, glowing brightly, opened up to bring the entire group back to the Pine Pavilion. Urban Azanapochi's giant carefully carried both Crush and Bianca in his arms, quietly stepping into the space portal to leave the harsh snow mountain region. Recalling the memory of the past life when he met Bianca at the mansion, if I could express my emotions outwardly like that, then at least in my eyes, this world would not have carried that bleak gray color. Those were the secret thoughts of Bianca as she sat opposite Crush in a quiet space. Crush quietly observed her. In his heart, a troubling and restless question welled up, between having emotions and being completely emotionless, which one would cause us more suffering. He wondered if the stirring of the soul suddenly surged within her body at this moment. Would she lose her life due to being overly shocked? Bianca slightly raised her eyes, uttering bitterly, "We are strangers now. Whatever happens to me, you probably wouldn't care anyway." Crush gnashed his teeth in intense stress. He knew very well that this distance stemmed from the cruel, unilateral decisions from his family's side. The horrifying memory of the day Dakrakan Hadenhart, the head of the Hadenhart clan, suddenly went mad, rushed back. He had personally murdered his entire family and then ended his own life, creating a tragic scene. Bianca was the sole survivor of that tragedy, thanks to the sacrificial help of her second older sister, Jenica. Right after that, the Vanham family deemed that the political marriage with the Hadenhart family no longer held any value, and they arbitrarily called off the engagement between Crush and Bianca. Bianca also gloomily admitted that it was probably true, and they would no longer have a chance to reunite. But instantly, a highly powerful purple-black surge of energy erupted from Crush. His gaze turned razor-sharp as he roared, "I've already warned you. If you still want to seek death, I won't interfere." The Black Hat's skill was activated. A massive demonic mouth appeared and swallowed the snow monster entity that was controlling Bianca, because it had absorbed too much miasma from the curse. The snow monster entity vanished instantly. Under Crush's hands, which were covered in magical seals, he looked at her and softly asked, "How are you feeling right now?" That was the first day in Bianca's life that she escaped the control of the snow monster curse. She uttered highly bitterly, "This life is truly far too harsh, Lord Crush." However, at the exact moment those lost emotions suddenly returned, she also officially transformed into a monster amidst the shackles of fate. 3 years later, in the freezing land of Hadenhart, the conflict still persisted relentlessly with no end in sight. 2 soldiers looked at each other in total exhaustion. One uttered, "Fighting for 3 years straight, the pay is low, and the risk of kicking the bucket is high." The other bitterly replied that if not for the intervention of the Aphania Empire, their kingdom of Stalon would have enjoyed peace long ago. He holds secrets that could shake the very foundations of the entire empire, forcing the North to send an envoy to prevent the information leak. It was that exact envoy who drove the Lord of Hadenhart mad, leading to the tragedy of the clan being slaughtered, and the flames of war erupting fiercely as they are now. People whispered to one another that after that incident, the White Beast personally took action to eliminate the envoy, who was one of the 10 great masters, for revenge, and then retreated into seclusion at the Northern Ice Palace amidst the brutal battlefield. A earth-shattering explosion erupted right at the food storage. The Stalin soldiers guarding this place couldn't help but panic. What the hell are those Stalin soldiers over there doing? Crush, now grown up with ash-gray hair and strange tattoos on his neck, casually observed the opponent's lapse in defense. He dashed off like a ghost amidst the snow. This caused the guards to panic and shout, "Over there! That's someone from the demon faction. We absolutely must not be careless." Crush gnashed his teeth, his body gradually reaching its limit. "Damn it, I've overused the power of the curse too much. Even if it were the Saintess, she wouldn't be able to cure it at this point. You reap what you sow, so who is there to blame?" Standing before the heavily fortified fortress gate, Crush told himself he definitely had to rely on Bianca's help. He banged hard on the wooden door, shouting loudly, "Wife, open the door! Your husband is being chased and is about to kick the bucket." Instantly, a deep blue surge of energy erupted from within. Razor-sharp ice spikes suddenly pierced upward from the ground, finishing off the entire squad of soldiers chasing Crush in the blink of an eye. Looking at the corpses pinned tightly to the ice pillars, Crush slightly turned his head. A silhouette with long white hair gradually manifested amidst the ruins. He softly uttered, "It's been a long time since the two of us last met, hasn't it?" But the sight before his eyes left Crush completely shocked. Bianca stood there, but a sword had pierced straight through her chest, fresh blood staining her pure white attire red. She weakly called, "Lord Crush." Crush, in a panic, rushed forward to catch her collapsing body. "Bianca!" He realized in shock that this fatal sword strike was delivered precisely by the daughter of that envoy from years ago. In her intermittent breaths, Bianca repeated the question she had once asked him before the tragedy occurred, possessing emotions and living emotionlessly. "Have you ever wondered which state is more painful?" The memory of that tragic day rushed back, when her older sister Jenica tightly hugged her and confided that she truly didn't hate her from the bottom of her heart. "I don't hate you. I just hate my own attitude." Her sister Jenica's dying words echoed in Bianca's mind, back when she was still in an emotionless state. She couldn't comprehend what those words actually meant, because it was a type of emotion that was far too complex and full of contradictions. Therefore, when the Haydenhart clan, the place that had once caused her so much suffering, was destroyed, she didn't feel a single bit of wavering at that time. It wasn't until she learned what emotions were that Bianca truly understood the words her sister had spoken in the past, that she genuinely loved her very much. Bianca held her head, crying intensely in late regret. "If only I could have developed those feelings a little bit sooner, then everyone in the family could have shared the sorrow, and perhaps they could have sat down to talk with each other. The outcome perhaps wouldn't have been as tragic as it is now. In addition, regarding you, Lord Crush, who knows, we might have been able to be by each other's side in a more complete way." Bianca gradually faded away, her face stained with blood and late tears. In her trance, a shout calling Bianca shattered the night. Crush, startled awake on the hospital bed, his entire body wrapped tightly in bandages after the horrifying battle with the butcher. A small hand gently touched his hand. Bianca sat beside him, saying gently, "I've always been right here, Lord Crush. You've finally regained consciousness." Crush looked around the luxurious room and questioned, "Is this the Haydenhart mansion?" Bianca asked anxiously whether his arm still hurt a lot, but Crush scolded her in a serious tone. "Climbing the mountain alone to act like a superhero? Trying to give me a heart attack?" Bianca bowed her head and softly explained, "I only wanted to find the Varandua snow fungus for you." Crush froze at the young girl's sincerity. He softly uttered, "You Then, suddenly remembering something, he reached out his hand, which was still completely wrapped in bandages, to return to her the stalk of snow fungus shaped like a glittering snowflake. Bianca looked down at the bandaged hand, softly saying, "I'm sorry for making things turn out this badly." Crush, even though his body was also full of injuries, still flashed a vibrant smile to reassure her. "Thank you. Thanks to this, I can begin brewing the elixir." "All right," Bianca quietly called his name, Lord Crush. She bowed her head, confessing a heartbreaking truth. "Currently, I am still a person with no emotion. Even though you risked your life to save me, which is why you ended up in this condition, I am unable to know joy, anger, or sorrow along with you." Bianca tightly gripped the hem of her clothes, her heart heavy. "Right now, I feel extremely restless, to the point that I can't endure it any longer. I don't want to show an emotionless face at times like this at all. The operating system is corrupted and needs an immediate restart." Deep in her heart, she yearned to smile, to share sorrows with Crush, and even moments of rage. But she worried, "I don't want you to lose your soul and emotions like I did. If you can't smile, I don't want to smile alone either." Looking at Bianca's melancholy, Crush gently reassured her, "Don't worry too much about that. The curse's impact will be reduced by half for those who aren't the primary target." Bianca looked up at him with her deep blue eyes, pleading, "Lord Crush, please help me find my lost emotions." A mystical purple energy erupted around Crush. He smiled with complete confidence and replied, "Yeah, even if you hadn't asked, I was planning to do it anyway." Instantly, the magical padlock of the Black Hat skill manifested brilliantly with the text. "Second unsealing condition. Become the most important person in Bianca's heart." Purple chains tightly binding the frozen heart began to shatter under the overwhelming power. Bianca was stunned, her eyes widening in astonishment as she felt the vibration from deep within. Crush silently affirmed, "I intended to do this from the very beginning." At that moment, Crush smiled gently as he looked at the young girl. Bianca couldn't hold back her feelings anymore. She leaned her head against his chest and burst into a heavy sob. The hot tears streamed down, melting away the long-standing ice. Once the crying is done, life immediately blooms. Just as Crush thought to himself, if this plan succeeds, at least her world will no longer be a bleak gray color. An image of the future flashed back when Crush painfully held Bianca in a tragic scene. Bianca sobbed heavily, her eyes blurred by the emotions just rediscovered after so many long years of being emotionless. Sitting next to her on the bed, Crush gently asked if she felt any better. Bianca wiped her tears and softly replied, "Yes, thank you very much." Yet right after that, her face quickly returned to its usual cold expression. Crush silently observed and thought to himself, "Just a second ago she was crying a river, and now she's turned back into a block of ice." Such a slow, emotional response. A knock on the door, tap tap, rang out, shattering the quiet atmosphere. From the outside, Jenica Hadenhart's voice called out, "Crush, it's Jenica Hadenhart. May I come in?" Crush frowned slightly in vigilance. "Jenica, come on in." As soon as Jenica entered the room, she was somewhat stunned to see Bianca present there as well. Crush noticed Bianca was continuously rubbing her eyes, so he asked anxiously, "Bianca, what's wrong with your eyes?" Turning to Jenica, Crush got straight to the point. "So, did you come here for something?" Jenica hesitantly explained, "It's time for dinner, sister." "Don't look at me. I'm feeling awkward." She continued that because Crush still couldn't move or walk around yet. She would send someone to bring food right to the room for him later. Crush narrowed his eyes in suspicion. "Is there something that needs to be discussed privately among family members?" Jenica avoided his gaze, only bowing her head as she replied, "That is the case." Crush silently assessed. "She doesn't even dare to look me straight in the eye, does she?" He recalled that in his past life, Jenica had shown the exact same behavior before apologizing to Bianca. Perhaps this time she would soon say her apology as well. Crush softly called out, "Hey, Bianca," looking straight into his fiancée's eyes. Crush instructed thoroughly, "If she apologizes, just ignore her. Forgive her if you want, or don't if you don't feel like it." He grabbed her hand and promised, "When that time comes, let's go back home together, okay?" Bianca froze, a strange sensation suddenly surging inside that made her softly utter in astonishment. Petals seemed to fall all around the space. Bianca raised her hand to touch her face. A vibrant smile unexpectedly blossomed on her lips. She used 2 fingers to gently pull the corners of her mouth, feeling joy for the first time. Deep down, Bianca happily realized, "Right now my heart feels incredibly happy. Then I'll take my leave first." Bianca said goodbye to go have a meal with her family. Crush waved his hand and smiled. "Yeah, have a safe and peaceful trip." But as soon as her figure vanished behind the door, Crush's face instantly turned razor-sharp. He called out loudly, "Everest, let me borrow your ears for a moment. Come here quickly." A glowing red energy manifested. Crush ordered the magical rats, secretly follow them and listen to what words they say to Bianca. "A camera running on food. My bad, running on rats." The rat nodded slightly to receive the order and then disappeared into the darkness. Crush clenched his fist, growling threateningly, "If those people dare to utter a single word that insults Bianca, I will definitely make them pay a heavy price." Witnessing that protectiveness, the Crow Crimson couldn't help but mock. "You don't even have your arm left. Yet you still have the mind to worry about your fiancé? With that battered body, do you think you're capable of stealing immortality from me?" Crimson looked at Crush with sheer mockery, not forgetting to add, "Reincarnators are truly not easy to deal with at all." Crush casually waved his hand to reassure him. "Don't get worked up in vain like that anymore. For this wound, I just need to ask the Saintess to step in, and it will recover in no time. In the Holy Kingdom of Freeman, one of the 4 great empires, there rules a Saintess possessing the ultimate divine power granted by God. That is the supreme power that can bring the dead back. The Venom clan would certainly never be willing to spend a massive amount of money just to invite the Saintess to heal a useless piece of trash like you." Crimson continued to pour cold water on Crush's hope. Responding to that disdain, Crush only smiled. "I lost this arm. I'll replace it with a better one. What's there to worry about?" Crimson realized in shock his true intention. "Replace the arm? Don't tell me. Is that exactly why you dragged that little girl into your group?" As Crush confirmed, recruiting Abel was precisely to serve this purpose. Because to a corpse controller like her, sewing an arm back on is just a small matter. Although Abel grumbled about the sudden order, she also confidently asserted that this task was a piece of cake for her. Crimson shuddered at his calculation. "You intend to exploit her down to her very last bit of labor? You time-rewinding people are truly all terrifying, 2-faced individuals." Crush casually replied that this was just an unintended coincidence. When he had to sacrifice an arm. When Crimson pressed for the identity of the person whose arm would be taken, Crush coldly declared, "The Demon Sword's arm is the finest. I'll borrow it for a bit, okay?" Crimson was astounded and roared, because he hadn't expected Crush to have known all along that the Demon Sword was his subordinate. That was a legendary master who once shook the world with an instantaneous sword-drawing technique that could take down an opponent in the blink of an eye. The most important thing was that the Demon Sword was the subordinate Crimson Garden treasured and loved the most, the one he had dedicated a lot of effort to grooming for so long. "Didn't you always want me to become stronger? Then look after me thoroughly, just like how you did with the Demon Sword." Crush smiled highly provocatively, driving Crimson mad as he snapped at him to shut up, because he had already passed down the secret Jodam swordsmanship technique to him. Crush silently assessed. I understand very well the affection Crimson holds for the demon sword, as well as his other subordinates. He realized Crimson Garden's weakness was that finding his true body was actually very simple, since he observed the world through the eyes of his subordinates. Crush knew Crimson had accidentally created an emotional bond with them that he himself didn't even realize. Currently, we have assistance from the Saintess. Crush deeply recalled Arthur's warning about an ultimate cruelty, using healing magic to prolong torture, forcing subordinates to reveal the hiding spot. He realized this was exactly the weakness to convince Crimson. Even though the demon sword had passed away due to old age, his swordsmanship essence was still there, and Crimson certainly still remembered every single detail of it. Crush got straight to the point. If the demon sword's arm is transplanted into my body, his ultimate sword-drawing technique will be reenacted once again. Wouldn't the demon sword himself desire to have such a successor? Facing Crush's smooth talking, Crimson could only click his tongue and say, "You're so good at this. It would be a total waste if you didn't go sell insurance." After a moment of consideration, the Black Crow requested 2 days to prepare and calm his mind. Crush smiled contentedly. "Thank you, Crimson Garden." Looking at the bandaged arm, Crush breathed a sigh of relief, because this matter was temporarily settled. However, he began to worry about the reaction of the Vanham clan and the safety of the butler Ariel, as his actions at the Haydenhart house would sooner or later be exposed anyway. He told himself that if the situation became too tense, he would just tell Ariel to ignore it, because they had never spared a glance for him from the very beginning anyway. Yet lying on the bed, an uneasy premonition kept surging in Crush's heart. That premonition became reality. Right at the dining table of the Haydenhart clan. The sixth sense is faster than Wi-Fi, guys. Mario Khan. The eldest son of the clan was slamming the table and shouting at Bianca, forcing her to hand over the position of fiancée to her younger sister, Jenica. He greedily realized Crush was no longer a piece of trash after taking down the master butcher dog, and wanted to turn him into the strongest trump card for his own clan. With a selfish nature, Mario declared that whatever he wanted, he would definitely seize at all costs. Therefore, regarding this fiancé position, I absolutely cannot back down. Bianca stood before Mario, her gaze more resolute than ever as she emphatically declared, "The only thing I want to protect until the end is precisely the position of Lord Crush's fiancé." Mario slammed the table in a frenzy. He insulted her as a cursed person who would be thrown away sooner or later and lacked the capacity to shoulder heavy responsibilities. Jenica couldn't stand her older brother's cruelty, so she stood up abruptly to stop him, but Mario coldly brushed her off. He forced Jenica to personally take over the engagement if she felt guilty toward Bianca, demanding her to know how to think for the family's benefits. Bianca looked at the two of them, her heart cold. "This family is too rotten to the core. I'm following my husband to enjoy life." She bitterly realized that at this Haydenhart house there was, naturally, no longer a place for her when both her father and older brother had never truly cared. With Bianca, her determination would never waver. Even if she were exiled or no longer the fiancée, she was still willing to follow and stay by Lord Crush's side. Until the very end. Mario roared her name in fury. But a sudden knock on the door cut through the tense atmosphere. "I'm busy right now. Whatever it is can wait until later," Mario shouted loudly, but the door still opened. Crush casually walked in with an apology for abruptly barging in like this. He admitted to having accidentally overheard a few things echoing all the way out in the hallway. Accidental in a highly intentional way, brothers. Mario called Crush Vanham's name in astonishment and advised him to lie still and rest because his wounds hadn't healed yet. Crush smirked, bringing up two conflicting rumors currently spreading around. One was that Crush bravely saved his fiancée and eliminated the butcher despite losing an arm. The second was that the Haydenhart clan's defense was so lax to the point that it couldn't even prevent the infiltration of a single killer, leaving a member of the Vanham family in a life-threatening situation. "Crush?" asked Mario. Which rumor is more beneficial while the master of the clan is absent? Mario broke out into a cold sweat, asking him tremblingly what exactly he wanted. Crush got straight to the point. It's very simple. Please let Bianca be free to follow whatever she wants. He requested to let Bianca herself decide whether to continue or cancel the engagement. Mario stood frozen before that proposal. Crush added a firm assertion that he would never abandon Bianca and completely didn't care about that malicious curse. Bianca looked at Crush with deeply moved eyes, while Mario couldn't help but be amazed at the deep bond between the two of them. Fine. I give up. Take her away quickly and do me a favor. Mario finally had to yield and sighed in acceptance. Crush hadn't stopped yet. He made a final request. Oh, there's still one last thing. Regarding my arm, let's just consider it as if the priest invited by the Haddon Hart House successfully stepped in to heal it. Is that okay? He even mocked that this helped the clan save the cost of hiring a priest. A good thing for the Haddon Hart House. Even though Mario suspected Crush was plotting something, he could only agree and requested him to report when there were results. At that, Crush expressed his thanks and took his leave along with Bianca. Looking at the backs of the two of them, Jenica uttered to her older brother that Bianca had truly changed a lot. Mario thought deeply, even considering letting the two of them get married right away to get it over with. In another development within the shadows of the Vanham mansion, a powerful man was holding a report about Crush in his hand. He quietly called his youngest son's name, with a highly mysterious attitude. 2 days later, at a wide courtyard belonging to the Haddon Hart mansion, Crush was diligently plunging into training even though his body still bore severe injuries. He realized the reality was much harder than he imagined. To combine the single strike with the peak sword-drawing technique of the demon sword, he absolutely had to converge both aura and the invading toxic blood into one single point at the same time. Looking at the arm emitting a blue-purple electrical current, Crush told himself that currently he could only move one side, so he would try to experiment at all costs. Sweat, dripping profusely, soaking Crush's face. He slightly clicked his tongue. It seems my mind is still slow. However, the only bright spot right now was that the snow doll was still operating very stably. Thanks to its presence, the eruption of the invading toxic blood was completely suppressed. Not only that, it also helped him realize the fatal weaknesses of the incineration skill, the most premium protective item. In essence, this incineration technique uses the Ignis flame to burn away the energy absorbed from the toxic blood, helping the body burst through and surpass ordinary limits. Although it can create maximum destructive power by using the invading energy as kindling, the price to pay is incredibly tragic. As Crush lay flat on the ground, his breathing rapid as he realized that as soon as the incineration effect ends, his entire body will fall into a state of complete immobility. Using this technique turns your internal organs into a stone-grilled dish instantly, guys. Crush thought to himself in anxiety. His internal organs were facing the risk of being burned away if used for a long period. Looking up at the high sky, he yearned to possess the ability to control heat energy so that he could maintain his power longer. Suddenly, a freezing chill, carrying the negative power of the moon, manifested in his mind. Amidst the blazing fire, the image of an individual wrapped entirely in bandages with vibrant red hair and sharp, cold eyes manifested highly mysteriously. Crush flashed a highly sinister smile as jet-black feathers drifted down all around. So I have identified the next target. That is precisely the ancient secret technique Moon Phantom of the Fire Emperor, Aslan Ignis. His eyes burned with determination. Just need to wait until the arm completely recovers. I will definitely go seize his curse. Crush stood before an ancient tree trunk. Standing before an ancient giant tree trunk with a bizarre shape, he softly asked, "Is this exactly Abel's home?" The Crow Crimson immediately confirmed, "That's correct." Right after that, a girl in a maid outfit with long rabbit ears appeared, bowing respectfully. "It is an honor to welcome you, Lord Crush. The master is currently waiting for you inside." Looking at the funny rabbit. Ears of the maid belonging to the 8th Undead Corpse Legion? Crush couldn't help but be surprised. She has rabbit ears. Boss Abel's aesthetic taste is a bit strange. He stepped inside and realized the space was still identical to his previous visit. It seemed Abel had used her power to connect different dimensions together. As soon as she saw him, Abel shouted in pure excitement, "Crush, you're here! Everything for the transplant is fully ready." Crush's gaze locked onto a shriveled jet-black arm lying on the table. "This is precisely the demon sword's arm, right?" Looking at the precious item in front of him, Crush asked directly, "Can we proceed with the connection right now?" Abel warned in a serious tone, "We can do it, but you will definitely have to endure horrifying pain. If you feel scared, then forget it." Seeing the 8th maid wielding a massive hammer in her hands, Crush couldn't help but shudder. "Do you intend to use that hammer to beat me to death?" However, he quickly regained his composure. "I'm already too used to the feeling of pain." Abel smiled defiantly. "Crying is useless." "Ah, baby. Once you're on the operating table, there's no turning back." "Oh." She ordered no. 8 to tie Crush down tightly and bring that arm out to begin the ritual. "All right, let's begin," Abel shouted loudly as a vibrant, glowing red energy erupted violently, enveloping Crush and the demonic arm. A bone-chilling pain struck, forcing Crush to bite hard on a piece of cloth to suppress his screams, sweat pouring down like rain. The process of restoring and fusing the demon sword's arm took place under extreme tension. Until it was completed, Abel concentrated deeply on the final step. Only one last phase left, connecting the nerves. Blue and white electrical currents jolted repeatedly through Crush's body as the nerves began to reconnect, causing his eyes to widen in ultimate shock. After the ritual ended, Abel breathed a sigh of relief. She looked at Crush with sheer admiration. "You did great. You managed to endure it without fainting." Despite being in so much pain that he was drenched in sweat, Crush still grumbled and urged, "Don't just stand there watching. Untie me quickly, hurry up." The 8th maid panically apologized and hurriedly removed the ropes that were binding him tightly. Crush thought to himself that there was a reason why he had tried to stay conscious. He stared intently at the newly attached arm, a dark, muscular arm that exuded a bizarre aura. "New stock just arrived. Let me start the engine to see the capacity." Instantly, a surge of purple-black energy rolled and covered the freaky arm, causing Abel to utter in terror, "Oh, what the hell is that? It looks so hideous!" The muscle fibers on the new arm twitched repeatedly, radiating a terrifying pressure. Crush concentrated deeply. He knew that if he fell into an unconscious state, the arm, after absorbing the toxic blood, would highly likely lose control and go on a rampage. That was precisely why he needed to personally regulate the amount of aura, forcing it to adapt bit by bit to his new body. After a brief struggle, the energy stream gradually stabilized. Crush clenched his fist in total satisfaction. Right at that moment, the Crow Crimson flew over to check on him. "Is everything all done?" Crush felt the perfect connection and replied, "Yeah, right now it feels exactly like my real arm." Crimson excitedly suggested, "Since you're currently learning the sword-drawing technique anyway, why don't you test it out a bit to see how it goes?" Crush turned to Abel to ask to borrow the training grounds, but the girl instantly flew into a rage. "I am not your servant or maid." However, as soon as Crimson mentioned that he was looking for an ancient text on dueling skills, Abel's attitude flipped 180 degrees. With her eyes glowing brightly in the shape of stars, the girl rushed over to flatter him. "Oh, Lord Grimm! Lord Grimm! Lord Grimm!" This dizzying change left Crush completely speechless. Because of passion. What even is dignity, right, guys? Abel cheerfully ordered no. 8 to guide him immediately on the way to the training grounds. Crimson asked in a serious tone, "How much is your understanding of the demon sword's ultimate sword-drawing technique so far?" Crush casually replied. "Well, I only know that it is incredibly powerful. Reincarnated, but your studying is so disappointing." This naive answer drove Crimson mad as he roared, "What did you say?" Carrying the title of a reincarnator. "Yet you only have that much knowledge, but dared to request me to give you the demon sword's arm. Oh my God!" Crimson began to explain the core difference. While a conventional sword-drawing technique simply accumulates aura and then releases it highly rapidly, the technique of the demon sword is on a completely different level. It fractures the accumulated aura inside into countless tiny microscopic particles to create an explosion that yields the highest destructive efficiency. Those dust-like aura particles will accelerate the speed of the explosion when the pressure inside the scabbard reaches its peak. So powerful that the sword could shatter into pieces. Do you grasp what I just explained? Crimson questioned after a long explanation of the lengthy theory. Responding to that expectation, Crush only casually admitted honestly, "No, aware." He realized that just listening passively didn't help at all, so he decided, "Theory gives me a headache. Let me swing a few lines to see if I hit the jackpot." Crimson flapped his wings and flew up to encourage him. "Well, just place your trust and entrust it to that arm. The sword lines that the demon sword swung tens of thousands of times are definitely still preserved within that body." As Crush concentrated deeply, his eyes glowing with determination, having a good teacher guiding him along with the demon sword's arm, he knew everything was currently fully prepared. The rest depended solely on his own will, Crush told himself, making a firm resolve. He would practice relentlessly until he completely mastered the legendary sword-drawing technique of the demon sword. Even if he had to swing the sword tens of thousands of times, even if his body became broken, he was willingly ready to trade it to reach that ultimate power. For many days after that, the training ground space continuously shook due to deep blue surges of aura erupting violently. Crush! Mitmai swung his sword, creating slashes at a mind-boggling speed. However, no. 8, who was standing by observing, poured cold water on him. With the comment, "I can still see your sword line with the naked eye." "My lord." Her words made Crush freeze, sweat trickling down his exhausted face as he realized he was still a very long distance away from reaching the invisible realm. He understood that the demon sword's sword-drawing technique must reach a speed that the ordinary human eye completely cannot keep up with. To match the legend, Crush was forced to make the sword become invisible in the opponent's eyes. God-tier speed is due to aura, not your hand. He thoughtfully observed his hand, which was radiating a blue vapor. Crush intended to return to the Pine Pavilion to further train his other skills to enhance his overall combat strength in the most comprehensive way. He turned to thank No, 8 for spending the past many days practicing with him. In response, No, 8 advised him to have more confidence in himself, because someone with a single-digit code like her was already a true master at the Swordmaster level. Even so, the opponents we have to face in the future are all individuals who far surpass the Swordmaster level. Crush thought carefully in silence and then softly thanked No, 8. Abel suddenly poked her head out to ask, "Oh, why are you suddenly so quiet?" "Are you all done with your work?" he calmly replied. "Yes, I was just about to go look for you, Abel. Today I will return to the Vanham family." This news startled Abel, and she asked anxiously about what would happen to her. Crush explained, "Why would you follow along just to get exposed? Stay here and watch the house, babe. Abel bowed her head in sadness, admitting the truth because apart from the Vanham family, the outside world was full of terrifying people. Crush continued to warn her about the 5 elders, those with a high likelihood of having noticed something unusual who might even capture her to use as a slave. Therefore, can you help me? I have a favor I want to ask you to help with. Standing before Abel and No. 8, Crush gave the request in a serious tone. Please, help me monitor the one known as the Poison King. Don't let him approach the building. His name is Wang Ai. As long as you can protect the safety of Patriarch Dakra Khan, that will be enough. Abel was so astounded that her eyes widened. You intend to tell me to go deal with the Poison King, one of the 10 great masters? This matchup is a bit painful for the doctor guys. Well, I know that it isn't easy at all. Abel hesitated, but then she made a firm resolve. But if it's just protecting the Patriarch, I should have the capacity to shoulder that. Crush smiled vibrantly. Thank you. In the future, if you need any help, just speak up to me. Looking at Crush's back. Abel blushed in bashfulness, thinking to herself, this guy doesn't even know what I'll request yet, but he's already making promises. No, 8 asked anxiously. Master, is it all right like this? Abel thought deeply. She admitted that if it were before, she would definitely follow Crush, but if they stayed together longer... She was afraid she would mistake him for her comrades from years ago. Furthermore, following Crush means having to face extremely dangerous invaders. So making this choice is the best thing already. Abel smiled and told herself that she naturally preferred to just stay cooped up inside the house anyway. However, she silently made a firm resolve, nevertheless. If one day Crush falls into a critical situation, I will definitely repay this favor until the very end. Now, the magnificent white carriage began to roll, taking Crush away from this place to return to the family amidst the stark white snow. Welcome back safely, young Master Crush. Ariel bowed respectfully upon seeing Crush carrying Bianca, who was fast asleep in Crush's arms. Crush softly asked whether anything special had occurred during the time he was away. Ariel reported that the main family side had inquired about his whereabouts, but he had quick-wittedly reported that Crush was with young Lady Bianca. Because the people in the main family always looked down on Crush as an incompetent and useless person. The messenger only sent brief information back to that side. He even mocked and looked down on everything belonging to this place. Precisely because of that complacency, the head of the family did not suspect or reprimand them at all, and that negligent messenger was also dismissed immediately afterward. Crush did not spare praise. You did well. Truly worthy of being my shield. Ariel humbly declined, but he immediately brought up a shocking piece of news. The head butler was about to come here in person to re-evaluate Crush's capability. This is the person who commands the entire 5-family ring team of the Vanham house, holding the power to evaluate the direct bloodline members to report straight to the head of the family. Facing a head butler at the Grandmaster level, Crush thought to himself that it was indeed a bit troublesome and complicated now. Even so, to seize the power of the Fire Emperor Aslan, he understood that he absolutely had to borrow the family's strength. To get premium items, one must know how to act. It was time for Crush to demonstrate his true strength. So, is there any other issue? Crush asked while still carrying Bianca in his arms. Ariel announced, "There is a message from Darling Danfirian." He was urging Crush to bring the materials over immediately. Looking at the image of Darling waiting in pure excitement, Crush could only sigh. That guy is truly always hasty. He thanked Ariel, but the old butler still had one final important matter to report. Young Lady Charlotte has come here for a visit. To be more precise, currently the young lady is resting right inside your room. Instantly, a vibrant blue-purple surge of vapor erupted on the balcony. Charlotte, The genius of the family unexpectedly threw herself down from the high floor with terrifying pressure. She landed highly arrogantly, the great sword strapped behind her back radiating an overwhelming aura, an entrance that literally shakes the ground. Charlotte smiled at her younger brother and spoke up. "It's been a long time since we last met, hasn't it?" While Crush stood frozen. Cold sweat trickled down his face because his bad premonition had become reality. He could only stammer, "Yes, sister. Meeting a strong opponent isn't scary. What's scariest is the sister of the house. To make this older sister of yours wait for so long, I was about to get bored to death." Charlotte Vanham, the fourth daughter of the Vanham family, smiled highly suggestively upon seeing Crush return. Crush, currently still carrying Bianca, could only scratch his head in confusion and reply, "I thought you would arrive later, sister." Charlotte narrowed her eyes, teasing, "Or did you return to the house at this moment precisely because you saw that I hadn't arrived yet?" Crush broke out into a cold sweat, hurriedly clarifying that his meaning was absolutely not like that. All of a sudden, a horrifying surge of pressure radiated from Charlotte, making the space feel dense. Her eyes glowed threateningly as she pressed, "Is that really true?" While Crush was stunned. His heart thumping hard before this overwhelming power, he silently wondered to himself whether Charlotte had already surpassed the Grandmaster threshold or not. Yet right after that, she changed her tone to a cheerful one. She reached out her hand to pinch Bianca's cheek and shared that she had heard all about the story of Crush fighting to his absolute last breath to protect his fiancée. Charlotte continued to tease, "Rest assured, the sister of yours won't steal your lover away. But it really is quite sad, you know." Crush looked at his sister with a highly vigilant gaze. He explained that he was only surprised when she abruptly barged into his house. Crush's accidental words instantly caused the smile on Charlotte's lips to vanish completely. She narrowed her eyes and asked back highly dangerously, "Your house?" Instantly, she stomped her foot heavily, causing the ground to shatter and creating a violent tremor right in front of butler Ariel. Charlotte coldly declared, "This place is inherently a manor owned by the Vanham family, which means this is a shared home for both of us." She acted sullen, deeming that she had simply come home, yet was welcomed by her younger brother with such a heartless attitude. Drenched in sweat, he thought to himself, "You and Mother are truly from the same mold. At any slight thing, you demand to level everything." He timidly asked whether she was angry with him or not. Charlotte suddenly reverted to a playful demeanor. She deemed that since she was the closest relative, she felt hurt when kept in the dark about many things by Crush. She got straight to the point, hiding it from anyone else. "But how could you hide it from me? You just hacked your power to level up, didn't you?" Her praise left Crush stunned. He suspected. Could it be that Charlotte has awakened the mind's eye, the eyes capable of seeing through all things in the world? Charlotte thoughtfully shared that she sensed a very terrible and massive source of energy currently existing inside Crush. Witnessing that terrifying sharpness, Crush shuddered, realizing the reason why those hounds could not defeat his sister. He realized in shock that what Charlotte awakened was not a normal mind's eye, but a higher realm called the astral eye, which can see through the world via the stars. Thanks to possessing the astral eye that sees through even the erosion of the world, every illusion trick of the enemy was completely useless and finished off by her in the blink of an eye. This means, currently, you are also seeing through my true state right now, aren't you? Crush thought to himself as he realized the power from Charlotte's astral eye. He glanced slightly at the purple-black flame flickering on his hand and asked, "Crimson Grim, how will other people see my black fire?" The Black Crow casually replied that most of them would only see it as a flame full of bad omens. Grim further explained that in this world the number of people who can distinguish the power of the invaders can be counted on the fingers of one hand, unless they themselves are invaders or closely related to. He used the way Crush saw the astral seals appear on the necks of his subordinates as an illustration. Crush thoughtfully nodded, So that's how it is. Crimson continued to analyze Crush's power foundation, which was completely different from his own essence. While Crimson was the embodiment of the world's erosion, Crush was merely blending that erosion into his own aura. Because of this, most people would mistakenly believe that he was suffering from some malicious curse. As Crush smirked, he realized nothing had changed compared to the time before he turned back time. Even though reassured by Grimm, Crush still didn't allow himself to be careless while carrying Bianca in his arms. He understood well, I have to act carefully. If I get exposed, Sister will remove me from the household registry immediately. Charlotte unexpectedly brought her face close to Crush's, her deep blue eyes drilling into him along with the remark, "You're carrying quite a lot of equipment on you, aren't you? Aren't you?" Crush calmly replied that he was merely intending to test everything within his capability. Charlotte burst out laughing. She deemed that he was just as greedy as she was, and, all things considered, Crush resembled their mother more. Charlotte ordered him to leave Bianca in the room and follow her to the training ground. Looking at his sister, who was radiating a vibrant blue aura, Crush knew he couldn't evade. Charlotte said decisively, "I must check your current level a bit." Standing opposite each other in the middle of the splendid training ground, Crush couldn't help but marvel, because before the regression, he never had the chance to duel directly with his sister due to the massive gap in their levels. Charlotte took her stance, firmly believing that her younger brother had learned many new techniques over the past period. She growled a warning. "Strike with your full force. Using forbidden items is fine too. I'll handle it all." Crush tightly gripped the training sword, his eyes burning with determination. "I understand, sister." However, the two of them stood still without executing a single move. The older sister thought to herself, "It's been 3 minutes and my little brother still hasn't drawn his sword. Not even an aura can be seen enveloping his body." She spoke up. "Why don't you attack? Don't make your sister lose her patience." Instantly, she stomped her foot heavily on the ground and rushed forward. The sword tip was right before his eyes, but his eyes were still tightly shut. He felt a scorching heat boiling within his body, burning away the invading power to break through the limit. Both his eyes flared with fire, and his hand began to draw the sword. The moment of surpassing this limit is only 1 second. I must make use of it. The sword exuded a terrifying dark energy in the blink of an eye, leaving even the older sister stunned. A shocking thud echoed as the two swords directly collided. Clearly, Crush had unleashed his full strength right at the first strike. The second strike was launched from the scabbard. A powerful dark aura exploded out. Her wooden sword couldn't withstand the pressure and shattered to pieces. At this moment, the big sister had to use aura manifestation to form a sword, rather than letting her younger brother slap her in the face. That was precisely the symbol of a swordsman who had reached the Grandmaster rank. To deal with his sister, he had to unleash the Black Hood's sword skill. The sword expanded from the palm of his hand, almost hitting her. In the end, he was still the one at a disadvantage in this matchup. They weren't on the same level. Charlotte realized in astonishment that, although Crush couldn't completely break through her protective barrier, that strike had actually reached her body. She stepped back, looking at her gradually exhausted younger brother. With eyes full of shock, "I truly didn't expect this." Charlotte silently admitted that Crush was the first person who could sense and pierce through her flow of power. The protective barrier was inherently a special energy granted by the gods, a perfect barrier wrapping around the body that weaker individuals, and even those of the same level, had never been able to touch. Yet, Crush had achieved that unimaginable feat. Standing in the middle of the training ground, Charlotte withdrew her aura. She told herself that she had held back by only using energy to create sword chi at the final moment instead of real swordsmanship. However, a shudder ran down the spine of the Vanham family genius. She understood that if that reckless attack from Crush had truly hit its mark, then at that moment, perhaps she might have lost her life. It was something that was supposed to be completely impossible to happen to a grandmaster like her. After the match, Charlotte sought out Butler Ariel on the mansion grounds. She asked anxiously, Ariel, there's no issue with Crush's arm, right? Ariel respectfully reassured her. My young master is tough. These few injuries amount to nothing. At this time, Crush had completely passed out on the sickbed due to exhaustion right after the tense confrontation with his sister. Charlotte thoughtfully reconfirmed the rumor, by the way. I heard that Crush intends to enroll at the Rahan Academy, right? Ariel firmly confirmed that it was the truth. Charlotte smirked with great anticipation. She silently calculated there are only 3 weeks left until the enrollment day, right? That amount of time is enough. As an older sister, Charlotte decided to go to the Rahan Academy first to await her younger brother's performance. Darling! Couldn't help but be amazed at Crush's working speed. I didn't expect someone could finish this in such a short amount of time. The working efficiency of a regressor is truly built different. Standing on his shoulder, the crow Grimm spoke up to remind him, Crush, try asking if there are any spacious grounds here. This elixir is best consumed in a spacious area. Hearing that, Crush turned to propose, Darling. Can you lend me the training ground for a bit? Darling enthusiastically agreed immediately, believing that it was the best choice for that type of medicine. Crush wondered without understanding what the true meaning of that phrase was, but he still prepared himself and took off his clothes. Crush sat cross-legged in the middle of the vast training ground, thinking to himself that it was indeed great to take a divine medicine. But what on earth did Grimm's expression mean? Suspicion was clearly written on Crush's face as he asked again, What exactly are you making me drink? Grimm replied in surprise, Oh, you drank it without even bothering to know what it is? That elixir is named the 9 Dragons' Cry. According to legend, anyone who consumes this medicine will turn into a dragon after roaring 9 times. It operates on a brutal principle, destroying the body and aura at the same time to force the user to become stronger, much like how muscle fibers must be torn apart in order to grow. Grimm looked at Crush with a deeply demonic and provoking gaze. Aren't you already too used to pain? Just endure it for a full 9 times, and you will transform. Darling, standing nearby, couldn't help but break into a cold sweat at the madness of this divine medicine, while Crush still quietly sat waiting for the impending storm. A scorching heat began to spread. Crush, softly remarked, it feels as though a surge of heat is exploding inside my body, but it's not to an unendurable extent yet. With this kind of heat, why bother wearing clothes? This calm reaction caused Grimm to gasp in shock. What on earth is this? Crush explained that although it felt like being burned by fire just a moment ago, now everything was just a slightly restless hot sensation. He casually wondered to himself, It's probably because I've experienced something similar before, so it feels quite normal. Now Grimm shuddered, unable to believe his own ears. What kind of horrifying life did you live in your past life? Crush smirked, replying highly mysteriously, In my past life, I was the main character of an action movie, sister. Witnessing the scene of Crush muttering to himself, Darling bewilderedly questioned himself, He's talking to a crow over there, or is it a side effect that's making me hallucinate? Ignoring the whispering, Grimm urged Crush, Well, whatever. Just try your absolute best to absorb as much as possible. The higher your concentration, the faster the absorption speed will be. Crush immediately closed his eyes, channeling his entire will into fusing the medicinal power. A surge of golden-yellow flames unexpectedly erupted, enveloping his bare body. Crimson Garden August. In the form of a glowing red spirit, manifested behind the crow and silently assessed, his ability to concentrate is truly admirable. Even though this guy has previously endured pain when his internal organs were burned and his nerves were reconnected, stubborn as an ox like this, only a disaster could destroy you, pal. He stared intently at Crush, affirming, Among the time-rewinding individuals I've ever met, you are the one carrying the most iron-willed and crazed determination. Crimson observed Crush writhing in the medicinal power and silently assessed. Perhaps it is because you yearn too desperately to achieve your goal that you disregard pain like that. He affirmed that even if Crush collapsed, he would force him to stand up by any means, because that was precisely the price of the covenant between the two of them. In his mind. Crush clearly felt a mind-boggling change. His aura capacity, which used to be as small as a puddle, had now expanded like an immense lake. Previously, I could only refine the quality of my aura using the secret technique of the Pine Pavilion, but the innate capacity of aura always had a certain limit. Yet ever since consuming the 9 Dragons' Cry, I have broken through from a mid-level expert to a high-level expert in the blink of an eye. He confidently affirmed, that means I have finally stood on equal footing with the geniuses, looking at Crush stepping out from the blazing flames. With a highly powerful deep blue gaze, Crimson couldn't help but marvel. Your life is far too grand and persistent. He was astounded to see Crush using even the Ignis flame to burn away all the impurities that the medicine discharged from his body. Crush knelt down, panting heavily, drenched in sweat, but his gaze remained razor-sharp as he looked toward the Black Crow. If I weren't stubborn to this extent, how could I fight against enemies stronger than myself, and among them that includes you too? Crimson could only let out a cry of complete helplessness before his wild arrogance, as Crush stood up and put himself back together. He was surprised to see everyone still standing and waiting for him all this time, so he immediately asked, "Is it all done? Oh, you guys were standing and waiting here too?" Waking up to see a whole group of fans. Darling explained that because Bianca said she didn't want to leave his side for a single step, he had to stay back here to wait along with her. Bianca blushed in bashfulness, softly affirming, "Since I'm already your fiancé, we must always stay by each other's side, right?" A high-quality boss of the house, sticking super tight. When Crush gently patted her head and told her to wait in a warm place next time, it made Bianca incredibly happy. She noticed Crush seemed to have grown taller and his clothes were starting to feel tighter than before due to his body's outstanding growth. Witnessing this intimate scene, Darling suddenly hatched a crazy idea of wanting to propose to Charlotte, which caused Crush to instantly radiate a pitch-black, murderous aura. "Do you want to log out early or something?" demanding to be my brother-in-law. Despite that, Darling still made a devious face, soliciting Crush to be his lover, making him just want to send this alchemist to meet the Grim Reaper immediately. "Hey, Crush, next year you will enter the Rahan Academy. Right?" Darling unexpectedly spoke up to ask upon seeing Crush, resting after the process of absorbing the medicinal power. Crush casually replied with a highly decisive yeah. Instantly, Darling excitedly declared he would go to the academy one step ahead, solely because he wanted to hear Crush call him senior with pride. Crush narrowed his eyes at the alchemist, thinking to himself that Darling originally didn't study in the same class as Charlotte, and the Rahan Academy didn't use a class division system by year like normal either. He calmly replied, "Yeah, I know. If you don't pass the courses, you can't continue studying, right?" Darling was stunned, not expecting Crush to have thoroughly prepared for the enrollment beforehand. He smiled radiantly, believing this was a golden opportunity to be by the side of both him and Charlotte. While Crush couldn't help but wonder, she's going to the academy too. Wasn't she planning to travel the world to prevent the erosion? Darling just winked, deeming that it was his intuition feeling that Charlotte would enroll this year. He tightly hugged Crush from behind, uttering playfully, "So I will wait for you to enter the academy next year, okay? I'm very lonely, you know. Hurry up and enter quickly to catch up with me." Crush could only grimace in deep discomfort at his friend's excessive enthusiasm, while Bianca still quietly stood observing from behind.